For 3 years, the girl hadn't had a full meal, relying on a black dog to bring her food to survive. Finally, she had a chicken leg to eat, but before she could even rejoice, it was slapped away. The woman viciously grabbed Wanwan's hair. "Little beast, just like your grandpa, you're a jinx, always attracting dirty things and disturbing the peace of the village. I'll wash your yin-yang eyes with manure." At this critical moment, a man snatched Wan from the woman's grasp, saving her and Little Black from further harm. However, Wan noticed something unusual. "Look at the moon's corner to see your father. Look at the moon's corner to see your mother." Uncle Quan, today. Wan carefully tugged at Quan's clothes, reminding him to be careful when he went home. Seeing this, Grandma Lu, the venomous woman, cursed him, saying he deserved it. "Who told you to save the jinx? Now the dirty things will go after your mother." Quan ignored the woman and anxiously asked Wan, "Did you see something?" Wan shook her head like a rattle drum. Because heavenly secrets couldn't be revealed, she could only say so much. Kind-hearted, Quan still thanked her for the warning and gave her 2 ripe peaches. As he left, he said he would bring Wan food in the future. Eating the peaches, Wan was deeply moved. Since her grandpa passed away, this was the first time someone had been so kind to her. She decided to help Uncle Quan, even if it was just for the peaches. At that moment, in Quan's courtyard, the village chief was diligently attending to the money god who had come from the city. The boy, Ning Xian, pinched his nose, disgusted by the place. The village chief immediately anxiously ordered people to clean up, making sure it was spotless. He thought to himself that he couldn't let the money god slip away. Then, he eagerly invited the money god into the house. Suddenly, Wan, hiding behind a tree, warned him not to go inside. "Handsome brother can't stay here. There's a very bad guy inside. If handsome brother stays here, he'll die." Hearing this, the village chief became so nervous his face contorted. "Please, Chu girl, don't say any more." Inwardly, he prayed that the old man of the moon would tie the fate of their village tightly to this money god. He then frantically covered Wan's mouth, explaining that the girl was talking nonsense and they shouldn't believe her. Stubbornly, Wan urgently tried to explain, "I'm not talking nonsense." The boy, Ning Xian, walked over quickly and, without a word, grabbed Wan's arm. "As expected, this girl can restore my health." Then, holding Wan's hand, the boy shouted, "Mom, I want her." Han Lishue playfully scolded her son. "Don't tell me you like this little girl. We don't do child brides in our family." As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Xian blushed and quickly let go of Wan's wrist. Then he quietly leaned closer to his mother and whispered, "This girl seems to be able to cure my illness." Hearing this, Han Lishue was first surprised, then immediately reacted, shouting, "Doctor." Watching the doctors on standby take Ning Xian into the medical vehicle, the village chief was stunned. Wow, as expected of a money god, even travels with a personal doctor. After a thorough examination by the doctor, they found that Ning Xian's condition had indeed improved significantly. Even his breathing had become steady. Then, Han Lishue came to Wan, pointed at her son, and introduced herself. "My name is Han Lishue, and my son is Ning Xian." "Little sister, what's your name? Where are your parents?" As soon as Wan heard the word parents, tears streamed down her face. "Pretty Annie, my name is Chu Wan. My mom and dad have long since become stars in the sky. Even my only grandpa passed away last year, leaving me all alone in the village." Hearing that Wan's surname was Chu, Han Lishue asked if she knew Chui. At these words, Wan instantly stopped crying and became somewhat hopeful. "Auntie, do you know where Grandpa went?" However, the answer she received was, "I don't know." Wan immediately became dejected. As the villagers had said, Grandpa had abandoned her. It turned out that Han Lishue knew Grandpa Chu because he had once helped them. 3 years ago, Ning Xian was critically ill, and even the world's top specialists were helpless, saying the child was beyond saving. At that time, Grandpa Chu appeared and told them he had a karmic connection with Ning Xian and could save his life. They had nothing to lose, so they let Grandpa Chu try. Unexpectedly, after Grandpa Chu came out of the ward, he not only stabilized Ning Xian's condition, but also left behind the words "do good deeds and accumulate virtue." After saying this, Han Lishue stroked Wan's head and comforted her. If old Mr. Chu would help a stranger, he certainly wouldn't abandon you. Wan's reaction was very strong. She pushed Han Lishue away. "Auntie, you can't touch me. I bring bad luck to people." As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Xian not only approached her, but also took her hand. You don't bring bad luck. Why don't you come home with me? Ruan asked him innocently, can I eat clean chicken legs? And eat with Little Black. Ning Xian couldn't help but pinch her little cheek. Of course, you can eat with whoever you want. But who is Little Black? Suddenly, the black dog beside Ruan barked. She then remembered Little Black is a dog. Ning Xian, who had a germophobia, subconsciously covered his mouth and stepped back at the thought that Ruan usually spent time with the dog. Ruan pitifully hugged Little Black. This is what Grandpa left me. Does handsome brother hate Little Black? Ning Xian swiftly moved over and hugged Little Black, forcing a smile as he explained, no, I don't. He was rebellious for a moment, but now faced the consequences. The village chief was dumbfounded. Germophobia can be selective. Selective germophobia. At this point, Han Lishue came over and made a pact with Ruan, promising to treat her as her daughter. Whoever breaks this promise is a puppy. Then the two linked pinkies. Pinkies swear, 100 years, no changes. Han Lishue stared at her son being affectionate with Ruan and scolded him playfully, Stinky boy, I want to cuddle with Ruan too. Unable to cuddle, she poked Ruan's little cheek and asked why she didn't let them enter the house. Ruan pointed her little finger at the room and said seriously, there's a vengeful spirit inside. It needs a sacrificial lamb. If handsome brother goes in, the vengeful spirit will definitely possess his body. As she spoke, Ruan thought of something and tugged at Ning Xian's sleeve. Look at my house. There's a protective formation Grandpa left there. Seeing this, the village chief hurried out to stop them. If the money god saw Chu girl's dilapidated house, it would shake the whole village. Ning Xian, however, insisted on going home with Ruan. Suddenly, a change occurred. Grandma Lu was possessed by the vengeful spirit. Quan frantically ran out for help. How could Ruan stand idly by? She pinched a charm between her fingers and chanted, soldiers of the underworld, arrayed before me. With a whoosh, the charm accurately landed on Grandma Lu's forehead. The vengeful spirit inside let out a wail. Ruan knew the vengeful spirit wasn't completely gone, only temporarily driven away. She pulled Ning Xian's hand and urged him to leave, reminding Uncle Quan to take Grandma Lu to her house as well. Leading the way, Ruan was already out of breath. Seeing this, Ning Xian domineeringly picked her up. Han Lishue inwardly exclaimed, what a gentleman. Finally, they reached the dilapidated house on the mountaintop. Before they even entered, several pieces of wood fell from the eaves. Ruan awkwardly explained, it's very safe here. It's just the roof is a little broken. The village chief diligently said he would immediately send someone to repair the house. Ning Xian, however, snorted, thinking that after this was over, he would immediately take Ruan away. Then, Ruan went forward and opened the door, inviting everyone inside. Quan, carrying his mother on his back, repeatedly thanked Ruan. Ruan shyly replied, you're welcome, Uncle Quan. You gave me peaches, so I help you avert disaster. This is called karma. In the evening, Ruan's eyes sparkled as she stared at the pastries the village chief had brought, carefully asking Han Lishue if she could eat them. Han Lishue told her to eat quickly, as they were all hers. Watching Ruan devour the pastries, Han Lishue thought sadly about how much the child must have suffered. Suddenly, Ruan stopped and cautiously asked, Annie, can I give Little Black a piece? Just one piece. Han Lishue, knowing how much she cared for Little Black, had already set aside food for him. Suddenly, Ning Xian entered the room, staring intently at Ruan, who looked like a little kitten. Ruan thought, handsome brother is staring at me so intensely. Could it be because I ate without him? With that thought, Ning Xian walked towards her, picked Ruan up, and told his mother, wash her clean and send her my bed. Han Lishue was stunned by her son. You really are a little tyrant. Have you ever seen such a young CEO? The boy and girl met for the first time. He demanded his mother wash the girl clean and send her to his bed that night. Lishue, holding a freshly bathed Ruan, jokingly said, Little CO, your beauty has arrived. Ning Xian imperiously held out his hand. Give her my mother. She thought to herself, this little brat is quite impatient. Ruan knew the little boy had a cleanliness obsession and wasn't intentionally glaring at him with fierce eyes. Don't worry, brother. My room is very clean. As long as it doesn't rain, it's very comfortable to sleep in. Indeed, it was so clean that there was nothing in the room. Ning Xian patted her little head and told her to go to sleep and not overthink things. The next morning, they were woken by the sound of house repairs. Wan specifically reminded Uncle Zhang, "Whatever you do, don't touch the Yama nails on the roof. Those are the core of the righteous law." Just as she finished speaking, a Quan rushed in, holding Grandma Lu. Wan, please take a look. My mother still hasn't woken up. He suspected yesterday's vengeful spirit was still around. Hearing this, Wan reassured a Quan, "Don't worry. With the Yama nails, dirty things can't get in. Grandma Lu is probably in her own dream and doesn't want to wake up. I have a way to wake her." As she spoke, she still anxiously reminded Uncle Zhang, who was repairing the house, "Don't pull out the nails." Then, Wan chanted a spell, her hands glowing with golden light. She touched Grandma Lu's forehead with her finger. "Wisdom mirror, peaceful mind, 3 souls eternally bright, no misfortune, no loss of spirit." Grandma Lu slowly opened her eyes in a daze. Quan excitedly hugged his mother. He thought his mother had been killed by a ghost. Grandma Lu hugged her son and reassured him that she was fine. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at Grandma Lu's clothes, interrupting the mother and son. Wan asked her, "Did you offend a woman with long hair, a mole in the corner of her eye, and quite pretty? But she has a head injury. She probably died from hitting her head." Grandma Lu nervously said she didn't know what Wan was talking about. It was clear she was deliberately hiding something. Wan told her that if she didn't tell the truth, it would not only harm her, but also a Quan and the little brother. Upon hearing that it would harm her son, Grandma Lu finally chose to tell the truth. That person's name was Su Mei. "Back then, my husband and I had just gotten married. We found Su Mei, a refugee, at our doorstep. I felt sorry for her and took her in. Everyone who heard this thought it was a good deed. Why would Su Mei resent Grandma Lu instead of being grateful?" As she spoke, Grandma Lu's expression became agitated. "I originally wanted Su Mei to leave after she recovered, but I didn't expect my husband to say he wanted to divorce me and marry Su Mei. In anger, I spread rumors about Su Mei's impropriety. In the end, Su Mei couldn't bear the gossip and stares from others and committed suicide." Speaking of this, Grandma Lu remorsefully beat her chest. It was her anger that blinded her and led to Su Mei's death. After Su Mei died, Lu Gang secretly buried her in the peach orchard and told me to tell the villagers that Su Mei had gone home. I thought he did this because he wanted to live a good life with me. Wan interrupted, explaining burying a resentful soul under a peach tree in summer prevents them from reincarnating. Their resentment will only grow stronger. Unless she leaves on her own, even with my abilities, I can't subdue her. Suddenly, Ning Xian spoke up. Perhaps Grandpa Lu is the key. Wan, realizing this, immediately prepared to summon Grandpa Lu that night. A loud crash suddenly came from the mountain hut. Wan anxiously asked Uncle Zhang what happened. Nothing, just a board fell off. What they didn't see was the Yama nail in old Zhang's hand. The girl attempted to summon a Yin soldier for the first time. Not only did she summon a handsome older brother, but he was also the wheel-turning king, one of the 10 Yama kings. Old Zhang, jealous that Wan had caught the attention of the wealthy family, secretly pulled out the Yama nail from the roof. In the next second, a black mist flew in through the skylight. Wan seemed to sense something was wrong. Ning Xian thought she was unwell. Wan shook her head. "Maybe I was mistaken. With Grandpa's Yama nail, dirty things can't get in." Then, Wan prepared to go find Grandpa Lu that night to talk. Grandma Lu thought she was talking nonsense. "My husband has been gone for so many years. How could I still find him?" Wan said, "Grandpa Lu's attachment remains. He's still here. I often see him by the river, looking towards the Lu family's gate." Hearing this, Grandma Lu tumbled off the bench. She pleaded with Wan to take her to see her husband. That evening, by the river, Little Black scouted ahead. Wan muttered to herself, "Little Black, do you think Grandpa Lu will come here today? True girl, are you looking for me?" The sudden voice nearly scared Wan out of her wits. Wan and Little Black glared angrily at Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu awkwardly scratched his head and said he just wanted to say hello to Wan. Seeing this, Wan quickly got to the point. "Grandpa Lu, Su Mei is back. She's been haunting Grandma Lu." Hearing this, Grandpa Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Mei hasn't reincarnated yet. Grandma Lu and her son also realized that Grandpa Lu was right there. They just couldn't see him. She spoke to the air in front of her. "It was my fault back then. If retribution has come, you can take my life, but please don't implicate my son." Grandpa Lu felt extremely remorseful after hearing this. It was his infatuation back then that harmed Su Mei and Tsuewa. He had been hiding for so many years, but what was meant to come still came. Suddenly, a cry for help came from the mountain hut. Seeing the black mist on the mountain, Ruan immediately sensed trouble. It was resentment. She and Grandpa Lu rushed up the mountain. "Chu girl, I'll wait for you at the old house gate. Hurry up and run." Ruan finally reached the top of the mountain, panting. However, Grandpa Lu, who had arrived earlier, was a true coward. He was trembling with fear, hiding behind a tree, not daring to show his face. Ning Xian was forcefully choking Han Lishue's neck. He declared, "I'm going to kill all of you." Seeing Han Lishue about to suffocate, she could only cry out to Ruan for help. Seeing this, Ruan cursed, "Damn it, how could Grandpa's sealing formation fail?" She then launched a talisman attack at the vengeful ghost, knocking Su Mei out of Ningxian. Ruan rushed to check on Ningxian. The vengeful ghost seized the opportunity to attack Grandma Lu. At the critical moment, Grandpa Lu bravely stepped forward. Seeing him, Su Mei instinctively stopped. Han Lishue, supporting herself against a tree, said, "If it weren't for Grandma Lu saving you, you would have died long ago. But you stole her husband. Weren't you wrong too?" Grandpa Lu also spoke up, persuading Su Mei, "It was my fault. If you want revenge, take it out on me. I'm the one who wronged you both." A bloody tear rolled down Su Mei's cheek. She knew it was their fault. She was just unwilling to accept it. In the next second, she materialized in front of Grandma Lu. Knowing Su Mei hated her, Grandma Lu offered her life. Su Mei tearfully said, "I was also wrong back then. Besides, if I kill you, will Junzi hate me? Let's call it even today." She sincerely apologized to Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu not only said it was all in the past, but also entrusted old Lu to Su Mei, asking her to take good care of him. Grandpa Lu, standing beside them, was already moved to tears. He then begged Ruan to chant the severing karmic ties curse and send them to the afterlife. Golden scriptures floated around Ruan. She didn't chant the rebirth mantra. Instead, she summoned the Yin soldiers. Su Mei's vengeful spirit. The rebirth mantra cannot guide her. Lonely souls and restless spirits, by the grace of the four directions, I beseech you, Yin soldiers, quickly appear. Ruan shouted, "Come." However, nothing happened. The scene froze in awkward silence. In the next second, a handsome, white-haired older brother appeared. Ruan asked uncertainly, "Brother, are you the Yin soldier I summoned?" The handsome older brother approached. "Little girl, you summoned me, and you doubt I'm a Yin soldier. But how can a Yin soldier be so handsome?" The handsome older brother's next words shocked Ruan. "Little girl, you have such a sweet mouth. I am the wheel-turning king, one of the 10 Yama kings. I've actually been summoned by a little girl like you. But little girl, your eyes are quite special." Chu Ruan shrank back. Grandpa Chu had said some Yin soldiers eat people. Thinking of this, she hurriedly covered her eyes. "Wheel-turning king, my eyes aren't tasty." The wheel-turning king laughed. "If they're not tasty, then I won't eat them." In the next second, he waved his sleeve, taking Su Mei and Grandma Lu away. As he left, he said to Chu Ruan, "Little girl, I take a liking to you. If you have any trouble you can't solve in the future, call on me." After everything calmed down, Chu Ruan cried and apologized. "I'm sorry. I don't know why the closing ritual didn't work. It caused you all to get hurt." Suddenly, Little Black's barks came from the distance. Chu Ruan was puzzled. Little Black was usually very docile. Why had he suddenly become so aggressive? At that moment, Little Black was fiercely biting Lao Zhang's pant leg. No matter how Lao Zhang cursed at him, he wouldn't let go. Then Little Black bit into his pocket. The Yama King nail instantly slipped out. Chu Ruan picked up the Yama King nail. "Uncle Zhang, why did you steal the Yama King nail? You almost killed handsome brother and Annie Han Lishue." The man scoffed disdainfully. "So what if I stole it, you little brat? What can you do to me? You jinx, you found yourself some benefactors. Who knows if you'll make things difficult for my family." Unable to stand it any longer, Quan angrily shouted, "Zhangde, you can't change your ways. Back then, you and your wife were caught stealing by Mr. Chu, and now you're targeting his granddaughter, even trying to kill people." Ning Xian, standing to the side, wasn't prepared to reason with such scum. Instead, he instructed his bodyguards to seize Zhangde and take him to the police. Realizing he was being held down, Zhangde was truly afraid this time. He stopped calling Chu Ruan a jinx, and instead kept begging her to let him go. Chu Ruan hid behind Ning Xian, quietly watching everything. The girl had tried summoning a Yin soldier for the first time, not only summoning a handsome older brother, but he turned out to be the wheel-turning king, one of the 10 Yama kings. After the wheel-turning king took away the soul souls of Su Mei and Grandma Lu. Everyone discovered that Lao Zhang had stolen the Yama King nail and almost killed Ning Xian and Han Li Xue. Not only did Zhang Dai not admit his mistake, he was incredibly arrogant. Only when he was caught by the bodyguards and sent to the authorities did he become afraid and stop being arrogant, constantly pleading with Ruan to spare him. Ruan hid behind Ning Xian and didn't plead for him, because Grandpa Chu had said, excessive kindness without righteousness will inevitably lead to self-destruction. After the incident, Han Li Xue picked up Ruan, preparing to go home. Ruan had something to say on the way. She just called out, "Annie," but was interrupted. "Why are you still calling me Annie? You're already coming home with us." Ruan in her arms hesitated for a moment, then shyly called out, "Mom." Han Li Xue, overjoyed, responded and pinched Ruan's nose, asking her to say what she wanted to say. Ruan cautiously asked, "Mom, you didn't really deliberately not buy Uncle Zhang's peaches, did you?" Han Li Xue reassured her, "Family comes first." Looking at the heartwarming mother and daughter, Ning Xian suddenly became jealous, urging them to hurry home. The next day, just as they were about to leave, Ruan asked them to wait, because Grandpa Chu had said that if they were to leave the village, they must take the things under the bed. Ning Xian quickly pushed aside the bed planks and took out the box inside. Looking at the contents, Ruan hadn't expected her parents to leave her such things, seemingly top-tier treasures of their lineage. The 7-star fortune demon sword, a divine statue, a celestial book, and a soul-nourishing pearl. Finally, there was a letter in the box, left by Grandpa Chu for Ruan. After opening the letter, Ruan learned that Grandpa Chu hadn't abandoned her, but had something he had to do. He also said they would meet again one day. Ning Xian thoughtfully wiped away her tears, comforting her, "Don't cry, you still have me." Ruan then put all the treasures left by her parents in her small bag. This action stunned Han Li Xue. "My goodness, how can this small bag hold so much?" At the village entrance, Ruan waved goodbye to the village chief and Quan. Quan and the village chief were genuinely happy for Ruan. The girl is finally going to have a good life. Inside the Ning family's old mansion, Grandpa Ning paced restlessly with his cane. "Why aren't they here yet? I really want to see my precious granddaughter soon." Suddenly, Han Li Xue's voice came from the doorway. "We're back." Grandpa Ning excitedly turned around. "Where's my little granddaughter? Where are you hiding her?" At that moment, Ruan was hiding behind Ning Xian, observing Grandpa Ning. He had a kind face and gentle eyes, with a benevolent and upright air. He looked like a good and honorable person. Han Li Xue was worried that Grandpa Ning wouldn't like Ruan. Unexpectedly, Grandpa Ning didn't mind Ruan's special ability to see spirits. He was even very happy about it. Hearing that Grandpa Ning liked her, Ruan happily peeked out and called him Grandpa. Then Grandpa Ning showered Ruan with kisses, hugs, and lifted her high, even dropping his cane. He really adored little Ruan. Suddenly, 3 little heads popped out from behind the door. So cute, so adorable. Hearing the voices, Ruan climbed down from Grandpa Ning and curiously asked who they were. The 3 boys came out and introduced themselves. The eldest was Ning Yu, Uncle's son. The second and third were twins, Ning Feng and Ning Ji, sons of second uncle. Han Li Xue, seeing the mischievous glint in the eyes of these 3 little rascals, immediately took Ruan to go bathe. The 3 little boys immediately huddled together, whispering, "It seems her name is Ruan. She's so cute. I really want to hug her." Grandpa Ning raised his cane angrily. "You little brats. Go to bed. Stop thinking about my precious granddaughter." The 3 little boys scurried away in fright, not forgetting to grumble about how stingy Grandpa was. However, they weren't about to give up. Instead, they secretly hid by the bathroom door, waiting for Ruan to come out. They almost fought over who would see her first. Ruan, finished with her bath and wearing a pretty princess dress, walked out of the bathroom. Before the 3 little boys could see her, Ning Xian blocked them with his body. Then he picked up Ruan and said, "Time for bed." He gave them a smug look. Ruan in his arms happily agreed. Ruan wants to sleep with brother and treat his illness. The 3 little boys immediately protested, "No, we want to sleep with our little sister too." So they stealthily followed behind them. Unexpectedly, Ning Xian shut them out. Squatting down and peeking through the crack under the door, they angrily cursed, "Fourth brother is so heartless." Suddenly, Grandpa Ning appeared behind them. "You little brats, still peeking? Don't you respect your elders?" "But Grandpa, aren't you here too?" Grandpa Ning roared. brandishing his cane. Don't you know to respect your elders and love your younger siblings? The three boys ran off in a flash. Then, Grandpa Ning slyly pushed open the door, wanting to see his precious granddaughter again. Looking at his grandson, sleeping while holding Ruan in bed, Grandpa Ning felt a pang of disapproval. Gone are the three brats, but there's still one left. However, seeing the healthy color in Ning Xian's face, Grandpa Ning sighed. My poor grandson. He hasn't lived a proper life since he was born, always dealing with those things. Now he's finally healthy and his cheeks are rosy. Then Grandpa Ning tucked them in and softly whispered goodnight to Ruan before leaving. As soon as he stepped out the door, he called his old friend. Before the other party could speak, Grandpa Ning started talking. Hey, old goo, how did you know my precious granddaughter came home? You're coming over tomorrow to see her. My granddaughter is so cute, just a tiny bit prettier than your granddaughter. In the room, Ning Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He held Ruan tightly in his arms. Tonight, you my girl. He had only glanced at the old man and could tell he didn't have much time left and was being haunted by a fierce ghost. The old man not only didn't believe him, but thought Ruan was out of her mind, talking nonsense. Ghosts. Were there ghosts in this world? Just type 3 hug emojis in the comment section to trigger the hug effect. Go and try it in the comment section. Early in the morning, Grandpa Ning invited his friend over to show off his precious granddaughter. Old Go put down his teacup, restless. He'd already had several cups this morning. Why haven't you called out your granddaughter yet? I want to see if she's even cuter than my little Towsy. Grandpa Ning raised his cane in mock anger, telling his old friend to keep his voice down. If you wake my precious granddaughter, I won't let you off the hook. His friend simply snorted and ignored him. Ning Xian led Chu Ruan down the stairs. Ruan sweetly greeted her grandpa, good morning. When she saw the old man next to her grandpa, she suddenly sensed something strange. A dark aura emanated from the corners of the old man's eyes. Seeing this, Zhang De slapped Grandpa Ning's shoulder boisterously. So this is your little Ruan, the precious granddaughter you snagged. Grandpa Ning happily beckoned to Ruan. Sweetheart, come here. This is Grandpa's comrade. He just looks a little unconventional. Hearing this, Zhang De protested to Grandpa Ning while smilingly urging Ruan to come for a hug. Inwardly, he was seething with envy. This old geezer was so lucky. Ruan wasn't just a little bit cuter than his granddaughter. She was leagues beyond. Ruan didn't approach, instead whispering to Ning Xian, "Is something wrong at Grandpa G's house? There's a dark aura around Grandpa G's children area. I'm afraid there's a ghost." Zhang De, far from being alarmed, thought Ruan was a bit off her rocker. What nonsense is this little girl talking about? There are no such things as ghosts. Grandpa Ning angrily raised his cane, ready to chastise his friend. Old man, say that again and I'll really hit you. Ruan, don't hold me back. The next second, Grandpa Ning was embarrassed. He hadn't expected Ning Xian to actually let go. Ruan was flipping through the oak leaf book her grandpa had left her. She had seen Grandpa go in it. Successfully finding the relevant passage, Ruan held the book up for Zhang De to see. Zhang De read the words aloud. Black aura entwined. A non-human intention must be resolved. In mild cases, mental instability. In severe cases, life-threatening. As he was reading, his phone rang. It was the hospital. His granddaughter had fallen unconscious again. After hanging up, Zhang De hurriedly said goodbye and rushed out. Ruan, holding Ning Xian's hand, wanted to go see too. The three of them rushed to the hospital. Zhang De anxiously opened the ward door. Ruan peeked inside and gasped. A sinister aura filled the ward. A small, grotesque ghost was clinging to the girl lying on the bed. Other little girls slept with toys. This girl slept with a ghost, and she hadn't woken up since. Grandpa Gu, after receiving the call from the hospital, rushed out without even saying goodbye to Ruan and Ning Xian. Ruan, holding Ning Xian's hand, wanted to go along. Grandpa Gu anxiously opened the ward door. Ruan wasn't about to tolerate the little ghost. She swiftly struck out with a talisman. You bad thing, get away. The talisman successfully stuck to the girl's forehead, but the girl writhed in pain on the bed. Wisps of black aura erupted from the girl's body. Children's laughter echoed through the room. Grandpa Gu immediately realized something was wrong. Why does it feel so cold? He was inwardly panicking. Could there really be ghosts? Suddenly, the little ghost landed on his shoulder. Grandpa Gu, feeling the weight, slapped his shoulder and yelled, "What the hell? Get off me!" Wan, unfazed, pulled out her 7-star sword. In the next second, she jumped up and swung the sword at Grandpa G's shoulder. The blow nearly sent the old man to the afterlife. A puff of white smoke dissipated from his shoulder. Wan jumped down. "I let the little ghost escape. I failed Grandpa's teachings." Ningxian asked, "Wan, are you all right? Did you get it?" Wan hugged her sword, dejected. "I wasn't strong enough. It got away." Ningxian quickly crouched down and patted her head. "Even if you didn't catch it, you're still the best, Wan." Wan then looked at the girl on the bed and explained she's not unconscious because she's sick. It's because that little ghost sucked away her yang energy. Although Grandpa didn't understand what a little ghost was, he worriedly asked Wan, "Will my granddaughter wake up?" Wan pulled out a golden pill. "This is a pill Grandpa left me. It's most effective for people who've had their yang energy drained." She placed the pill in the girl's mouth. Suddenly, an angry shout came from the doorway. "Who are you people? Don't you know this is a hospital ward? So many people crowding around is disturbing my patient." The doctor's beady eyes, like those of a turtle, fixed on Wan feeding the girl medicine. He became even angrier. "Little girl, what are you giving her? Stop." Ningxian stepped in front of Wan. Wan immediately saw through the doctor. His narrow eyebrows, pointed nose, and shifty eyes betrayed a cruel, selfish, and unfeeling nature. Despite being a doctor, his face showed no compassion. He must have harmed many people. Grandpa Gu angrily questioned the doctor, "When will my granddaughter wake up?" The doctor sneered. "Didn't I say there's nothing wrong? This kind of fake illness, pretending to be sick to skip school, is something only overly doting grandparents would fall for." Suddenly, a small voice called out, "Grandpa." Grandpa Gu rushed to hug his granddaughter, checking her over anxiously. Wan explained, "The medicine has taken effect. Taozi will be all right for now." The doctor scoffed. "See, expose the trick, and it's fine. Rushing to the hospital over nothing. You people are wasting medical resources." Grandpa Yi exploded. "Taozi would never do such a thing. Go to hell. I'm going to report you." The doctor remained unconcerned. "Report me. Do you have any proof?" "The test results show nothing wrong. You can't blame me." Wan peeked out from behind Ningxian. "Doctor, if you do too many bad things, you don't need to be reported. Something will come for you." A dark aura encircled the doctor's neck. She was a cute, innocent-looking 3-year-old, but she practiced a mysterious, uncanny art. Not only could she draw talismans and catch ghosts, but commanding the 10 Yama Kings was child's play for her. But this ignorant little ghost dared to act up in front of her. Wan took out her treasured sword. The mere aura of the blade made the ghost tremble. Unexpectedly, the cunning ghost slipped away while Wan wasn't looking. Just then, Taozi's parents, having heard their daughter had woken up, rushed in. Wan immediately saw something was wrong with Taozi's father. Not only was his children area darkened, but even more frightening, a black mist wreathed the line on his marriage area. This meant his spouse had become a vengeful ghost. But Taozi's mother seemed perfectly fine. The problem must lie with Taozi's father. "Mr. Gu, your destiny shows another wife and child, but they're already deceased. However, they might still be in your house." Hearing this, Grandpa Ge's fury erupted. He berated Taozi's father. "Have you been messing around again? You even dragged my precious granddaughter into this, making her sick." But now wasn't the time for blame. For Taozi's safety, Grandpa Gu, a lifelong atheist, chose to believe Wan could resolve the crisis. The whole group hurried back to the Gu residence. Of course, before leaving, Wan didn't forget to summon her good friends, the Yama Kings, to have some fun with the lingering ghost. But as soon as they arrived at the Gu residence, Ningxian's mood soured. He would be spending the night alone. Upon arrival, Wan discovered a heavy energy permeating the house. To prevent Taozi from being harmed again, Wan decided to spend the night with her. Ningxian reluctantly agreed, just this once. But back in his room, he couldn't stop worrying about Wan. Unfortunately, Wan was oblivious to his concern. She flicked her finger, and a golden light flashed. Taozi curiously asked what it was. Wan mysteriously replied, "You'll see." As night fell, the sound of footsteps echoed from Taozi's room. The temperature dropped rapidly. Then a strange, shrill girl's voice rang out. "Taozi, come out and play with your brother." The voice frightened Taozi, who immediately hid in Chu Wan's arms trembling. Even though she was the older sister, at this moment, she could only find safety with Ruan. Chu Ruan, however, calmly looked at the woman in white, murmuring an incantation. Heaven's origin, Earth's core, all methods are the foundation. Hear my command, fortune net bind. Then, countless yellow rays of light entangled the woman in white and the little ghost. The moment the yellow light touched the ghost, she let out a shrill scream. Hearing the commotion, Tauzi's family rushed in. The woman in white, who should have been on the verge of death, suddenly surged with resentment the moment she saw Tauzi's father. She stared fiercely at Tauzi's father outside the door. Gushing Wang, you killed me and my child. I want your whole family to pay for my life and my child's. This surge of resentment was a bit too much for young Chu Ruan to handle. She felt her spiritual power weakening. Even worse, cracks began to appear in the fortune net. If this continued, everyone would be doomed. Helpless, Ruan could only take out another magical tool, the spirit summoning lamp. But summoning a spirit takes time. At this moment, the woman in white realized that Ruan would be the biggest obstacle to her revenge. She immediately decided to eliminate her first. Gathering immense resentment in both hands, she walked towards Ruan with a ferocious expression. She roared, "Die, all of you!" The mistress thought she could replace the wife. Unexpectedly, the scumbag husband and the wife conspired to send her to prison. She thought she could escape punishment with the child in her belly. But the mistress was beaten and kicked by her fellow inmates in prison, ultimately meeting a tragic end, losing both her life and her child's. The intense resentment made her soul linger. She was determined to make the scumbag's family pay with their blood. And her first target was the scumbag's most beloved daughter. Why should her son never see the sunlight, while his daughter enjoyed every comfort? But her revenge plan was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Ruan. The little brat not only stopped her son from absorbing yang energy at the hospital, but now she had set up a fortune net in the Gu family home, trying to destroy her and her son completely. Furious, she swung her resentment-filled fist at Ruan. Luckily, Ningxian grabbed Ruan and held her close. In that moment, Ruan used the spirit summoning lamp to summon Yama King Nail, one of the 10 Yama Kings. Instantly, an invisible kingly aura shone upon the woman in white and her son. The woman, who had just been shouting arrogantly, immediately cowered. But she was still unwilling to give up. Even if I fail to complete my revenge, the scumbag's daughter, Tauzi, won't live much longer. Yama King Nail looked at the unrepentant woman and with a slight wave of his hand, reduced her and her son to fragments. Grandpa Gu held Tauzi, his face filled with anxiety. Was what that ghost said true? Tauzi is so young. How can she be dying? Hearing this, Yama King Nail turned to the terrified Tauzi's father and mother. He said casually, "A living person who has lost too much yang energy will indeed not live long, unless someone is willing to use their own lifespan to extend the child's life. But are you willing?" Hearing that Tauzi could still be saved, Tauzi's father and mother immediately dropped to their knees before Yama King Nail. Tauzi's father said with a choked voice, "Please, my lord, save my child. Although I'm a scumbag, my love for Tauzi is true." Then he bowed deeply to Grandpa Gu. "From now on, Tauzi is in your care. We'll go turn ourselves in and give Bai Feng justice." Tauzi's mother pushed Tauzi away and said solemnly to Yama King Nail, "My lord, please extend Tauzi's life." Yama King Nail sighed. "I really don't understand human emotions." But despite his words of disdain, his actions didn't stop. He drew a strange talisman in the air. After a while, the life-extending ritual was complete. Then he walked over to Ruan and transformed the fortune net into a bracelet, placing it on her wrist. His tone was no longer cold. "Little girl, I'll leave the fortune net to you. Don't let anything else happen." Ningxian watched this scene, feeling a pang of jealousy. He secretly decided to make a bracelet for Ruan as soon as they got home. Having done all this, Yama King Nail vanished into a wisp of smoke. Ruan and Ningxian politely bid farewell to Grandpa Gu. But as soon as they left the Gu family home, Ruan began to worry about Tauzi. Would she be all right? After receiving Ningxian's reassurance, Ruan finally smiled. Back home, she gave Little Black a loving hug. Unbeknownst to her, Ningxian was thinking, this is so hard. Not only do I have to be jealous of people, but also of a dog. Who would have thought that the hospital was the biggest organ trafficking ring? And the most renowned surgeon, using his professional knowledge, was actually removing patients' kidneys and selling them on the black market. Although his methods were secretive, they were still seen through by a 3-year-old girl. because this little girl not only possessed innate yin-yang eyes, but had also been studying Taoism since birth. Just yesterday, Wanwan's mother, to celebrate Ning Xian's father's return home for a family reunion, cooked a table full of spicy dishes, despite not having been in the kitchen for 20 years. And Wanwan ate 5 bowls of rice. But 10 minutes later, tragedy struck. Wanwan was sent to the hospital due to the chili overload. When she opened her eyes, she was met with many pairs of concerned eyes. Wanwan, who had always been disliked, felt incredibly lucky. But Ning Xian felt they were too fussy. To monopolize the adorable Wanwan, he deliberately brought up his older brother peeking at beautiful women and his second brother breaking Grandpa's antiques. After Ning Xian's mother, acting like a drama queen, yelled and chased everyone out with a stick, the ward was finally left with only Ning Xian and Wanwan. But the cozy atmosphere only lasted for 2 minutes before it was interrupted by the unscrupulous doctor making his rounds. Seeing Wanwan, his face darkened instantly. He immediately demanded to know what she had done to him. Ever since he took Taozi back that day, paranormal events had been nonstop. He had been sleeping at home last night, but woke up on the operating table, surrounded by all the patients he had killed. The scene was so terrifying that he was too scared to sleep. Now, hearing Wanwan say that the woman whose heart he had stolen was right behind him, he still stubbornly yelled at Wanwan for talking nonsense. Wanwan calmly relayed the ghost's wishes, saying they wanted him to pay with his blood. These words terrified the unscrupulous doctor, who collapsed onto the floor. The arrogant doctor instantly turned into a coward, kneeling before Wanwan and begging for his life. But there were more than just 1 or 2 vengeful spirits. To appease their resentment, Wanwan gave him 2 choices: be torn to shreds by the vengeful spirits, or turn himself into the police. The doctor didn't want to resign himself to this fate and was about to bargain with Wanwan, but felt as if he was being strangled. Already terrified, he didn't dare say another word. He immediately confessed to his crimes of organ trafficking. After dealing with the unscrupulous doctor, Wanwan began chanting to help the spirits ascend. Kneel before the altar, the 8 trigrams shine, the battle cry echoes, transcend to the other side. But as soon as she finished chanting, Wanwan felt the fragrant energy within her surge. The divine stone unexpectedly arrived at a strange place. Where is this? Ning Xian is really clingy. He doesn't want to be separated from Chu Wanwan even for a moment. Even when she takes a bath or uses the restroom, he waits outside the door. He even insists on cuddling his sister while sleeping. It's no wonder our little Wanwan is everyone's darling. So, the 3 men in the family are at it again, arguing heatedly about who gets to take Wanwan to school. Dad, just let me go. Whose parents don't take their kids to school? Aren't you a workaholic? What are you doing here? Get back to the office. Taozi's father spread his hands innocently. Isn't it because you refused to go that I was forced to take over? At this moment, Taozi's mother came down the stairs, holding Wanwan's hand. Grandpa Gu and Taozi's father immediately stopped arguing and started praising how pretty Wanwan looked in her school uniform. Ning Xian, who had been silent, walked straight to his mother and snatched Wanwan away. Xiao Xian, aren't you going to school? Why are you taking Wanwan? Seeing his son roll his eyes, he then remembered that Wanwan's school has a middle school section. In the next second, Taozi's father made a sneak attack, scooped up Wanwan, and ran out. Daddy's taking you to school. Grandpa Gu, waving his cane, yelled angrily at Ning Yue, "You brat, put Wanwan down." The first school is the top school in the city. It has elementary, middle, and high school sections. However, the students who get in are either rich and influential or exceptionally gifted. At this moment, Taozi's father was putting on a dramatic farewell scene in the car. Li Xue, let me go in with her. Unexpectedly, he was met with his wife's disdainful glare. She told him to hurry up and go to work. Hearing this, Taozi's father immediately slumped over the car and started crying dramatically. Grandpa Gu looked on with disgust. This useless son. If it weren't for you, I could have spent more time with Wanwan. Just as Taozi's mother turned around, she realized her daughter was gone. She immediately yelled angrily, "Ning Xian, you little rascal, you were waiting here, weren't you?" Wanwan is an elementary school, not middle school. Hearing this, Ning Xian pulled Wanwan behind him. Elementary school knowledge. I can teach her myself. Wanwan's mother rubbed her forehead and sighed. This boy is way too attached to Wanwan. Give Wanwan back to me. We'll be late. Ning Xian immediately panicked. No one can take my Wanwan. Chu Wanwan stood on tiptoe and patted Ning Xian's head. Good boy, be good. Come pick me up after school. We can see each other tonight. Ningxian instantly transformed into a docile puppy and gently agreed. Ruanruan's mother quickly covered her eyes. This is too much. Where's my smart and aloof son? Then she took Ruanruan to register with the teacher. However, upon seeing Ruanruan, the teacher became nervous and frightened. It was the first time the teacher had been so scared of a student that he broke out in a cold sweat. This was the principal's good friend's granddaughter. If anything happened to her, his job would be on the line. But when he saw the adorable Ruanruan, he was instantly charmed. He wanted to protect her even more. Her smile is so sweet. She makes me want a daughter. He quickly promised that he would never let the little rascals in the class bully Ruanruan. After obediently saying goodbye to her mother, Ruanruan followed the teacher to the classroom. Everyone is very friendly. Just as he was about to have Ruanruan introduce herself, he was immediately proven wrong by the scene before him. A girl was angrily chasing a boy with a book in her hand. Tian Yuan, you broke the rabbit I made. The boy stuck out his tongue as he ran. Out with the old, in with the new. I'll get you a new one next time. At the door, Ruanruan recognized the girl at once. It was Taozi. The teacher then stood on the podium and asked everyone to be quiet. He introduced Ruanruan to the class. Cheers erupted from the classroom. Wow, this transfer student is so cute. Ruanruan had just finished introducing herself when the boy who had just been chased by Taozi eagerly invited Ruanruan to sit next to him. Hearing this, Taozi immediately stood up to stop him. No way. Stay away from my sister. Tian Yuan pouted and mumbled, can't I just be friendly? Taozi ignored him and asked the teacher to arrange for Ruanruan to sit next to her. Mr. Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead and readily agreed. One thing conquers another. This little rascal Tian Yuan is only afraid of Taozi. The teacher then began the lesson. Today we're learning Thinking of My Brothers on Mountain Climbing Day. Tian Yuan's attention was completely focused on Ruanruan. Why is she so happy to see him? Ruanruan had only read the poem once, but she could already recite it backwards. Ruanruan wondered, is school this easy? I feel like I can memorize everything just by glancing at it. Could this be what Grandpa meant when he said, I'm more gifted than others? After class, Tian Yuan eagerly approached Ruanruan. My name is Tian Yuan. I'm a class monitor. He then offered Ruanruan 2 pieces of candy. In the next second, Taozi snatched them away. Are you trying to bribe my sister? Ruanruan pulled out a handful of candy from her pocket. My brothers told me not to eat things from strangers, so they gave me a lot. Let's eat together. Seeing this, Taozi drooled enviously. Tian Yuan muttered jealously, Ruanruan is a walking fire extinguisher. Hearing this, Taozi was instantly enraged. Just as she was about to scold Tian Yuan, Ruanruan interrupted her. Taozi, I just saw a building shaped like an egg. What is that place? Taozi's anger instantly vanished. She even let go of Tian Yuan's hand. She said she would take Ruanruan to the complex building. Tian Yuan, standing beside them, was stunned. So, Ruanruan is a fire extinguisher. During lunch break, the 3 of them entered the complex building. Ruanruan was immediately attracted to a flute emitting a yin energy. Just as she was about to take a closer look, she was enveloped by the yin energy. The girl merely glanced at the flute, and her body was instantly enveloped by the yin energy. The scene before her eyes changed. One moment, it was a newlywed couple in their bridal chamber. The next, bandits burst into the room. They not only wanted to rob them, but also intended to take the bride as their mountain wife. At the critical moment, the husband protected her with his life. Seeing her husband killed, she died full of hatred. Afterward, she attached herself to the bone flute and became a vengeful ghost. She killed all her enemies and was finally sealed in the bone flute by a high monk. To remove the seal, one needs the strength of a soulmate. She slept for 300 years until today. She had made a promise with her husband that they would meet again in the next life. That's why she pulled Ruanruan into the illusion, begging her to help her get out and see her husband again. Although Ruanruan pitied the unknown musician's plight, the flute belonged to the school, and she couldn't just take it. She could only promise to find a way. Ruanruan gradually woke up in Taozi's arms. She pointed to the flute on the shelf and asked Taozi, do you know how to get it? Tian Yuan immediately said he knew. One just had to participate in the school's math competition and win first place to exchange for a reward from the principal. Ruanruan was delighted. Thinking that she could exchange for the flute, she immediately decided to participate in a math competition. At the math competition, the principal himself proctored the exam. The principal immediately noticed Ruan, who had only been at school for 2 days. He praised her courage for participating in the upper grade competition at such a young age. Just as he finished speaking, Ruan walked to the podium and handed in her paper first. Seeing this, the older students immediately mocked her. Little kids are so naive. She probably handed in a blank paper because she couldn't do it. The principal also advised Ruan that the exam wasn't over yet and suggested she go back and try to finish the paper. But Ruan opened the test paper and said with a smile, "Principal, no need to check. I've already finished it." Such a sweet smile, such a soft voice. What a cute little girl. Her smile completely charmed the principal. The principal took the paper and started grading it. He thought to himself that he had deliberately increased the difficulty of the questions this time. If she got them all wrong, he would have to comfort Ruan later. The next second, the principal was holding the paper with a shocked expression. How could it be possible? She got them all right. Even Mr. Zhang beside him couldn't believe it. He quickly grabbed the test paper and started grading it himself. Sure enough, Ruan got a perfect score. The principal and Mr. Zhang immediately regarded Ruan as a genius. Recovering from his shock, the principal called Ruan out of the classroom alone. The exam room immediately erupted in chatter. Why was she taken away? Could it be that she did so badly? Ruan, tell me, when did you start learning math? It seems like when I just started walking, Grandpa started teaching me arithmetic. Anyone else? The principal immediately imagined the scene of Ruan studying and immediately complained. So your grandpa started the rat race early. Afterwards, he asked Ruan what reward she wanted for getting first place. Ruan unhesitatingly chose the white flute. The principal didn't even remember having such an item in his collection. Thinking of how cute Ruan was, he decided to just give it to her. Ruan then got the flute as she wished. Following the instructions in the Divine Stone Book, she used her fingertip to awaken the sealed soul. The next second, a wisp of blue smoke drifted out from the flute. The unknown musician knelt on the ground, thanking Ruan for helping him break free from the seal. Seeing this, Ruan comforted him, saying that he would definitely meet his wife again. Hearing this, the unknown musician was instantly filled with hope and immediately offered to serve Ruan as his ghost servant. Ruan smiled and refused, saying that she didn't need a ghost servant. She just liked the flute. Then she explained to the unknown musician that the flute was made of branch jade and could be used to control ghosts. She thought that Ruan understood the oak tree and could try using the cultivation method. Ruan immediately chanted the incantation towards the flute and successfully activated it. At this moment, Taozi and Tianyuan were rushing to find Ruan. Hearing the commotion, the unknown musician transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and flew into the flute. The next second, Taozi hugged Ruan from behind. She heard that Ruan had aced the math competition and guessed that she would come to the principal's office. Then Tianyuan took their hands. "Let's go home together." Just as they walked out the door, Ningxian, who had been waiting, saw them and immediately flew into a jealous rage. That brat dared to hold Ruan's hand. Ruan happily jumped into her brother's arms. Tianyuan felt a chill, feeling like someone was glaring at him fiercely. Then, Ruan held Ningxian's hand and said goodbye to them. Tianyuan, the sly one, grabbed Ruan's hand and reminded her not to forget to go to Dolphin Park tomorrow. Ningxian, burning with jealousy, thought to himself that he absolutely couldn't let Ruan be alone with that brat on tomorrow's field trip. The next day, as soon as Taozi got on the school bus, she spotted Ningxian. Strange, why is brother Ningxian on the elementary school bus? Before she could react, Tianyuan pushed her onto the bus from behind. Tianyuan, the chatterbox, greeted Ningxian after getting on the bus and asked him why he was on the elementary school bus. Ningxian snorted coldly. "It's Ruan's first time out. I'm worried." Hearing this, Tianyuan leaned against the seat and complained that Ningxian wasn't cute. Ruan was cuter. Thinking of this, he handed Ruan a juice box. The next second, Ningxian interrupted him. "Drink this. Freshly squeezed orange juice is healthier." Ruan was instantly attracted to the cup in Ningxian's hand. "Kitty, Ruan wants to drink this." Then, Ningxian gave Tianyuan a smug look. The bus stopped in front of the park. Ruan tried to persuade her brother on the bus, why don't you go back to your class? But Ning Xian insisted on staying with her. Then the teacher organized everyone to play drop the handkerchief on the beach. Ning Xian was speechless. He then told Ruan to stay with everyone and not wander off. He needed to use the restroom. A few thugs in front of the restroom, however, had their eyes on Ruan on the beach. The girl waited for her brother at the entrance of the restroom, but was targeted by a few thugs. So cute, she must be a hot commodity. Faced with the thugs' threats and enticements, Ruan not only didn't panic at all, but pointed at the thugs and declared, "You'll all be in jail today. You'd better go to the police station and turn yourselves in." Seeing that Ruan wasn't falling for their tricks, the thugs dropped the act and immediately tried to take her away by force. At the critical moment, a wooden stick hit the leader of the thugs on the head. Seeing their leader attacked, the other thugs pulled out their knives and became alert. Ning Xian took the opportunity to run out of the restroom and shielded Ruan behind him. Seeing this, the thugs weren't angry, but rather delighted. Here comes another one. Although a bit older, he's really good looking. He'll definitely fetch a good price. Ning Xian didn't waste any words and took out his phone. It contained a recording of the thugs discussing child trafficking. He warned them that the police station was only a few hundred meters away. He thought this would make the thugs retreat. But not only were they not afraid, they were completely enraged by Ning Xian. They charged at him with their knives, wanting to take his life. "Little brat, you dare threaten us. We have to finish you off today." Backed into a corner, Ning Xian could only protect Ruan with his body. At the very last moment, Ruan pinched her fingers and chanted an incantation. The charging thugs were instantly bound by golden light. However, the leader of the thugs had already gotten close to them, just as his knife was about to strike. A golden light hit the thug's head. With a bang, the thug fell heavily to the ground, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. "You brat, what kind of sorcery did you use?" Before Ruan could speak, a group of police officers rushed in. Ning Xian asked Ruan worriedly, "Why did you come here alone?" Ruan thought her brother was angry and apologized with a pitiful look. "You were gone for too long, and I sensed you were in danger. But the teachers were all busy, so I came alone." Seeing Ruan's expression, Ning Xian couldn't bring himself to scold her. He could only warn her not to do that again. "I'll be worried about you." Hearing this, Ruan immediately cheered up and proudly told her brother not to worry. Ruan is very powerful and not afraid of bad guys. The next second, their conversation was interrupted by a handsome and capable man. "Xiao Xian, long time no see. You've grown taller. You look stronger too." Looking down at the adorable Ruan, he said, "This is the little sister you were talking about." Ning Xian said, "This is Ruan. This is Mom's brother. Call him Uncle." Ruan sweetly called him Uncle, which instantly melted the uncle's heart. He couldn't help but pinch Ruan's cheeks. "What a cute little dumpling. Say Uncle again." Little Ruan is so soft. "Let Uncle give you a hug." At this moment, Ning Xian, consumed by jealousy, glared at them resentfully. What's it like to have an overprotective older brother? Ruan was only hugged by her uncle, and Ning Xian was already seething with jealousy. What's your phone battery percentage right now? Type it in the comments section and see who you share the same fate with. A team member asked the captain with some confusion, "Do you know these two children?" Han Liming, holding Ruan in his arms, proudly declared that they were his niece and nephew. The team members immediately gave him a thumbs up. No wonder they were so fearless. Turns out they're related to Han Liming. We've been investigating this large human trafficking ring for so long. If it weren't for these two little ones, we still wouldn't have any evidence. Faced with his team members' flattery, Han Liming kicked him away. "Stop with the bootlicking. Hurry up and take these people back to the station so we can find clues about the other missing children." Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher was frantically searching for the two children. He was scared to death, but thankfully, they seemed unharmed. Chu Ruan proudly declared that they were not only fine, but it also helped her uncle catch the bad guys. Though she said it casually, the teacher was terrified. "Ruan, you can't wander off on your own like that next time. If anything happens, you must tell the teacher first." Still worried, the teacher decided to escort them home. They hadn't gone far when Han Liming called out to Ning Xian from behind. "Tell your mom, I'm going back to see your grandparents tonight. Have her bring you two along. I'm afraid Grandpa will kill me if you're not there." Confused, Chu Ruan asked, "Brother, why would Grandpa kill Uncle? It turned out that Han Liming had caused a rift with his family when he insisted on joining the military academy. He then went to the border in a fit of pique and stayed there for 3 years without any contact. His parents were furious about it. He's in for it tonight, Ning Xian said, closing his eyes and silently praying for his uncle. Chu Wanwan also thought to herself that she could only hope her uncle wouldn't have his legs broken by her grandfather. The scene then shifted to the Han family villa. Grandma was dotingly lifting Chu Wanwan up. Our Wanwan is so adorable. Grandpa and Grandma finally get to see you. Han Lixue then took Chu Wanwan and told her parents that her older brother was coming home. Hearing this, both the grandfather and grandmother remained silent with grim expressions, clearly still angry with their son. Why bring up that ungrateful wretch? Grandpa angrily slammed his cane on the floor. This house doesn't welcome him. He can get out. Seeing this, Chu Wanwan quickly tried to placate her grandparents. Before she could finish, Han Liming walked in. The son, who had been missing for 3 years, had barely stepped inside when his father, in a fit of rage, threatened to kill him. Ultimately, he couldn't bring himself to do it and only lightly tapped his son on the head. Then he angrily turned his head away. Han Liming put on a fawning smile and asked his mother when dinner would be ready, saying he was starving. His mother tearfully retorted, "The food here isn't as good as the food out there." Filled with guilt, Han Liming choked back tears and promised his parents he would never leave again. However, his heartbroken parents still ignored him. Thankfully, Chu Wanwan came to the rescue. "Let's go eat." At the dinner table, Han Liming not only apologized to his father, but also revealed the reason he left home 3 years ago. It turned out he hadn't joined the military for his own dreams, but for his girlfriend, Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei had been kidnapped by a criminal organization because of him. 3 years ago, he finally got a lead on her whereabouts and rushed to the border alone. However, he only found a bag that belonged to her. Hearing this, Grandpa looked at his son with heartache. With the misunderstanding cleared, his resentment vanished. He comforted his son, telling him to let the past be. Chu Wanwan then took the opportunity to read her uncle's fortune. His marriage line was not only unstable, but also had a crack running through it. However, if he could overcome this hurdle, his married life would be happy. Because it was late after dinner, the family decided to stay the night. Han Lixue sat on the bed and seriously told Ning Xian that he couldn't keep sleeping in the same bed as Chu Wanwan. In a few years, when Wanwan is older, it won't be appropriate anymore. Hearing that they couldn't sleep together, Ning Xian anxiously asked why. Because Wanwan will grow up and get married, and you will have to marry and have children of your own. He clearly disagreed with his mother. Ning Xian wouldn't let anyone take Chu Wanwan away. Thinking this, he subconsciously tightened his embrace. The next morning, Ning Xian, who hated waking up early, was woken up with a grumpy face. No matter how reluctant he was, the sight of Chu Wanwan always melted his heart. They then held hands and went to the paddy field to catch crabs. However, Chu Wanwan, the little foodie, was stopped in her tracks by some grapes. Drool flowed down her chin. Just as Ning Xian was about to pick a bunch for her, they were stopped by the family's housekeeper, who was worried that pulling too hard would collapse the trellis and injure them. She then handed Chu Wanwan some grapes from her hand. The little foodie's eyes lit up. The housekeeper even picked some figs for Chu Wanwan from the tree. Chu Wanwan had never eaten a fig before. She eagerly took a bite. So delicious, so sweet. The sweetness of the fig instantly captivated her taste buds. Seeing how much Chu Wanwan enjoyed them, the kind housekeeper offered to pick more. Chu Wanwan noticed the housekeeper's full children's palace, indicating filial children. However, her marriage palace was dim. If she could leave her current marriage, she would be better off. She then told the housekeeper, "Heaven won't forsake kind people. Your good fortune is yet to come." As soon as she finished speaking, it started to rain. The housekeeper hurried the 2 children back inside. Looking at the rain, the kind housekeeper worried that the fruit this year would be ruined. Grandma reassured her, saying it didn't matter since the orchard wasn't for profit anyway. Suddenly, a boy covered in injuries appeared in the pouring rain. The housekeeper couldn't believe her son was in such a state. The boy tearfully explained that his father had tried to beat him to death. Grandma's face darkened with anger. "Little son, stop crying. We'll go with you." The boy's father was a good-for-nothing gambler, drinker, and abuser. But every time, his wife would forgive him. She had endured this for over 10 years. Today, she finally snapped and slapped him across the face, leaving him stunned. Grandma showed no mercy and ordered the bodyguards to throw the man out into the rain to sober him up. Enraged, the man tried to get up and retaliate. Seeing this, the children immediately stepped forward, shouting, "Don't hurt Mom." However, the heartless man had lost all humanity. He slapped his daughter across the face. "What good are you brats to me?" The daughter, holding her swollen cheek, retorted, "Besides gambling, drinking, and beating Mom, have you ever done anything decent? Hasn't Mom been the one raising us all these years?" Instead of feeling remorse, the man blamed his wife. "Your mother has been cheating on me all these years. Don't think I don't know. The person she has pinned at the top of her WeChat, Luo Lin, that's your real father." At this point, the housekeeper, son Auntie, was completely disillusioned with him. He had even been snooping through her phone. Grandma calmly asked Ding Chong, "Do you know what his name is?" Ding Chong replied nonchalantly, "How would I know the names of you rich people?" Ironically, Grandma's name was Luo Lin. It was clear that the person son Annie had pinned was Grandma. But Ding Chong still refused to believe it. Son Annie was utterly disappointed. She had been paying off all their debts all these years. Even Ding Chong's job was something she had shamelessly begged for him. After more than 10 years of marriage, she had been nothing but loyal to the Ding family. Yet, all she received in return was distrust and endless abuse. "Ding Chong, let's get a divorce. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. I'll take the children. The rest is yours." Furious, Ding Chong immediately agreed to the divorce. He had long wanted to sell the house and gamble the money away. "Just you wait and see when I get rich. You'll all be crying then." Chu Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. With a serious expression, she told Ding Chong, "You're destined to be poor for the rest of your life. You brat, if you spout any more nonsense, I'll break every bone in your body." In the next second, Ning Xian protectively stood in front of Chu Wanwan, a cold glint in his eyes. Ding Chong, intimidated by Ning Xian's glare, involuntarily took a step back. At this moment, Aunt's son, finished packing, called him to get the marriage certificate. The scene changes. The two successfully exchanged their marriage certificate for a divorce certificate. Aunt's son laughed happily, finally completely free of that loser. The boys were also exceptionally happy. They wouldn't have to deal with their deadbeat dad anymore. Seeing this, Ding Chong spat behind them, "The house is mine. Get out, all of you, putting on this loving mother and filial son act for me. You'll be sleeping on the streets tonight." Aunt's son sneered, "The one who should be getting out is you." Realizing he'd been tricked, Ding Chong kicked Aunt's son to the ground. Little did he know, the house and car were borrowed from old Mrs. Han. Aunt's son pulled a bank card from her bag and slapped it across Ding Chong's face. Their joint assets amounted to this, a practically empty card, nearly drained by Ding Chong's gambling. Enraged, Ding Chong grabbed a stool, intending to take Aunt's son down with him. At the critical moment, a yellow gas appeared. Not only was he tripped, but the stool also landed on his own head. It was truly self-inflicted. Then, in front of everyone, he started slapping himself. After a full 99,108 slaps, Ding Chong was completely dazed, screaming in terror for help. No one pitied this scum. At this time, Grandma walked over and gave the house and car to Aunt Sunday. She also advised her to live a good life from now on. However, Chu Wanwan, sensing something unusual, stared curiously at the yellow gas. She followed the yellow gas. It led to a room where a portrait of Wong Tai Sin was enshrined. Before Chu Wanwan could react, the yellow gas behind her gradually formed a human shape. Suddenly, a handsome man with yellow ears appeared. "Little girl, you can actually see me." Impressive. Chu Wanwan wasn't scared at all. Instead, she smiled and asked him, "Did you do that to Ding Chong just now?" Unexpectedly, a woman's act of kindness earned her the protection of Wong Tai Sin. Wong Tai Sin said, "Just leave a comment saying, 'May fortune come my way, and you'll have good luck in the days to come.'" Wong Tai Sin couldn't resist teaching the loser a lesson. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by Chu Wanwan, who had the gift of yin-yang vision. "I've long disliked that scumbag Ding Chong. If I wasn't restricted from interfering directly, I would have sent that bastard to hell long ago." Although she knew Wong Tai Sin meant well, Chu Wanwan was still puzzled. "Why did you help Aunt Sunday?" It turned out that years ago, when Wong Tai Sin was undergoing his tribulation, he was almost struck dead by lightning. Thanks to son Qing Xia passing by and taking him home to care for him, he was able to recover. Wong Tai Sin always repays kindness. All these years, when Ding Chong beat his wife, he was the one secretly protecting her. Suddenly, Ning Xian's voice came from outside the door. Aunt Sun heard Ning Xian's voice from outside. After Chu Wanwan said goodbye to Wang Tai-sin, he disappeared. Before leaving, Chu Wanwan told Aunt Sun that her life would get better and better. Hearing this, Aunt Sun affectionately patted her head. "I'll take your word for it, little miss." Just after leaving Aunt Sun's house, Grandma started coughing violently. Seeing this, Ning Xian was worried about Grandma's health. Grandma, afraid they would worry, lightly explained that she was fine. At this moment, a golden light entered Grandma's mouth. Chu Wanwan immediately recognized that Wang Tai-sin was healing Grandma. Sure enough, Wang Tai-sin was expressing his gratitude for Grandma's help towards Aunt Sun. Chu Wanwan smiled and thanked him. Ning Xian happened to notice. He affectionately rubbed Chu Wanwan's nose. Good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. Afterwards, they went to the rice paddy to continue catching crabs. "Brother, look." Chu Wanwan caught a big crab. Chu Wanwan is so amazing. Be careful not to get hurt. In a short while, the two of them had caught a whole bucket full. Seeing this, Grandma said they could go home and eat crabs. Little foodie Chu Wanwan was overjoyed. The scene changes. Chu Wanwan looked awkwardly at the crab-eating tools, unsure how to use them. In the next second, Chu Wanwan picked up the tools and started banging away shyly. Unexpectedly, the crab was completely unharmed. Seeing this, Caring older brother mode activated. He carefully picked out the crab roe for Chu Wanwan. He even used his own personal utensils to feed the little glutton. After just one bite, Chu Wanwan declared with satisfaction, "Delicious. Delicious. Brothers is the best." This scene stunned Grandma and Grandpa. Driven by curiosity, Grandma quietly asked her daughter, "Is Ning Xian's OCD cured?" Of course not. It's just that Ning Xian's OCD seems to be selective. It has no effect around Chu Wanwan. In front of the Ming family villa, Mr. Ning stood at the door with his luggage. It looked like he was leaving. Seeing Chu Wanwan return, Grandpa rushed over to hug her affectionately. Ning Xian's father, full of vinegar, complained to Grandpa they were only gone for a day. It's like they haven't seen each other for a year. Grandpa, holding Chu Wanwan, retorted at his son, "I'm leaving soon. Of course I have to see my little granddaughter properly." Chu Wanwan asked curiously, "Where are you going, Grandpa?" "Of course, I'm going back to my own home. I've been out by myself for so long this time. Your grandma must be unhappy." Hearing about Grandma, Chu Wanwan wanted to go with Grandpa to see her. Grandpa's expression turned serious. After a moment of silence, he said, "It's too far. Wait until Chu Wanwan's winter break." With that, Grandpa pulled his luggage and said goodbye to everyone. Chu Wanwan loudly said goodbye to Grandpa and promised to visit him during her break. Everyone suddenly noticed a flower-shaped birthmark behind Chu Wanwan's ear. Wow, Chu Wanwan's identity is definitely not that simple. Ever since Grandpa returned home, Chu Wanwan had been missing him. Fortunately, winter break arrived quickly. The whole family set off to their hometown. Because it was the 29th day of the lunar year, the road back home was jammed with cars. However, these little ones knew how to make the best of it. They were playing flying chess the whole time. But Chu Wanwan's luck was really bad today. She kept losing. She had also brought Dahe along today. Seeing his owner's low spirits, he rubbed his warm face against Chu Wanwan's leg. Mischievous Ning Feng immediately picked up a paintbrush and said, "Chu Wanwan has to accept the bet. Let me draw a little tiger." Just like that, a turtle appeared on Chu Wanwan's face. But paired with her cute appearance, it made her look adorably silly. "Trick me into having a daughter" series. He couldn't help but show off. "My drawing skills are amazing, right?" Little tyrant Ning Xian immediately disapproved. "That's ugly. Don't scribble on Chu Wanwan's face." At this time, thoughtful Tian Yuan hurriedly took out a towel to wipe it off for Chu Wanwan. But he unexpectedly discovered a flower-shaped birthmark behind Chu Wanwan's ear. Chu Wanwan didn't know how she got a birthmark. She thought it might have just suddenly appeared. At this moment, Dad suddenly opened the back door of the RV and came in. The traffic was really bad. It looked like they would be stuck for another hour. So Dad wanted to take a rest during this time. It was just right that Mom was watching from the driver's seat. "It's great to have a daughter." Chu Wanwan thoughtfully handed Dad a pillow. With a swoosh, her actions moved the old father to tears. Wanwan truly is Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket. The kids suddenly mentioned their third uncle, asking if they could get out of the car, since it was so boring. Of course they could. The next second, Ling Feng took Chu Wanwan out with with Da Hei following close behind. The two people and one dog made a harmonious picture. They quickly noticed what looked like a car accident up ahead. Sure enough, several cars had collided in a chain reaction. But then Chu Ruanruan noticed some Yin soldiers appearing. The two black and white impermanents turned and saw her. They immediately sensed she seemed like a Xiangshi. Perhaps she belonged to the shaman sect. Regardless of her sect, they needed to collect these souls quickly to avoid getting scolded for missing any. Ning Xian noticed Chu Ruanruan's unusual behavior. Stroking her head, he asked what was wrong. Many people have died, she said. The Yin soldiers are collecting their souls. Her brother understood her sadness. But life and death are predetermined. It's something no one can change. But the next second, a chilling aura descended. Chu Ruanruan had never felt such a terrifying coldness. She had encountered a ghost general who devoured souls, and her unique constitution made her a highly desirable target. Chu Ruanruan was terrified. Just as people vary in strength, so do ghosts. Newly deceased, wandering souls are the lowest-ranking ghosts. Above them are vengeful ghosts, fierce ghosts, ghost generals, and ghost kings. This one was second only to a ghost king. Even the black and white impermanents, who hook souls, trembled before him. The black and white impermanents placed their only hope in Chu Ruanruan, begging her to save them from being devoured by the ghost general. The ghost general noticed Chu Ruanruan could see him and scoffed inwardly. Such a small Jiangshi. Even if she wanted to help, she was powerless. The ghost general was a being even Yama feared. She would only be throwing her life away. The next second, the ghost general stood before Chu Ruanruan, making her hair stand on end. He touched her face and instantly recognized her unique Yin constitution and innate Yin-yang eyes. Interesting little girl, he mused, seeing his master in distress. Da Hei barked fiercely at the ghost general. Black-robed monster, let go of Ruanruan. The ghost general glared at Da Hei, but the dog remained undeterred, protecting his master. The ghost general's eyes were more terrifying than any Chu Ruanruan had ever seen. Ning Xian, sensing her distress, asked what was wrong. He called her name several times, but she didn't respond. The ghost general had realized Ning Xian possessed a pure Yang constitution. How interesting. He felt incredibly lucky to encounter both a pure Yin and a pure Yang constitution in one day. Chu Ruanruan, hearing his words, shielded her brother despite her fear. Don't hurt my brother, she cried. The ghost general leaned in and whispered, little girl, I will return for you. With that, he vanished. Chu Ruanruan breathed a sigh of relief, but remained silent when her brother asked what had happened. Suddenly, the spirit lamp in her bag vibrated. It was Uncle Yama. Ruanruan, light the spirit lamp tonight. We have something to discuss. Finally, night arrived. Her father drove them back to their hometown from the highway. Grandpa, having missed his granddaughter terribly, wanted to shower her with affection. My precious Ruanruan, Grandpa missed you so much. But he immediately noticed her pale face. Are you tired from the journey? Chu Ruanruan nodded, and Grandpa carried her to her room to rest. The scene shifted to Ning Xian, clearly worried about his sister. He knew something had happened, even though she hadn't said anything. Late at night, as Chu Ruanruan slept soundly, a beam of light emanated from the spirit lamp. Uncle Yama appeared, his face etched with concern. Ruanruan, that ghost general didn't hurt you, did he? No, she replied. But Uncle Yama, who is that ghost general? He seems so powerful. That black-robed ghost general was sealed in wildfire for centuries. He recently escaped somehow. Yama had tried to recapture him, but the ghost general, even after taking a hit, managed to flee. Yama rubbed his temples in frustration. He's been devouring souls in the human realm to heal his injuries. I can't believe he targeted you. A pure Yin constitution. Chu Ruanruan was confused. But I'm not a ghost. Devouring me wouldn't be useful. Silly girl. A pure Yin constitution is incredibly nourishing for him. He didn't devour you today for two reasons. First, you're still young. He's likely waiting for you to grow older. Second, devouring you now would force him into a deep slumber to absorb your Yin energy, allowing me to capture him. Uncle Yama urged her to be extremely cautious and avoid confronting the ghost general directly. He had matters to attend to in the underworld and couldn't stay longer. The next day, Chu Ruanruan woke up to the sound of New Year's firecrackers, still groggy from sleep. As she opened the door, a snowball smacked her right in the forehead. Everyone panicked. Ning Xian's green tea little sister made her appearance. Despite her cute looks, she immediately started vying for attention with Chu Wanwan. They were having a snowball fight, but Chu Wanwan, still half asleep, was caught off guard. But Chu Wanwan was no ordinary child. She swatted the snowball back with such force that it hit the other girl directly in the forehead. Ling Feng burst into tears. "Sister, you're so mean," she whimpered. Ning Ji chimed in. "It's your own fault for having bad aim. Don't blame Wanwan." While Ning Feng and Ning Ji argued, their eldest brother, Ning Yu, offered Chu Wanwan a snowball. "Sister, you try." The mischievous Ning Ji shouted. "Sister, throw the snowball at whoever you like best." Ning Yu started to object to this manipulation, but the quick-witted Chu Wanwan, with a mischievous grin, shouted, "Brother, catch." The proud Ning Xian immediately felt a pang of jealousy. "Am I not Wanwan's favorite?" Ning Yu told Smokedy. "Say, she definitely likes me best." But with a whoosh, the snowball flew straight towards Ning Xian. Ning Yu was speechless. "I guess I'm not worthy after all." Clearly, Chu Wanwan's favorite was her prickly older brother. Ning Feng laughed at Ning Xian's disheveled state. "Little four, you can be so clumsy sometimes." Ning Xian, ever the little tyrant, glared at them, silencing them instantly. Chu Wanwan rushed to her brother's side, brushing off the snow. "Brother, did I throw it too hard?" "No," he replied, secretly pleased. This further proved she liked him best. But their sweet moment was interrupted by a little girl with pink hair. "Brother Ning Xian, you're back." She ran excitedly towards Ning Xian, only to be met with empty air. He coldly told her, "I'm not your brother. Don't call me that." The pink-haired girl's face crumpled. "But Mommy said I should call everyone older than me brother." Her voice dripped with fake innocence. Ignoring the pink-haired girl, Ning Xian took Chu Wanwan's hand and walked away. The girl, now furious, turned her anger on Chu Wanwan. "You're Chu Wanwan," she accused. She then declared, "Mommy said you're not really part of the Ning family, so you can't cling to brother Ning Xian." This pink-haired girl was asking for trouble. Chu Wanwan was Ning Xian's favorite person. It seemed this new green tea girl wasn't just simply disliking Chu Wanwan, who knew he could harbor such malicious intentions at such a young age. He even wanted Chu Wanwan to disappear. He continued to disrupt the pleasant atmosphere, rudely pointing at Chu Wanwan and saying, "You're not their real child." Chu Wanwan froze, unsure what to do. Just then, the green tea girl's mother rushed over to stop her daughter. "Xingya, don't talk nonsense." Looking up, she saw Grandpa Ning's displeased expression and quickly apologized with a fawning smile. "Children just say silly things, Uncle Ning. Don't take it to heart." But Grandpa Ning adored Chu Wanwan. How could he tolerate someone insulting his only precious granddaughter? He sternly declared, "Wanwan is a Ning family child. Regardless of her surname, she is my, Ning Changhua's, granddaughter. I won't tolerate such nonsense." Hearing Grandpa Ning's harsh words, Xingya's mother quickly bowed in apology, nudging Xingya's head, urging her to apologize to Chu Wanwan to avoid further conflict. Xingya, annoyed by her mother's push, remained defiant, convinced she was right. "I'm not wrong. Why should I apologize?" "I won't." Grandpa Ning's face darkened. He was on the verge of losing his temper in front of the children. Xingya's mother panicked, thinking, "Our family's business depends on them. We can't offend them." She grabbed Xingya's hand, forcing her to look at her, and yelled, "Are you going to disobey me? I told you to apologize." But children can be stubborn. The more you tell them to do something, the more they resist. Xingya's attitude worsened. Pointing at Chu Wanwan, she shouted, "She's adopted. A stray. I'm not wrong." Fearing Xingya would say something even worse, her mother slapped her across the face to silence her. Unable to bear the humiliation, Xingya wrenched her hand free and stormed out. Her mother could only offer Grandpa Ning an embarrassed, apologetic smile. Grandpa Ning, not wanting to escalate the situation, told her to go after her child. After they left, he noticed Chu Wanwan's downcast expression and softened. He said gently, "Wanwan, come to Grandpa." Stroking her head, he comforted her. "Wanwan, be good. That Xingya is just jealous of you. That's why she said those things." Chu Wanwan felt wronged, having been called a stray, but she remained strong, holding back her tears. Seeing Chu Wanwan's expression, Grandpa Ning's heart ached. He continued to comfort her. "Whether we're related by blood or not, you're our precious child, understand." Ning Yue, who had overheard the commotion, also chimed in, No matter what anyone says, Ruan is my daughter. Her brothers agreed, stating they only had one sister and wouldn't pay attention to Xingya. Ningxian ruffled Chu Ruan's hair. Cheer up, I won't let her come to our house again. Comforted by her family, Chu Ruan felt much better. But Xingya, who had run off, was hiding nearby, watching the heartwarming scene. Rubbing her stinging cheek, she thought viciously, if only Chu Ruan wasn't here. It seemed she was planning something sinister. Initially, it seemed like Xingya's threats were just empty words. Who knew she was truly that malicious, actually wanting to harm Chu Ruan? The sunny day after the snowfall seemed perfect for building snowmen. Chu Ruan was diligently building snowmen in front of the house. The two snowmen looked remarkably like Ningxian and herself. Chu Ruan was pleased with her creations. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Chu Ruan. Hearing her name, Chu Ruan stopped and turned around. Xingya was waving from the fence. Zhu Zuan, come here. Seeing the urgency in Xingya's manner, Chu Ruan politely walked over. She looked at Xingya quizzically. What do you want? Xingya said mysteriously. Last year, Ningxian gave me an ice sculpture. It's beautiful. Do you want to see it? Chu Ruan remained silent, knowing Xingya was lying. As always, she was clever. But with nothing else to do, she decided to see what Xingya was up to. Feigning curiosity, she asked, I want to see it. Where is it? Seeing Chu Ruan take the bait, Xingya continued, come with me, and you'll see. She thought, so easy to fool. My plan is about to succeed. Just you wait. Chu Ruan followed Xingya. Along the way, the clever Chu Ruan, fearing something bad might happen, discreetly pulled a small paper doll from her pocket. A golden light enveloped the doll. She was casting a spell. Go to my brother when he wakes up from his nap and tell him to come find me. The obedient paper doll floated away. Soon, Xingya led Chu Ruan to a deserted area. Suddenly, she stopped and turned to Chu Ruan with a sinister grin. Haha, Chu Ruan, you've been tricked. There's no ice sculpture. Chu Ruan, anticipating Xingya's true motive, asked, then why did you bring me here? Xingya's smile vanished. Scowling, she said, you got me slapped by my mother. I'm going to scar your face so they won't like you anymore. She clapped her hands. 3 young thugs emerged from behind the trees. They looked young, but each held a knife. This was serious. Xingya, seeing they were ready, ordered, grab her. The usual 500 yuan each. This suggested she had done this before to others she disliked. A chubby boy grinned menacingly at Chu Ruan. Come here, little girl. Chu Ruan simply scoffed and sidestepped, causing the boy to stumble and fall face first into the snow. The other 2 thugs lunged at Chu Ruan. Just as they closed in, she threw 2 snowballs with surprising speed, hitting them squarely in the forehead. They collided with each other. The chubby boy scrambled to his feet and grabbed Chu Ruan's leg. Just as he was about to call for his companions, he suddenly felt himself lifted into the air. Chu Ruan had flipped him over his shoulder. He landed with a thud and lost consciousness. Chu Ruan smirked at Xingya. Do you have any other helpers? Bring them all out. Seeing her plan fail, Xingya seethed, her fists clenched, trembling. It looked like she was about to attack Chu Ruan herself. Seeing their daughter being assaulted, Chu Ruan's parents didn't hesitate to call the police. Such decisive parenting. But Chu Ruan was no damsel in distress. Anyone who tried to bully her would regret it. With a single throw, she had taken down her attackers. Just as she was getting started, she heard a familiar voice. It was her brother, Ningxian. Ruan, where are you? Hearing her brother's call, she turned and waved, shouting, brother, I'm here. Fearing her scheme would be exposed, Xingya turned and ran. Everyone rushed towards Chu Ruan. She then realized it wasn't just Ningxian. Her father and eldest brother were also there. Seeing Ningxian's worried expression, she shook her head. I'm Fine. She pointed at the 3 thugs on the ground. They're the ones who were in trouble. Ning Yue, sensing something was amiss, asked Chu Ruan what had happened. Chu Ruan explained, Xingya tricked me into coming here. She wanted them to cut my face, but they couldn't beat me. She proudly raised her small fist, looking adorable. Everyone was astonished. Ningyu, looking at the thugs, pointed out something to Ningyue. Third uncle, those are kids from the neighborhood. I often see them following Xingya around. After confirming what happened, Ningyue, thinking about how Xingya could be so vicious at such a young age and even target his precious Ruan, was furious. He punched the tree beside him as if that would make him feel better. Angrily, he said to Ningxian, call the police. They must pay the price. It seems Ning Yue is truly protective of his daughter. The scene changes. After Xingya ran home, she was furious because she hadn't taught Ruan a lesson and almost exposed her plan. She slammed the door hard when she entered her room. Hearing the loud noise, Mrs. Yao scolded her, Xingya. How many times have I told you not to slam the door? It's rude. It seems this girl has a really bad temper. Shortly after scolding Xingya, the doorbell rang. Seeing her husband still sitting on the sofa unmoved, Mrs. Yao complained, "Can't you go open the door?" She walked to the entrance, opening the door while asking, "Who is it?" The moment the door opened, she was startled. It was Ning Yue and his wife, with police officers behind them. Mrs. Ning went straight to the point, asking, "Is Xingya home?" This question stunned Mrs. Yao. She didn't understand why they were looking for Xingya. Seeing this, the police stepped forward and explained, "We are from the Longyang Town Police Station. We're here regarding the case of Yao Xingya intentionally harming Chu Ruan. We hope you'll cooperate with the investigation." It was clear that Mrs. Yao didn't seem to know her daughter very well. Or, more likely, she wanted to protect her. So, she kept trying to cover something up. "What's going on, Mrs. Ning? Little fights between children are normal. Why call the police?" Mr. Yao, who was watching TV on the sofa, also came over after hearing the commotion. Mrs. Ning slapped Mrs. Yao's hand away and angrily rebuked, "Your daughter paid 3 boys to scratch my Wanwan's face. You call that a little fight?" Mrs. Yao didn't know how to explain and could only say awkwardly, "How is that possible?" Behind her, Mr. Yao's face darkened. Understanding the situation, he turned and stormed upstairs, looking like he was going to tear Xingya a new one. There was no helping it. Who told her to provoke the wrong people? No matter how much Mrs. Yao favored Xingya, she couldn't withstand the pressure from the Ning family. Without the malicious Xingya, Ruan and her family's life returned to normal. Mr. Yao kicked open Xingya's door and yelled furiously, "You little brat. Get out here. My company is about to go public. I've been working towards this day for so long." Xingya, knowing she was in trouble, hid under the bed. Hearing this, she didn't dare go out. Going out would definitely mean a severe beating. So, she didn't dare move. Seeing Xingya ignoring him, Mr. Yao became even angrier. He dragged her out from under the bed. How could a child's strength compare to an adult's? Not only was Xingya dragged out, but her hand was also pulled red, making her cry loudly. Mr. Yao became even fiercer. "You have the nerve to offend the Ning family. I'm going to beat you to death today." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped Xingya repeatedly. After all, taking a company public is no easy task. Now, thanks to this spoiled brat, everything was ruined. Who wouldn't be angry? Hearing the cries, Mrs. Yao rushed upstairs and witnessed this scene. She yelled, "Stop it!" Then, she shielded Xingya in her arms and glared at her husband, saying, "Xingya is your daughter. How can you hit her?" Seeing Mrs. Yao still so delusional, Mr. Yao was speechless. He pointed at her and said, "She's spoiled rotten by you. She's lawless and will end up in jail sooner or later. Hand her over to the police now. I'll try to appease the Ning family." Xingya glared at her father, seeing he showed her no mercy, but it was all in vain. In the end, she was taken away in a police car. Standing at the door, Ruan saw the resentful look in Xingya's eyes from the police car and asked Ning Xian, puzzled, "Brother, why does Yao Xingya hate me so much?" Ning Xian told her it was because of jealousy. Before Ruan came to their family, Xingya often visited their grandfather. Grandfather was very good to her. But after Ruan arrived, Grandfather had to divide his attention. This made Xingya feel that Ruan had stolen the affection that belonged to her. Ruan finally understood. So that's why. Ning Xian looked at Ruan thoughtfully and said, "I hope she realizes her mistake this time. And I need to do a better job of protecting you, Ruan. This kind of thing can't happen again." The matter finally came to an end. On New Year's Eve, vibrant fireworks filled the sky like blooming flowers. Ruan loved this lively day. She grabbed a sparkler and ran into the snow. Ning Xian followed behind her, reminding her to slow down. But as soon as he finished speaking, Ruan stepped into a deep patch of snow and fell face first into it. This frightened Ning Xian. He quickly pulled Ruan out of the snow and anxiously asked, "Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself anywhere?" Ruan shook her head, then giggled at Ning Xian. Seeing Ruan's silly look, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ruan pouted and said, "Bad brother, don't laugh at me." Mrs. Ning opened the door with a smile and called the 2 children outside to come in for New Year's Eve dinner. Ruan pulled her brother's hand and ran inside. Ning Xian followed. The family spent New Year's Eve warmly together. Could Wanwan's identity be more than meets the eye? In a dream, she dreamt she had become a peach tree. Coupled with the peach blossom birthmark behind her ear, could she be the reincarnation of a peach blossom fairy? On New Year's Eve, everyone was waiting for the New Year countdown. Wanwan also wanted to stay up with everyone, but the sleepyhead started yawning continuously by 10 p.m., tears almost falling from her eyes. Seeing her like this, Mrs. Ning couldn't bear to let Wanwan stay up any longer. She told Ning Xian, take Wanwan to bed. She doesn't need to wait for the countdown. Hearing his mother's words, Ning Xian carried the adorable Wanwan to her bedroom. Before entering the room, Wanwan sleepily said good night to her mother. Back in the room, Ning Xian fell asleep with Wanwan. In her dream, Wanwan heard someone calling Chu Wanwan. Who was Chu Wanwan? Who was calling her? She squinted her eyes slightly and asked, Who's talking? Then she heard a terrifying roar. This startled her awake. Looking closely, it was the black-robed ghost. This made her even more uneasy. She instinctively leaned back, fearfully saying to the ghost, "No, don't come near me." The black-robed ghost chuckled, seeing her so afraid. "Don't worry, I won't eat you." But Wanwan didn't believe him. After all, he looked ferocious. Seeing him getting closer, Wanwan kept inching backward. To figure out the black-robed ghost's purpose, she cautiously asked, "This is my dream. Why are you here?" The black-robed ghost replied, "I just want to confirm something." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out his claw towards Wanwan. His fingertip gently touched Wanwan's forehead. Then, a beam of purple light enveloped her body. This made Wanwan extremely uncomfortable. The purple light bound her like a rope. Then, she felt like she was falling into an icy abyss, shivering uncontrollably. She used her last bit of strength to say, Let go of me." Suddenly, Wanwan floated in the air. Her body transformed into a peach tree, growing rapidly. In an instant, she had grown into a large peach tree at an alarming speed. Seeing this, the black-robed ghost became excited. "It really is you. Ha, I finally found you." Why was he looking for Wanwan? And what was Wanwan's true identity? At this moment, Wanwan was enveloped by the tree, feeling suffocated. She wanted to cry for help, but she was powerless. Suddenly, someone called her name again. She was startled awake. It was Ning Xian. He had felt her body's coldness and was worried she was unwell. But Wanwan was still immersed in her dream and hadn't fully come to her senses. She looked at her brother with a troubled expression. After a while, she finally spoke. "Brother, I had a nightmare. I dreamt I turned into a peach tree." Unfortunately, Ning Xian didn't understand much. He didn't know this dream was related to a ghost, and Wanwan really might turn into a peach tree someday. He patted Wanwan's head, comforting her that it was just a dream. It's okay. Big brother is here with you." He then held Wanwan in his arms, gently patting her back. Feeling her brother's warmth, Wanwan's mood improved considerably. But the peach-shaped birthmark behind her ear deepened. It seemed that the dream she just had was definitely not simple. The black-robed ghost must know something. Strange things kept happening, as if Wanwan's nightmare was a prelude. And the things that are about to happen seem to be related to ghosts. After New Year's Eve, everyone went fishing excitedly together. Ning Xian finally got a little sister experience card and could accompany Wanwan fishing. After all, he was the eldest brother and much more experienced than the other three. He considerately smiled at Wanwan. "Little sister, you sit in the back. I'll block the wind for you, so you stay warm." Wanwan sweetly thanked him. This one word, brother, completely charmed Ning Xian. However, they waited a long time, and the fishing rod remained still. Wanwan looked at the calm water and couldn't help but ask curiously, resting her chin in her hand, "Brother, hasn't the fish taken the bait yet?" Seeing her so anxious, Ning Xian told her the real trick to fishing. "Don't worry, the most important thing about fishing is patience." As soon as he finished speaking, the hook started bobbing up and down. Small splashes rippled across the water surface. Ning Xian quickly stood up to reel in the line, but found it a bit difficult. He was very excited. "Hey, this fish is quite big." He pulled hard, and with a splash, what he pulled up wasn't a fish. It was a garbage bag. He sighed in exasperation. After fishing for so long, it's not even a fish. It seems that fishing not only requires patience, but also luck. Everyone saw the garbage bag and crowded around. Ning Xian said in confusion, What's in this plastic bag? It's so heavy. Ning Yue crouched down, looking at the garbage bag thoughtfully. It looks like a ball. As the eldest brother, Ning Xian wanted to solve everyone's doubts. Well, actually, he was quite curious himself. So he went straight forward and opened the garbage bag. But as soon as he opened a corner of the plastic bag, he was so frightened that he stumbled back several steps, his face filled with horror. A human head rolled out of the bag. Everyone realized something was wrong and immediately called the police. They also notified their families. Soon, the police and the Ning family arrived at the scene. The police cordoned off the area. Unexpectedly, it was Han Liming who responded to the call. Seeing her brother, Ning Xian's mother was very surprised. "Brother, why are you here?" Hearing her voice, he turned and explained to his sister. It turned out he was originally here tracking the leader of a criminal gang. He happened to receive the call about the incident, so he came to take a look. He didn't know what he'd find, but he was shocked. It turned out the deceased was the suspect they were looking for. Wan, standing nearby, noticed a swirling, intense energy around the area. She realized something was wrong, so she took a bag of powder from her bag and handed it to Han Liming. "Uncle, after you retrieve the body, sprinkle this around the fish pond." He took the powder from Wan, curious. "What is this?" Wan told him, "It's peachwood ash and cinnabar to ward off ghosts." Hearing that it was for protection against ghosts, everyone froze. They didn't expect even a child to believe in ghosts and spirits. But Ning Xian's mother told him to listen to Wan. "Just sprinkle it, Wan." This stunned him even more. It was one thing for a child to believe, but he didn't expect his sister to believe in this too. He didn't know what the Ning family had experienced, so naturally, he was confused. But before Ning Xian's mother could explain, his colleagues called him away. He hurriedly put the powder away. Then he hastily said goodbye to them. "I have to go. You'll go home first." But Wan was still uneasy. It seemed this ghost had a very strong resentment. She had to remind her uncle again before he left. Please be careful. She hoped nothing would happen. Even though Wan had already warned her uncle and even given him peachwood ash and cinnabar to ward off ghosts, he was still surrounded by ghostly energy. Why was this? As soon as they got home, Ning Changbua pulled Wan to his side, stroking her head with concern. Wan, were you scared today?" But Wan didn't speak. She just looked in Ning Yu's direction, a little worried. "I'm fine, grandpa. I wasn't scared. But big brother, his face is very pale." Ning Changbua followed her gaze and saw Ning Yu looking pale, clutching a trash can. Seeing his miserable state, Ning Changbua couldn't bear to look straight at him. He rolled his eyes in disdain. "As a man of the Ning family, how can you be like this? A grown man, and you're less brave than Wan. How embarrassing." Ning Yu struggled to lift his head and explain to his grandfather. "Grandpa, I'm not scared. I'm just nauseous." It was true. A human head soaked in water for so long would definitely be in a terrible state, probably emitting a foul odor. Besides, he was the first person to see it up close. Who wouldn't be disgusted? And he was still just a child. To make Ning Yu feel better, Wan specially made him a cup of honey water. "Brother, drink some honey water to feel better." Seeing his little sister so thoughtful, Ning Yu was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. His little sister understood him, unlike his grandfather, who didn't understand anything and only mocked him. But the next second, he saw the pale yellow honey water and couldn't help but think of the scene he saw at the fish pond during the day. Then he thought of the murky water on the head. Now he felt even more nauseous. With a heave, he grabbed the trash can and vomited again. After a while, Ning Xian's mother brought a plate of washed apples and placed them on the table. Thinking of Han Liming having to work on New Year's Eve and not being able to rest properly, Ning Changbua had her prepare the guest room. Han Liming could stay there. It was getting dark. Because of this sudden incident, the residents didn't dare to go out. New Year's Day should have been bustling, but now the neighborhood was eerily quiet. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ning Xian's mother stopped her needlework. She knew it might be her brother, but when she opened the door, she saw her brother carrying someone on his back, accompanied by a long-haired man with an extraordinary aura. She asked her brother worriedly, "Brother, what happened?" Han Liming explained as he carried the person into the house. The ice collapsed, and this young man accidentally fell in. Although it wasn't her brother who was injured, Ning Xian's mother was still frightened and asked if they needed to call a doctor. But Han Liming confidently said, "No need. He just cut his leg. This is Zhuiqi from our team. He bandaged it for him." After he finished speaking, Zhuiqi turned and nodded politely to Ning Xian's mother. Seeing that they weren't seriously injured, she just gave them a few words of advice. The room is ready. Go take a shower and change your clothes. It's winter in Longyang Town. Be careful not to catch a cold after being in the water. Ruan and Ning Xian watched from upstairs. Suddenly, Ruan stopped. Ning Xian noticed something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong, Ruan?" Her uncle and the others were surrounded by ghostly energy, but she had already given them the things to ward off ghosts. Why was there still energy? To find out the truth, she and Ning Xian made an excuse to get juice. This way, they could go downstairs naturally and see what was happening. Ning Xian, of course, understood his sister's intentions, so they started to move. Ruan, who wasn't afraid of ghosts, was actually afraid of ginger. Her mother said she would make her ginger milk curd. Ruan's face changed when she heard that. "Are you afraid of eating ginger?" Just now, after Ning Xian learned that his sister wanted juice, he immediately took her hand and led her downstairs, looking at her dotingly. "Big brother will take you to the kitchen to get some." But Ruan seemed a little off. She kept looking around on the stairs, her little head moving like a rattle drum. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on the guest room, the room where her uncle and the others were staying. Sure enough, she wasn't mistaken. There was a strong energy coming from the guest room. As soon as they reached the kitchen, Ning Xian saw his mother busy at work. He was a little puzzled as to why his mother was in the kitchen. It turned out she was making ginger tea for Han Liming and the others to help them ward off the cold. Then she asked Ning Xian and Ruan, "Why aren't you two asleep so late?" Ning Xian explained that he was taking Ruan to get juice. Hearing that Ruan wanted juice, Ning Xian's mother immediately beamed. "Ruan, how about mommy makes you some ginger milk curd?" But upon hearing the word ginger, Ruan's face paled. She was on the verge of tears. "Mommy, Ruan doesn't like ginger. It has a strange taste." Seeing Ruan's little face scrunched up, Ning Xian's mother couldn't say anything more. She could only persuade Ruan to drink something else. "Okay, then how about some milk? Juice is too cold." After all, drinking something icy at night was bad for the stomach. Seeing Ruan obediently agree, "They'll make your mom very happy too." Then she looked at them again. "I'm going to take some ginger tea to your uncle. Remember to brush your teeth and go to bed after you finish your milk." But Ruan, holding her milk, followed her mother. Her little pitter-patter footsteps were extremely cute. Ning Xian saw his sister running in that direction and followed her. This puzzled their mother. "Why are you two following me?" Ruan sincerely told her mother, "We want to see Uncle." Ning Xian was a little speechless at this answer, inwardly complaining. So Ruan just wanted to see Uncle. So the two of them followed their mother into the guest room. As soon as they entered the room, Ruan beat her mother to the punch, asking her uncle, "Did you sprinkle the peach with ash and cinnabar?" Han Liming froze, only then remembering the things Ruan had given him. He patted his pockets and stammered an explanation to Ruan. I just went into the water to save someone. I think I accidentally dropped it in the water." Ruan knew her uncle hadn't taken her words seriously and sighed. Although her uncle didn't really believe in mystical arts, he still apologized sincerely. Ruan naturally wouldn't hold it against him. The priority now was to analyze that mass of energy. Then, looking thoughtfully at Xiaohe, she asked her uncle what happened. Why did this uncle fall into the water? Why does he only have 2 of his 3 souls left? However, Han Liming didn't know what had happened either. "I don't know. This guy suddenly ran towards the ice and fell in. I couldn't stop him even though I shouted." Zhuqi also spoke up. "It's strange. Xiaohe only inhaled a little water. Why is he still unconscious? Should we get him a doctor?" Hearing this, Han Liming asked their mother to find a doctor. It wouldn't be good if something serious happened. Ruan didn't speak. She just took a yellow talisman out of her bag and chanted, "3 souls forever bound, disperse the and restore the soul." As soon as she finished speaking, she pinned the talisman onto Xiaohe's forehead. This frightened Han Liming, who immediately tried to stop her. Ruan, what are you doing?" He was still worried. But if Ruan used the soul-retrieving technique, Xiaohe should be fine. He didn't expect Ruan to have encountered someone of the same path. This blue-haired man also understood the Xiangshu arts. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Initially, as a police officer, Han Liming couldn't stand to see Ruan's seemingly unorthodox actions and wanted to stop her. But their mother quickly pulled her brother back. Ning Xian also nodded in agreement. Seeing his sister starting to believe in these supernatural things, he didn't know what to do. How could everyone in his family change so much after he'd been away? Ning Xian was still okay. He was probably too young. But Li Shui was an adult, yet she was also acting strangely. Seeing this, he could only try to persuade his uncle, "Don't go over there. Superstition is nonsense." Ruan calmly removed the talisman and then lit some incense, explaining to her uncle unhurriedly, he's lost one of his 3 souls. He won't wake up if it can't be retrieved. But Han Liming couldn't understand these things. After all, he was highly educated. How could he believe in ghosts? He asked what 3 souls? What 1 soul? So Ruan handed him the talisman. Xiaohe's soul appeared on it. This frightened Han Liming so much that he stuttered, GG ghost. How? How is this possible? Seeing him so scared, Ningxian patted his shoulder and said, calm down, uncle. Don't act like you've never seen a ghost before. This made him even more speechless because he really hadn't seen a ghost before. Compared to Han Liming, Zhuiqi seemed much calmer. He suddenly asked Ruan with curiosity, Xiangshu arts. Are you a Xiangshu practitioner? Ruan was puzzled. How did this person know so much? Uncle, how did you know? Zhuiqi took out an ID from his pocket and formally introduced himself. I'm Zhuiqi, an investigator from the Special Investigations Unit. Han Liming was stunned that his friend had such an identity. His jaw dropped. Zhuiqi, what did you say? When did we have such an investigation unit? His eyes were full of disbelief. Zhuiqi just smiled. Captain Han, you've only been back a few days, haven't you? My identity is sensitive, so it wasn't convenient to reveal it. Then he crouched down and said to Ruan, since you know Xiangshu arts, you should be able to find his lost soul. Looking at everything in front of him, Han Liming felt like he was dreaming. He pinched himself. The stinging pain made him realize he wasn't dreaming. Ruan replied, if his soul hasn't been devoured or destroyed, I should be able to find it. Understanding the situation, Zhuiqi suddenly extended an invitation to Ruan. Time is of the essence. If you can, we can cooperate. I'll explain the situation to my superiors. She was naturally very willing. Since I've encountered this, it's my fate. I'll do my best. Zhuiqi took this literally and asked Ruan to go with him immediately. Seeing Ruan about to leave, Ningxian quickly grabbed her hand, asking somewhat emotionally, can you not go? Ruan looked back at him, her eyes full of reluctance. But she remembered what her grandfather had told her when she first learned Xiangshu arts. Ruan, you've only learned the basics, but you've already stepped into the world of Xiangshu. The Xiangshu school, defying heaven and peering into fate, will inevitably face repercussions. A Xiangshu practitioner must not avoid fate or tribulation. This is the rule. So no matter how reluctant she was, she had to leave them. She firmly pushed Ningxian's hand away and shook her head. Brother, I have to go. It's the rule. Suddenly noticing something a little ambiguous between her uncle and Zhuiqi, tell me, this isn't just my imagination. Ruan had already pushed Ningxian's hand away, determined to go with Zhuiqi. But Ningxian was also worried and didn't want his sister to go alone. He grabbed Ruan's hand again. I'll go with you. Ruan looked back at her brother with concern. Will you be in danger? But his gaze was firm, without a trace of fear. He told Ruan without hesitation, didn't you say I have a sheep constitution? Ghosts don't dare come near me. Seeing his insistence on accompanying Ruan, Zhuiqi rubbed his forehead and sighed. Let him come along. Maybe he can help. It must be said that Zhuiqi's words were prophetic. Ningxian really did help them solve a big problem soon after. Ruan held her brother's hand tightly. Let's go, brother. Let's go to the fish pond. Everyone went to the fish pond together. By this time, it was already very late. To find where Xiaohe's soul was, Ruan took a talisman paper out of her bag and began to cast a spell. Talisman paper, guide us to Xiaohe's lost soul. As soon as she finished speaking, a green light surrounded the talisman. In an instant, the beam of light condensed into the shape of Xiaohe. Watching all this, Han Liming fearfully hid behind Zhuiqi, trembling. Zhuiqi was amused by his actions. A police officer afraid of ghosts. He saw Han Liming's eyes squeeze shut in fear. Aren't you afraid? Zhuiqi had to pretend to be calm, scratching his face awkwardly. Oh, you must be used to seeing these kinds of things. I really shouldn't be afraid. Then Zhuiqi explained ghosts to him. Ghosts are just a kind of spiritual energy that exists in the human body. You also have 3 souls and 7 spirits. Thinking of it that way, aren't they less scary? However, Han Liming felt that it was still better to respect ghosts and spirits and keep a distance. He quietly said, let's just respect Confucius. Hearing his naive words, Zhuiqi burst out laughing. This was the first time Han Liming had seen him laugh like this. He poked Zhuiqi's face. Zhuiqi, so you can laugh. You should smile more. It'll keep you from getting old. Suddenly, these two seem a little ambiguous. What do you think? Zhuiqi was about to say something when he heard Ruan's voice. Uncle Xiaohe is back. The two were startled and stopped chatting. After all, business was more important. At this moment, Xiaohe's soul was right above the ice hole, but he was tightly bound by Yin energy and couldn't break free. Ruan was currently casting a spell, attempting to use her power to dispel the Yin energy, but it was clear she was struggling. She told Zhuoqi to quickly attack the ice hole. Receiving the order, he immediately struck the ice hole with his sickle. A surprising thing happened. The sickle didn't crack the ice. Instead, it bounced back. Seeing the sickle flying towards Ruan, Ningxian shielded her with his body. Fortunately, Zhuoqi reacted quickly and caught the sickle. Otherwise, Ningxian would have been injured. But this unusual phenomenon also puzzled Zhuoqi. This sickle had been specially enchanted by a Maoshan descendant. Why was it ineffective? They had to find another way. Ningxian suddenly remembered the protective charm Ruan had given him. He patted his pocket. Thankfully, he had brought it. He picked up a pebble from the ground and wrapped it in the charm. Then he tossed it into the ice hole. The water splashed. Hopefully, this method would work. Ruan was actually going to negotiate with ghosts. Although Uncle Xiaohe's soul was found, it was trapped by a group of shadowy spirits at the bottom of the fish pond. Just now, she saw her brother throw the pebble wrapped in the charm into the ice hole. Ruan immediately took out a charm. Chanting an incantation, the mass of shadowy energy suddenly disappeared. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she collected Uncle Xiaohe's soul into the charm. After securing the charm, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. However, this was all thanks to Ningxian's idea. Ruan smiled and praised her brother, making him blush. A flush crept up his cheeks. It seems even the little tyrant can be shy when praised. Zhuoqi was still studying why his sickle hadn't worked. Seeing that Ruan had resolved the issue, he asked her, Ruan, what was that thing in there? Why did my soul-reaping blade work on it? She carefully stepped forward and tapped the sickle. She quickly figured out the problem. It turned out that the inscription on the sickle had expired, so naturally, it wouldn't be effective against ghosts. Hearing Ruan's words, Zhuoqi carefully examined the sickle in his hand. Then he fell into thought. He finally remembered. It seemed someone had mentioned that the inscriptions had a time limit. Although Xiaohe's soul had been retrieved, his hun was still in the fish pond. Her uncle patted the distracted Zhuoqi. What do we do now? Xiaohe's hun is in there. Do we have to go into the water to get it? Seeing their anxiety, Ruan explained, no need to go in the water. Then she took out a small paper figure from her bag. But this wasn't an ordinary paper figure. This paper figure was coated in oil. In short, an oiled paper figure. Oil and water don't mix, so the oiled paper figure wouldn't be damaged in the water. Then she cast a spell to send it into the fish pond. She closed her eyes to connect with the paper figure. This way, she could see everything underwater. As the paper figure dove deeper, the light grew dimmer and the Yin energy grew stronger. Finally, it reached the bottom of the fish pond. The sight was truly terrifying. Many children's bodies were piled together, almost forming a mountain. They must have been victims of human traffickers. Ruan searched carefully. She finally spotted Uncle Xiaohe among a group of ghosts. He was huddled in a corner, looking very frightened. Hearing Ruan's voice, he looked towards the sound and asked, "Who's there?" Then he saw a group of ghosts pleading with Ruan, "Please, save us." Ruan nodded. The paper figure, sensing her response, nodded as well. Then she said, "I will save you. But Uncle Xiaohe is innocent. Will you please release him?" Seeing Ruan, Xiaohe felt a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, time was running out. She had to recall the paper figure first. As the paper figure surfaced, the hope in Xiaohe's heart faded. He had finally found someone to save him, but she left. As the paper figure was about to leave, the ghost shouted, "Save us first, and we'll release him." The paper figure left the fish pond. Ruan slowly opened her eyes. Everyone asked her how it went. Ruan explained what she had seen. There are many mutilated children's bodies buried at the bottom of the fish pond. Their resentful spirits are gathered there and won't disperse. Uncle Xiaohe's hun is being held by them. Upon hearing about the children's bodies, her uncle's face darkened. He clenched his fists and angrily punched a tree trunk. Damn it, I'll catch those child trafficking scum one day. He truly hated those criminals. Zhuoqi asked, "If we dig up the children's remains and bury them properly, will that save Xiaohe?" Ruan nodded. but the future is uncertain. Without his Hun, Xiaohe's body will decompose. By then, it will be too late. So she decided to negotiate with them first and get Xiaohe released. Wan was truly righteous. She was sure to save Xiaohe. The little tyrant, Ning Xian, was indeed a warm-hearted person. Noticing his sister's hands were red from the cold, he immediately took her hands and put them in his pockets. I could use a few more brothers like that. Continuing from before, everyone was wondering how a person could negotiate with ghosts. Wan was clever. Humans and ghosts couldn't communicate, but ghosts could talk to each other. She remembered Jean. She took out her jade flute from her bag and asked Jean, "Can you help me?" As soon as she finished speaking, a wisp of Yin energy emerged from the jade flute. Then Jean appeared. Another ghost, and a female ghost. Jean was unaware of his shock. She politely greeted them. Jean greets the two gentlemen. Her uncle couldn't help but exclaim, "This is an ancient female ghost." Wan smiled and explained, "Uncle, don't be afraid. Jean is my friend. She won't hurt you." Hearing Wan's explanation, Jean turned around and looked at him with confusion. Only then did she realize that her uncle's shock was because he had seen her. However, he tried to act tough, saying he wasn't afraid at all. But his hand was gripping Zhuiqi tightly. Zhuiqi said dryly, "Why don't you let go of me? You're crushing my arm." He pretended to calmly release his grip. All right, let's get down to business. Saving Xiaohe is more important. These two were becoming more and more shippable. So Wan briefly explained the situation to Jean. Jean flew towards the fish pond. Seeing her readily agree, Wan waved and thanked her. "Jean, thank you for your trouble." But for Jean, it was a small matter. A group of children spirits wouldn't be difficult to deal with. An hour later, Jean still hadn't returned. She probably needed more time to talk with the little ghosts. However, the people on the shore were freezing. It was already the dead of winter, and the temperature was very low late at night. Wan breathed into her hands to warm them. Ning Xian took her cold hands, looked at them, and then tucked them into his pockets. He wrapped his large hands around her small ones. Then he pulled Wan into his arms, afraid she would get cold again. That was so sweet. Her uncle, watching the little Ice King, couldn't help but sigh. Children grow up so fast. Even the cold Ning Xian had found someone he cared about. He then started breathing into his own hands to warm them, complaining about how cold Lonyang town was. Zhuiqi glanced at him and thoughtfully handed him a hand warmer. Han Liming was surprised. His eyes widened. He blurted out, "You actually carry hand warmers with you." Zhuiqi turned his head away, explaining, "I knew it would be cold here, so I brought some." He was clearly trying to hide something. He and her uncle would definitely be a good match. Hearing this, her uncle laughed heartily. "No wonder everyone on the team says you're a keeper. Such a thoughtful man." As they were talking and laughing, Jean suddenly flew out of the water. She handed Xiaohe's Hun to Wan. "His soul is very weak. I gave him some of my Yin energy. Get him back in his body quickly." After saying this, Jean returned to the jade flute. Wan quickly transferred Xiaohe's Hun to the charm. Clutching the charm tightly, she happily said to everyone, "Uncle Zhua, Uncle, let's go back." Her uncle, who had been worried all night, was eager to leave this spooky place. Hearing Wan's words, he immediately agreed. Okay, let's go." It had been quite the ordeal, but thankfully, they had finally retrieved Xiaohe's Hun, and they had gained a new potential couple. Zhuiqi and her uncle had even shared a bed. The unexpected chemistry between them was undeniable. After retrieving Xiaohe's Hun, everyone immediately returned home. Wan took out the charm from her bag and chanted an incantation. Xiaohe's body was enveloped by his Hun. Gradually, his soul and body merged. The deathly aura around Xiao, he gradually disappeared. Seeing Xiaohe's eyes slowly open, everyone was overjoyed. But Xiaohe was a different story. He had just been at the fish pond, and now he was in a cozy room. Startled, he bolted upright. "Uncle Zhua, where am I?" he asked, looking around the room several times. His uncle smiled and explained, "This is my sister's house." Ning Xian and Wan, however, looked at Xiaohe's reaction with a bit of speechless amusement. His uncle then patted Wan's head and said to Xiaohe, "You lucky kid. If it weren't for my niece, you would have been a goner today. Ruan shyly smiled at her uncle's praise. But Xiao was confused. He didn't remember anything that happened after falling into the fish pond. Uncle, what happened after I fell in? I don't remember anything. Hearing his question, his uncle and Zhuoqi exchanged glances and tacitly agreed to hide the truth. Zhuoqi said with a smile, nothing much. After we rescued you, you've been asleep until now. Xiao was easily fooled, convinced by their simple explanation. Seeing that Ruan was getting sleepy, Ningxian took her hand and said good night to everyone. It's late. We'll talk tomorrow. Xiao was stunned again. He had just woken up and now it was time to sleep again. Everyone returned to their rooms. His uncle stretched and went to bed. At past 1 a.m., Zhuoqi was sound asleep when someone knocked on his door. He had to open the door. He found his uncle standing outside, looking at him awkwardly. Before he could ask what was going on, his uncle explained, can I sleep with you? That was a bit too direct. We have to sleep together. Otherwise, everyone's hard work will be in vain. Zhuoqi was a little taken aback by his words, or perhaps he was still half asleep. His uncle scratched his head and explained, every time I close my eyes, all I see are ghosts. I just can't sleep. Zhuoqi burst out laughing. It was probably the most he had laughed all night. After much pleading from his uncle, Zhuoqi agreed to let him sleep with him. The two lay in the same bed, but the scene wasn't particularly heartwarming. Zhuoqi suddenly asked his uncle, you're not afraid of dead bodies, so why are you afraid of ghosts? His uncle didn't really know why. I'd like to know the answer to that myself. But then he seemed to have a sudden realization. Well, some people are afraid of the dark, some are afraid of dogs, some are afraid of cockroaches. It's not unreasonable for me to be afraid of ghosts, is it? Zhuoqi turned over quickly. Just go to sleep. Then he muttered softly, I'm not used to sleeping with other people. Although they were sleeping back to back, it didn't stop us from shipping this CP. Just as Zhuoqi was about to close his eyes, a strange, familiar feeling flashed through his mind. It felt as if he and his uncle had experienced something like this before. But after careful consideration, he concluded it was impossible. He had only known his uncle for less than half a month. How could that be? It seemed that this incident was just the beginning. This is so touching. Grandpa is thinking of Ruan no matter where he is. Even though he wasn't by Ruan's side, he would always deliver gifts to her precisely on time. One day, his uncle arrived at the fish pond early in the morning with his team. The excavator was working nonstop. As soon as the ice was broken through, they immediately used a pump to drain the water from the fish pond. His uncle didn't rest either. After a while, they saw the mountain of bones. He arranged for them to be brought ashore. After the task was completed, Zhuoqi knelt on the ground, touching the bones covered with white cloth. 98 bodies in total. The same number of children abducted by the criminal gang 3 years ago. The decomposed bodies all had their organs removed. Although he tried to remain calm, his voice trembled with emotion when he said the last sentence. Hearing this, his uncle was also furious. He clenched his fist and slammed it against a tree trunk. I'll bring them to justice sooner or later. This frightened the team members. Xiao was also scared by his uncle's fury and reported with a trembling voice. The skull in the fish pond has been identified. It belongs to Tian Yuan, the younger brother of Tian Yu, the leader of the criminal gang. Tian Yuan was in charge of the trafficking and trading of children. His uncle gritted his teeth. Go and investigate. Find out why the children's bodies and Tian Yuan's body were buried here. Just as he finished giving his orders, Ruan waved to him from outside the cordon. Seeing Ningxian and Ruan, he quickly composed himself and walked over. Xiao, Ruan, why are you here? Ruan explained, Uncle, Mom said you left without breakfast, so she asked us to bring you some. Ningxian handed him the breakfast. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He thought that Ruan might have heard some useful information. So he bent down and asked her, Ruan, did you hear the vengeful spirits say anything about Tian Yuan yesterday? Ruan shook her head vigorously, but then her eyes lit up and she said proudly, but I can ask the ghost tonight. This startled her uncle. He stammered, we'll talk about that tonight. Ningxian, seeing that their conversation was coming to an end, said, Mom's errand is done. Ruan and I are going back now. Ruan politely said goodbye to her uncle. See you tonight, Uncle. He told them to be careful on their way home. Watching them leave, he thought to himself, see ghosts tonight. No way. I've been tormented by ghosts all night. I can't take it anymore. It was supposed to be a joyous time for the new year, but because of this murder case, everyone was staying home, afraid to go out. The streets were unusually deserted. The cold wind howled. Ruan shivered. Seeing her so cold, Ning Xian immediately squatted down and buttoned her coat tighter. "Button up your coat, Wan. Don't catch a cold." Just as he finished speaking, a dark shadow zipped past Wan. He looked in that direction and saw a brand new wooden box. Ning Xian called out in the direction the object had come from. "Who threw that?" But there was no response. Wan went closer to examine the wooden box. The box was carved with a complex pattern, but she recognized it immediately as her grandpa's work. Tears welled up in her eyes as she quickly opened the box. Inside was a bracelet and a note from her grandpa. "Wan, Happy New Year. This bracelet is your New Year's gift from Grandpa." It seemed that Grandpa had been watching over Wan as she grew up, but for some reason, he hadn't shown himself. The bracelet Grandpa gave Wan wasn't just an ordinary accessory. It was a magical tool that could shield her from Een energy. This way, ghosts would no longer be attracted to her Een constitution. But what Wan wanted most was to see her grandpa. She looked around, hoping to find a trace of him. She shouted toward the woods, "Grandpa, Grandpa, I know you're here. Please come out." Ning Xian also looked around, hoping to help Wan find where her grandpa was hiding. The next second, he pointed to the corner of a garment peeking out from behind a wall. "Wan, look." Wan ran towards it without hesitation. But by the time she got there, her grandpa was already gone. Wan's heart sank. Tears streamed down her face. "Grandpa, why won't you see me? Do you really not want me anymore?" Seeing Wan so heartbroken, Ning Xian gently bent down and wiped away her tears. "How could Grandpa not want you? He must have his reasons for not seeing you. When you grow up, I'll go with you to find him, okay?" Wan sniffled, her mood lifting slightly thanks to Ning Xian. She asked uncertainly, "Can we really find Grandpa?" It was understandable that she would ask this, given that her grandpa wouldn't even see her now. Seeing her lack of confidence, Ning Xian made a pinky promise with her. As expected of the little CEO, even his comforting words were effective. He managed to cheer her up quickly. Then he took out the bracelet from the wooden box and helped Wan put it on. "Since it's a New Year's gift from Grandpa, let me help you put it on." He had thought it was just an ordinary bracelet, but as soon as he put it on her, it glowed. Well, it made sense. Grandpa was always generous with his beloved granddaughter. Wan lifted her hand and examined the bracelet closely. Something was definitely different. It seemed to be blocking the Een energy within her body. She wouldn't have to worry about attracting ghosts anymore. She murmured, "Grandpa, are you always watching over me?" Thinking of this, she suddenly shouted towards the woods, knowing her grandpa couldn't have gone far. "Grandpa, Wan is doing well now. Mom, Dad, and older brother all dote on me. When I grow up, I'll definitely go find you." Sure enough, Grandpa was hiding behind a tree. It seemed he was also reluctant to part with Wan. He could only watch his beloved granddaughter from afar, unable to approach her. He silently said in his heart, "I'm sorry, Wan. I can't come out to see you now. It would put you in danger." What kind of trouble has Grandpa encountered that has brought him danger? That evening, Wan accepted her uncle's invitation to ask the ghosts about Tianyuan. They went to the morgue together. Because they couldn't bury so many bodies at once, they had to temporarily store them there. Of course, Ning Xian also tagged along. After all, he was her protector. Uncle asked Wan, "Will those ghosts really know who killed Tianyuan?" Wan replied, "We'll find out if we ask." Uncle slowly pushed the door open, worried about the two children despite his own fear. Wan, Xiao Xian, if you're scared, just call for me." Clearly, he was worrying needlessly. How could Wan and Xiao Xian be afraid of ghosts? Wan bluntly exposed her uncle's fear. "Don't be scared." She then walked inside. However, it did seem a little frightening. As soon as they entered, they saw a boy with blood-stained clothes on his chest and bloodshot eyes, as if filled with resentment. They both recoiled slightly. Why was this boy standing here? What was his story? The boy, at his most radiant 17 years of age, was abducted by human traffickers and had his heart removed. Uncle, as a police officer, had been following this child trafficking case for a long time. Since Wan had the ability to communicate with spirits, they resolutely came to the morgue. As soon as they entered, they saw a boy with blood flowing from his chest. Clearly, this horrifying scene frightened them as well. After a moment, Wan and the others approached. She initiated the conversation. "Little brother, what's your name?" The boy replied, "Su Liqiu." Knowing his name, Ruan could continue the conversation. Otherwise, it would be impolite. She continued, Brother Su Lichio, can you tell me how you were killed? The police officer will help you catch the murderer. Upon hearing that the murderer could be brought to justice, Lichio became agitated, shedding tears of blood. Ruan sighed. Thank goodness I didn't light the special incense, or Uncle would be scared again. She was considerate, knowing her uncle was easily frightened by ghosts. Then, Lichio's memories from before his death appear before them. He was cooking at home, as usual that day, when he heard a knock on the door. He thought it was his parents coming home from work. But unexpectedly, when he opened the door, someone sprayed him with a strange spray. Just 2 sprays, and Lichio lost consciousness. Taking advantage of this, the person took Lichio to their secret base. It was unbelievable that child traffickers dared to go directly to people's homes. It seemed they hadn't been punished by the law and were still so brazen. When Lichio woke up again, he was in a dark basement, lying on a small bed with his limbs tied. He was terrified and struggled on the bed. What's going on? Help! Help! He was too naive. How could he escape once he was in the criminal gang's den? The surgeon spoke. Stop shouting, kid. No one will come to save you even if you shout your lungs out. But Lichio continued to struggle. He was still too naive. How could they let him break free so easily? He asked, Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? The doctor bent down and pointed to his heart. Someone paid for your heart. Money truly made the world go round. It was these rich people who, relying on their wealth, tried every means to cure themselves, giving these criminals opportunities. Just then, a scream came from the next bed. He vaguely saw the doctor cut open the child's body, alive, and take out the organs. Seeing this, his mind raced, fearing he would end up the same way. Tears streamed down his face as he cried, No, don't. Help. Someone save me. But in the end, he didn't escape the devil's scalpel. With a single stroke, his skin was cut open. These beasts didn't even use anesthetic, making him endure the pain alive. After the surgery, Lichio's face was covered in tears of pain. He lamented that he was only 17 and still had so much to experience. His parents would surely live in agony. So, in the end, Lichio died without understanding why. His heart was placed in a glass jar, as if still beating. The doctor nonchalantly took off his gloves and ordered his subordinates to drag Lichio out and dispose of him, then continued the next round of slaughter. They had murdered nearly 100 children this way. After witnessing this, Uncle gritted his teeth, these animals. He looked as if he would devour the murderers alive the next second. The most difficult thing for a shaman is to open the gates of the underworld. But Ruan succeeded on her first try. Was this legendary talent? After recounting his experience, Su Lichio suddenly remembered important information about Tian Yuan. Officer, Tian Yuan is the younger brother of Tian Yu, the leader of the criminal group. Tian Yuan was killed by a short, fat man. Upon hearing the description, Uncle knew the fat man must be Lao Gue, Tian Yu's henchman. Su Lichio then remembered something else. I also heard that man mention revenge. There might be a feud between them. This clue was crucial. Uncle was confident he could bring the criminals to justice and give all the wronged children peace. Fortunately, Uncle could only hear the voices and not see the ghosts. This prevented him from being too scared. Otherwise, he would have been terrified by the ghosts. Hearing Uncle's solemn promise, a faint smile appeared on Lichio's pale face. Having fulfilled his last wish, he asked Ruan, Can you send us away? After all, they had no reason to linger in the human world. Ruan naturally wanted to help them. How could she, so kind, bear to see these children suffer? But how could she help them? This troubled Ruan. The problem was that these wronged souls had too much resentment. They needed the gate of the underworld open to avoid being captured and tortured by the underworld soldiers. Suddenly, she remembered a method recorded in the divine scripture. However, opening the gate wasn't something an ordinary shaman could do, but she still wanted to try her best. Perhaps, with luck, she could open it. So, she closed her eyes and chanted silently. With a surge of incense, a dark vortex appeared. Strangely, a peach branch grew from the gate. Then, peach vines emerged from the vortex, gradually forming a door. This was the gate of the underworld. This was Ruan's first attempt at opening it, and she had succeeded. She was a little puzzled. Wasn't it supposed to be difficult? But she didn't dwell on it and happily said to the children, The gate is open. Go in. They thanked Ruan before stepping into the gate. After all the ghosts had entered, Ruan waved her hand and closed the gate. The temperature in the morgue quickly rose, losing its previous chill. Uncle breathed a sigh of relief. The ghosts were finally gone, and he no longer had to live in fear. It was a happy ending for everyone. Ruan turned to the bodies, feeling a pang of sadness. She asked her uncle, "Can the sold organs be retrieved?" Uncle lowered his eyes and said helplessly, "If they've already been transplanted, they can't be retrieved. If not, the families decide whether to donate them or cremate and bury them together." Ruan touched the peach-shaped birthmark behind her ear, sighing inwardly. Some people in this world were more terrifying than ghosts. Indeed, Ruan, with her pure heart, had never seen such wickedness. Noticing her small gesture, Ning Xian, who had been watching her, took her hand and asked, "Ruan, why do you keep touching your ear? Are you uncomfortable?" Ning Xian was always so gentle and considerate, always the first to notice anything unusual about Ruan. Ruan smiled sweetly and said, "No, I'm not uncomfortable," reassuring him. But Ruan felt puzzled. Just now, she felt a warmth behind her, but when she touched it, there was nothing unusual. Could it be her imagination? What was going on? 10 years had passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Ruan had grown from that cute and well-behaved little dumpling into a graceful young woman. After the spring festival, the temperature was steadily rising. A ray of sunlight shone in through the window. The ice and snow gradually melted under the sunlight, making a dripping sound. Ruan leaned against the window, enjoying the pleasant sunshine. Suddenly, Ning Xian called out to her. She and Xiaohei turned their heads together. It was incredibly funny. Ning Xian took out a scarf and wrapped it around her, thoughtfully telling her, "It's colder when the snow melts than when it's snowing. Don't catch a cold." The two looked at each other, the scene resembling a domineering CEO and his sweet little wife. Absolutely adorable. Not long after, everyone had packed their luggage. The spring festival was over, and it was time for them to return to their own homes. Ning Yue dragged his suitcase and said goodbye to Grandpa. Before leaving, Grandpa specifically told Ning Xian, "Be careful on the way back, especially with Ruan. Make sure she doesn't get cold." As expected, Ruan was still the little darling. Everyone expressed their concern for her one after another. However, she was a little shocked to be called out specifically. She then hopped around and proudly told Grandpa, "My body is very strong." Grandpa laughed heartily and responded dotingly, "Haha, good. Our Ruan is the best." But in an instant, his face darkened. He looked gloomily at the three boys on the sofa and angrily slammed his cane on the floor, scolding them. "My three grandsons, your sister is leaving, and you don't even say goodbye." The three of them slumped on the sofa, looking utterly heartbroken. Ning Chambwa spoke first. "I'm going abroad to study. I won't be able to see Ruan anymore." The second and third brothers felt the same. They were all going to other cities to study. How could they bear to part with such a cute sister like Ruan? To leave her brothers with some keepsakes, Ruan trotted over to them, holding 3 lucky paper cuttings in her hands, and said happily, "Brothers, these are for you. No matter how far away you go, Ruan will always remember you." This moved them beyond words, and they hugged Ruan tightly. Ruan was startled, but not even 2 seconds later, swoosh, Ning Xian snatched her away. He scooped her up into a princess carry, holding her securely in his arms. Then he started giving her that smoldering look, "It's getting late. We should go home." Although Ruan didn't understand anything yet, she still blushed a little. This was the scene everyone wanted to see. Then, in Ning Xian's arms, she said goodbye to everyone. This made Grandpa and Ning Chambwa furious. They hadn't even had a chance to hug Ruan properly before Ning Xian beat them to it. Who wouldn't be angry? Sitting in the car, Ruan yawned repeatedly. It was hard on her, having to travel so early in the morning. Seeing how sleepy she was, Ning Xian looked at her dotingly and said, "Sleep if you're tired. It's still 3 or 4 hours until we get home." He was so considerate. Just like that, Ruan fell asleep in the car. Time flew by, under the loving care of her family. Ruan grew up day by day. Suddenly, someone shouted Ruan's name loudly, startling her awake. But now, Ruan had grown into a young woman. She stood up in a fluster, still muttering. The teacher said. It turned out she had fallen asleep in class. Not noticing the teacher's expression, she thought class was already over. As expected, she hadn't changed a bit, still as cute as ever. It made one wonder how things were progressing between her and Ning Xian. Ning Xian, even grown up, was still a jealous type. He wouldn't allow other boys to chat up Ruan Ruan. Speaking of which, why hadn't he made Ruan Ruan his girlfriend yet? And Ruan Ruan, even grown up, was still a sleepyhead, even dozing off during class. Seeing Ruan Ruan's inattentive manner, the teacher could only sigh. Ruan Ruan, even if you've already been recommended to Lanfeng University, you can't sleep in class. This caused the whole class to burst into laughter. Ruan Ruan blushed with embarrassment and lowered her head to apologize to the teacher. But after apologizing, Ruan Ruan continued to sleep, unable to muster any energy. Finally, the bell rang. Ruan Ruan let out a long sigh. Class was finally over. Unexpectedly, Ruan Ruan was still so intelligent. She was a public figure in the school. After all, she was the student that all the teachers both loved and hated. Ruan Ruan never listened in class, but her grades were always the best in the year. Now she had been directly recommended to a prestigious university. Truly, the world of geniuses was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Suddenly, Xingya grabbed Ruan Ruan's shoulder, whining her name beside her. This startled Ruan Ruan. Xingya was quite direct, stating her purpose right away. I found a new escape room in the city. It's supposed to be super scary. Ruan Ruan glanced at her dismissively and escape room again. It turned out Xingya was an escape room enthusiast, always exploring different escape rooms. Then Ruan Ruan started listing her glorious achievements. Last month at the hospital escape room, you got so scared you knocked over a staff member in a wheelchair. The month before that, at the vampire-themed escape room, you hid in a coffin. Before she could finish, Xingya interrupted her. Blinking her big, dramatic eyes, she pleaded, Ruan Ruan, please come with me just one more time. Pretty please. Ruan Ruan couldn't resist and finally agreed to go with her. A woman who knows how to act cute gets what she wants. Then, Xingya jumped up and down excitedly. We have a holiday the day after tomorrow. I'll call Tian Yuan and the three of us will go together. Ruan Ruan felt something was amiss. Escape rooms usually required at least 4 people. Xingya smiled mysteriously. There's one more person. You'll know then. Seeing her secretive look, Ruan Ruan couldn't help but become curious. Many people guessed this mystery guest must be Ning Xian. After all, he hadn't appeared yet. Wherever Ruan Ruan was, Ning Xian was usually not far behind. Finally, the weekend arrived. Ruan Ruan arrived at the meeting place, but didn't see them yet. Suddenly, Xingya walked over with 2 cups of milk tea. Ruan Ruan, here's your favorite grape boba. I bought it especially for you. Traditional gestures were truly special. With her brother absent, she still had a sister to dote on her. 2 innocent high school girls standing on the street were a beautiful sight, attracting frequent glances from passersby. Then, a relatively handsome young man approached Ruan Ruan. He held up his phone and asked, Hello, beautiful. Can I add you on WeChat? Ruan Ruan was taken aback. This might be the first time someone had asked for her WeChat. She was about to ask what it was when a strong hand landed on her shoulder. A familiar voice came from behind. What did you just say? Ruan Ruan looked up at the man behind her. It was Ning Xian. He looked much the same as when he was younger, just more mature. He pulled Ruan Ruan closer and asked the other boy, say that again. His domineering tone was unmatched. One wondered if the other boy would wisely walk away. After all, with Ning Xian's presence, everyone else seemed to pale in comparison. Whether in temperament or appearance, the difference was vast. But with Ning Xian's arrival, the real show was about to begin. Ning Xian and Ruan Ruan embraced as soon as they met, clinging to each other like long-lost lovers. It seemed the plot was developing faster than expected. The boy who had tried to chat her up, seeing the outstanding Ning Xian, felt ashamed. After all, the other man was so exceptional. He could only mumble an apology and quickly leave. After he left, Ning Xian bent down and stroked Ruan Ruan's head. Ruan Ruan, long time no see. It seemed they had been apart for a while. She happily hugged her brother. Ning Xian looked at her affectionately and said, Ruan Ruan, I missed you so much. This moved Ruan Ruan, the little crybaby, to tears. She looked at Ning Xian with teary eyes. I missed you too, brother. I missed you every day during the 2 years you were abroad. Ning Xian gently wiped away her tears, as if offering silent comfort. Xingya, standing beside them, couldn't stand it anymore. She put her hands on her hips and said exasperatedly, Can you two please stop acting like long-lost lovers? Tian Yuan, seeing her like this, put his arm around her shoulder and scolded. They're pouring their hearts out to each other, and you're interrupting. Hearing him say that about her, Xingya was initially confused. When she realized he was talking about her, she immediately got angry. Her face darkened, and her whole body radiated fury. Tianyun, what did you say? Seeing that the two were about to start fighting, Ruan quickly took Xingya's arm. All right, stop arguing. Let's finish early so we can have dinner together later. Xingya finally calmed down. This time, it was a zombie-themed escape room. The four of them split into two groups. Of course, Ruan was with Ningxian. However, even though they had only been playing for a short while, the difference between the two groups was already apparent. Xingya's group hadn't stopped screaming, while Ruan's side was extremely quiet. Ruan skillfully retrieved the clues and solved the puzzle in the room. After finding the switch, she gently turned it. With a creak, the door slowly opened. This wasn't difficult for her at all. She was a little curious and wondered why Xiao Taozi was so afraid of these things. Just as she finished speaking, Ningxian took Ruan's hand and looked at her dotingly. After all, not everyone is as fearless as Ruan. Ruan had been around ghosts since she was little, so how could she be afraid of them? She'd sooner befriend them. The two walked forward together. Just as they were about to exit the escape room, two zombie NPCs suddenly jumped out, roaring. But Ningxian and Ruan didn't react at all. They just looked speechlessly at the zombies whose faces were painted white as walls. However, there was a lot of commotion on the other side. Xiao Taozi's cries for help could be heard, even from outside the room. Ruan, help! Ruan said helplessly to the NPCs, please, let them out. The zombie actors didn't know what to say. The players this time were truly polarized. One group wasn't afraid of anything, while the other group was so scared it was hard to know what to say. At this moment, another zombie hopped towards them, but he seemed strangely different. His whole body emanated yin qi. Could he be possessed by a ghost? The other two NPCs advised their brother to stop hopping. They're not scared at all. The other one chimed in, this is no fun. Scaring the timid ones is much more entertaining. But this zombie didn't listen and continued hopping forward as if he couldn't hear anything around him. Suddenly, Ningxian realized something was wrong. Could there really be something wrong with this zombie? What was his deal? The worst thing about haunted houses was encountering a real ghost. And that's exactly what happened to Ruan and Ningxian. At this point, they hadn't realized it was a real ghost. But Ningxian, the protective boyfriend, was the first to notice something was amiss. His eyes suddenly sharpened. He immediately reached out and shielded Ruan behind him, indicating that something was wrong with this zombie. Ruan was puzzled. The zombie was still hopping towards them. One of the NPCs stared at him curiously and asked, hey, I haven't seen you before. After saying that, he reached out and pinched the zombie's arm. There was no flesh at all. Then he pulled up the zombie's sleeve, revealing a withered, branch-like arm to everyone. Everyone froze. This was probably a real zombie. Everyone rushed back into the room. The two NPCs behind them were still yelling, holy crap, it's real, help. But why was Ruan running too? Wasn't she supposed to be unafraid of zombies? Xiao Taozi had just unlocked the escape room door when she saw a group of people rushing toward her. She looked at everyone with a bewildered expression. What's going on? Before she could react, the NPCs closed the escape room door again. She explained in a panic, there's a zombie. But Ruan said nonchalantly, it's fake. What's there to be afraid of? This must be another trick of the escape room. Otherwise, why would Ruan react this way? If it were a real zombie, she would have dealt with it already. It was best to trust Ruan's intuition. Then there was a knock on the escape room door. It seemed the zombie had arrived. The two NPCs started acting again. Zombie number 1 began his performance. We're fake, but the one outside is real. Zombie number 2 chimed in, you saw it too. A real zombie has gotten mixed in with us. While speaking, they didn't forget to put on frightened expressions. Their acting skills were worthy of an Oscar. However, the only person scared by this scene was Xiao Taozi. There was no helping it. She was timid, but loved to play these games. Ruan, looking at the overly dramatic duo, was speechless. She opened the door directly, just as the zombie was about to hop forward. Ruan grabbed him. In the next second, with a snap, she twisted the zombie's head off. Several colorful wires were exposed. Ruan smiled and said, you thought you could fool me with a robot zombie and some acting. Seeing how capable she was, the two NPCs applauded. "Young lady, you're brave and observant. We admire you." Xiao Taozi also breathed a sigh of relief. So it was fake. If it were real, I would have been scared to death. Ning Xian crossed his arms and addressed the staff. "You guys are really something, coming up with this play within a play to scare people." He was absolutely right. They hadn't seen such a cleverly designed escape room before. Wan tossed the robot zombie aside and said to Xiao Taozi, "All right, let's get out of here." Just as she finished speaking, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared outside. Then came the thumping sound of hopping. Another zombie appeared. What was going on? Was this another trick of the escape room? But this zombie seemed more realistic. Even its face was gaunt and skeletal, and its whole body emanated a yin qi. Zombie number 1 said, "Didn't they say there was only one? Why is there another one?" Zombie number 2 said, "This one is more realistic." It seemed he was right. This zombie was clearly different from the robot zombie. Just as zombie number 1 was about to go forward and take a look, Wan stopped him with a nervous expression. "Don't go near it. This one is real." But his hand had already landed on the zombie's shoulder. He turned back and asked Wan incredulously, "What did you say?" He couldn't believe that a real zombie could appear in an escape room. It was truly difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Talk about scary. Going to a haunted house and encountering a real ghost. The ghost instantly grabbed NPC number 1. In a flash, the NPC was covered in cold sweat. The next second, the ghost tightened its grip on the NPC's neck. Only when he felt sharp fingernails digging into his flesh did the staff member realize the gravity of the situation. He could only yell, "Help! Help!" Tian Yuan looked at the scene in shock. "What's going on?" Xiao Taozi was equally shocked. The other staff member was also terrified, completely clueless about how this could happen. How could a robot hurt someone? He still thought it was a robot. Wan explained, "It's not a robot. It's a real zombie." Seeing her calm demeanor, one would almost think it was fake. The staff member immediately took out his walkie-talkie and said, "Headquarters, this is an emergency. There's a real zombie inside." The zombie had already thrown NPC number 1 aside and was coming towards everyone. Seeing this, Wan quickly took off her Fugue bracelet and stepped back. "I'll restrain it." The zombie turned and saw the golden glow, realizing that Wan was trying to ambush it. It immediately lunged at her, but it was no match for Wan. As Wan chanted an incantation, the Fugue bracelet quickly bound the zombie. Wan seized the opportunity and took out a Fu paper to immobilize it. The zombie situation was finally resolved for now. She had only bound the zombie. If it managed to break free from the Fugue bracelet, all their efforts would be wasted. But everyone could breathe a sigh of relief for the moment. She said to everyone, "It's all right. It can't move for now. Quickly get the injured person out of here." Suddenly, someone knocked on the door from outside. "Is anyone in there?" Could it be the authorities? Hearing the voice, Tian Yuan quickly replied, "Yes, we're here." He also comforted Xiao Taozi, who was now crying and silently vowing never to play escape rooms again. She had said the same thing last time, though. Wan was staring thoughtfully at the zombie when a familiar voice came from behind her. "Tiger Girl, why are you here?" It was Zhuo Fai. Why was he here? Wan seemed to have a guess. She asked, "Uncle Zhuo, are you here for this zombie?" Her guess was correct, but Wan was puzzled. How could there be a nearly century-old zombie here? That's why she had been staring at the zombie. Then a woman walked in and said fiercely, "Special department business." Why so many questions? Ning Xian didn't like Zhen Qin's tone with Wan. He was annoyed but couldn't do anything out of politeness. After all, she was Zhuo Fai's partner. He took Wan's hand and glared at Zhen Qin. "Leave Wan to them. Let's go." Wan then retracted the Fugue bracelet, which stunned Zhen Qin. She rushed forward and asked Wan, "How did you get the Fugue bracelet?" Her tone and attitude were like she was interrogating a criminal. Out of politeness, Wan still answered, "Uncle Lunjuan Wang gave it to me." Hearing Lunjuan Wang's name, the woman became agitated. She blocked Wan's path and asked, "Who are you?" This woman was too much. She had been targeting Wan from the beginning. Wan's Fugue bracelet was clearly a gift from Uncle Lunjuan Wang. This woman was actually trying to steal it. She urgently blocked Wan's path, demanding she hand over the Fugue net. Faced with Zhen Qin's unreasonable behavior, Wan ignored her. But unexpectedly, Zhen Qin was enraged by her attitude and even resorted to violence. Seeing this, Ning Xian immediately shielded Wan. Zhen Qin then grabbed Ning Xian's hand. She was really reckless, provoking anyone she came across. Sensing trouble, Zhuofei immediately grabbed Zhenqin's hand to prevent her from doing anything rash. Then he angrily scolded, "What are you doing? Why are you attacking a little girl?" Zhuofei's words and actions surprised Zhenqin. Since they had met and gotten to know each other, Zhuofei had never said a single bad word to her and had never even lost his temper. Today, he was actually scolding her for this little girl. A surge of jealousy suddenly arose in her heart, making Zhenqin's behavior even more unreasonable. She explained to Zhuofei, "The Fuguei net is a lost treasure of our Maoshan sect. How can it fall into the hands of others?" Seeing her stubbornness, Zhuofei's expression darkened. He angrily retorted, "Then what do you want? To snatch it from a child?" Unexpectedly, Zhenqin didn't follow the script. She didn't answer Zhuofei's question, but instead asked, "You've never lost your temper with me. Who is she?" Was she actually seeing Ruan as a romantic rival? She was even asserting her dominance. Hearing this, Ruan immediately thought of the unreasonable female characters in novels. Before Zhuofei could speak, Zhenqin, with an air of superiority, demanded Ruan return the Fuguei net. Her expression was as if someone owed her 5 million. Although Ruan had a good temper, she wasn't a pushover. She angrily retorted, "I said, this is a gift from Uncle Lunjuan. Why should I give it to you?" Seeing herself rejected again, Zhenqin gritted her teeth in anger. She reached out her claws towards Ruan, threatening to teach her a lesson. But just as she raised her hand, slap, she actually dared to hit Ruan. "Oh no, something's wrong." That sound was Ningxian slapping her hand away. Ningxian couldn't tolerate her behavior. He had to protect Ruan. He himself couldn't bear to even speak harshly to Ruan, and now someone dared to bully her in front of him. She must be tired of living. Seeing the conflict escalating, Zhuofei sighed helplessly, "Xiaoxian, Ruan, you two should go back first." Ningxian didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He kept shielding Ruan behind him. The two exchanged a sweet look. All right, Ruan agreed. As long as Ruan didn't mind, he didn't care. Of course, that wasn't true. He would probably find a way to get back at this woman later. After taking 2 steps, Ruan turned back and told Zhuofei, "Mom prepared gifts for you and Uncle. Remember to pick them up when you're done." After speaking, Ruan looked at Zhenqin again, who was glaring at her fiercely. Ruan was puzzled. Did Zhenqin like Zhuofei? Was that why she had such strong animosity towards her? But Zhuofei was already taken. He must be with Uncle. After all, they were very close before. She just saw that Ruan had been using the water bottle she gave her all these years. Ningxian suddenly realized something. Could it be that Ruan was also thinking about him? Yes, their love was mutual. After experiencing this haunted house adventure and learning that zombies actually existed, Xiao Taozi couldn't shake her fear. Her legs were still weak, and she was leaning against the wall. Before she could recover, Ruan, who came out afterward, added fuel to the fire. Are zombies really that scary? Doesn't Taozi Jin know that ghosts have always existed in this world? Hearing this, Xiao Taozi practically cursed herself. She had only seen them on TV. She really didn't understand how Ruan had survived seeing these things since she was a child. Ruan calmly looked at Xiao Taozi and continued, "Actually, after seeing them so much, they're just like people. Although ghosts are scary, there are good and bad ones. Just like the zombie just now, suddenly attacking people with red eyes, it definitely wasn't a good ghost." Upon hearing this, Xiao Taozi almost burst into tears and immediately stopped Ruan. "Don't say anymore." She hadn't yet emerged from the shadows. The most important thing now was to escape this place. She didn't dare to stay any longer. "I'll leave the rest of the time to Ruan and Ningxian. I'm leaving." Saying this, she pulled her male classmate away, leaving Ningxian and Ruan stunned. It seemed Xiao Taozi was truly terrified. After a while, Ruan snapped out of her daze and turned to Ningxian, happily asking, "Did you miss me? Why are you back before graduation? You should still have a month left before graduating." Ningxian looked at Ruan dotingly and stroked her head. Of course, anywhere with Ruan is warm. Now, they could have some alone time. Ruan was as happy as child. "Then we must have some fun today," she said, pulling Ningxian around the amusement park. Ruan was curious about everything, looking around everywhere. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she pointed excitedly at a claw machine. Brother, let's play that. I really want a plushie." As the machine whirred to life, Ruan tried 7 or 8 times, only grabbing air. She couldn't manage to get a single plushie. Anxious, she started to whine, Why is it so hard? There are only 2 tries left, brother." Ruan looked at Ning Xian with teary eyes. Ning Xian gave an awkward laugh. Don't worry, leave it to me. He put in the last 2 coins, one hand on Ruan's shoulder and the other holding the joystick with her. The sweet scene was no longer just about catching a plushie. Ning Xian carefully guided Ruan, and with their combined efforts, the plushie was successfully lifted. Ning Xian closed his eyes contentedly. This was the power of love. Ruan opened her mouth excitedly. Brother, you're so amazing. It's all thanks to you. Hearing Ruan's praise, Ning Xian's heart swelled with sweetness. He pinched Ruan's cheek, so happy over a little plushie. Ruan beamed. Although it was just a small, insignificant plushie, it looked a lot like the kitten on the water bottle Ning Xian gave her, so she could take it home and make them a pair. Of course I'm happy. Hearing Ruan's words, Ning Xian looked at her affectionately. He hadn't realized how much Ruan cared about him. She even treasured a water bottle this much. Had she been missing him all this time while he was away? He was right. Zhuo Fei was indeed with his uncle. The sight of them holding hands was truly heartwarming. I'm not saying who's envious. And they were about to start preparing for their wedding. I won't say who's envious. As soon as Ruan got home, she shouted, Mom, Dad, look who's back. It's brother Ning Xian. Both parents were stunned to see Ning Xian. The boy hadn't even told them he was coming back. Her mother didn't react too much. She was used to Ning Xian's surprise visits. However, her father's reaction was a bit more dramatic. He said angrily, You brat, always giving us these frights, trying to shorten your father's lifespan. Ning Xian waved his hand dismissively and started to explain, Dad, I came back early too. So please, Mom. Her father sighed, but I just piled all your off-season clothes in your room today. You came back so suddenly, and there's no spare room for you. Wasn't this a good opportunity? Ning Xian could naturally sleep with Ruan. Hearing her mother's words, Ruan asked, Then where will brother Ning Xian sleep tonight? The opportunity had arrived. Ning Xian chimed in, So can I sleep with? Before he could finish, his mother glared at him. This made him imagine his mother transforming into Red Wolf, chasing him with a frying pan. Thinking of this, he immediately changed his words. I'll sleep on the sofa. Tomorrow I'll find a place near the company. Now that Ning Xian was back, her father wanted to use this opportunity to train him. After all, he would inherit the company in the future. So he said to Ning Xian, Since you're back, come to the company with me tomorrow. The company's new project needs people. But clearly, Ning Xian didn't want to start working as soon as he returned. He wanted to enjoy some time with Ruan. He made up an excuse and declined. But her father wouldn't give up, resorting to provocation. Ning Yu and Ning Feng have both taken over the family business. Why can't you? But this tactic didn't work on Ning Xian at all. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Ruan quietly shifted to the side and whispered to Ning Xian, I believe in you, Ning Xian. You can definitely do it well. With Ruan's encouragement, his fighting spirit surged. He instantly transformed into an overbearing CEO, saying, guaranteed completion. It seems Ruan's influence is the most effective. Even Xiao Taozi's Ming Xian obediently listens to her. With a click, the door opened. Her uncle and Zhuo Fei walked in hand. You heard and saw that correctly. They were holding hands. Her uncle scratched his head and asked, Sis, what did you want me and Zhuo Fei to come and get? Their mother took out 2 boxes of new clothes for them to try on. It turned out they were planning to go abroad to get their marriage license in the next few days. So she specially picked out 2 beautiful outfits. Wow, their relationship progressed so quickly. Her uncle closed his eyes and said seriously, Who said we're going abroad to get the license? We're getting married here. This left their mother dumbfounded. She was just about to say something when Zhuo Fei interrupted her, comforting her, Don't worry. Just wait. Does he have another good idea? It felt like they were hiding a secret. Ning Xian was surprised by everything in front of him, feeling like he was dreaming. It all seemed unreal. He tentatively asked Ruan, Uncle and Zhuo Fei are getting married. He probably never thought they would be together. It turned out that Zhuo Fei was actually Qiao Fei, the girlfriend her uncle had loved for many years. To know what happens next, we'll have to wait and see. When he learned that his uncle and Zhuo Fei were getting married, Ning Xian was shocked. What had he missed? Ruan whispered in Ming Xian's ear, Ning Xian, you heard right. This left him bewildered. After all, his uncle had always been devoted to Qiao Fei. How could such a devoted person fall for someone else? But thinking carefully, he realized that the images of Qiao Fei and Zhuo Fei in his mind almost completely overlapped. Could Zhou Fei be Xiao Fei? He voiced his question. As he expected, Wan nodded and continued, "That's right. I heard that uncle was able to recognize Aunt Xiao Fei because of the criminal mastermind Tian Yu's arrest. How did that happen?" It turned out that after they arrested Tian Yu 10 years ago, Zhou Fei looked at his sinister smile, his face turning pale. His body began to tremble slightly, and then a headache came on. He bent down, holding his head, and suddenly uttered 2 words, "Xiao Fei." Hearing this familiar name, her uncle froze. Then Zhou Fei said with difficulty, liming, "I remember. I am Xiao Fei." This was bombshell news for her uncle. The person he had been longing for suddenly appeared before him. He must have been very excited. He helped Zhou Fei to the lounge. Seeing Zhou Fei's state, he prepared a blanket and hot water, wanting him to relax first. A moment later, Xiao Fei began to speak. It turned out that he had deliberately been kidnapped by the criminal group to successfully infiltrate the illegal research institute run by Tian Yu and obtain their criminal records. But he was discovered along the way. This made her uncle worried. After all, undercover agents rarely have a good ending after being exposed. He desperately wanted to know, but had to ask Xiao Fei carefully, "What did they do to you?" He hesitated, then continued listening. At the time, the group was researching how to achieve human hermaphroditism. Since he had fallen into their net, Tian Yu injected him with the experimental serum. He leaned back on the sofa and continued. "As a result, that serum turned me into a man and I lost my memory. Fortunately, good is rewarded with good and evil with evil." Tian Yu was eventually arrested and brought to justice. He received the punishment he deserved. This was truly satisfying. Her uncle listened to him describe his experiences, his eyes filled with distress. Fortunately, heaven rewards diligence. Xiao Fei escaped during an accidental explosion in the laboratory. That was a stroke of luck. After escaping, Xiao Fei became a forensic scientist at the police station and unexpectedly joined the non-police cases. There's no need to elaborate on what happened after that, as everyone knows. Of course, her uncle didn't mind Xiao Fei's current male identity. After all, this was the love of his life. He was overjoyed, so how could he mind his current appearance? After hearing all of this, Ningxian couldn't help but sigh. So the person uncle has been longing for has been by his side all along. Wan responded with a smile. "Exactly. Uncle must be overjoyed to have found him again." Suddenly, Xiao Fei opened the door. But the next scene left everyone speechless. His body had transformed back into a woman's. His features had also changed significantly, barely resembling his previous male appearance. What was going on? Had they found a way to restore Xiao Fei to her original form? Growing up really does change things. Ningxian also realized that his feelings for Wan had changed. He seemed to have fallen for Wan. It wasn't the same kind of love he had for a younger sister, but the kind of love he felt for a potential girlfriend. Seeing Xiao Fei return to her original form, Wan excitedly took her hand and asked, "You can change back." She responded with a smile, "The antidote has been developed. I just need to inject it, and I can return to my original form in 4 hours." This made Wan overjoyed. She said with anticipation, "That's wonderful. You don't have to go abroad to get married." Anyone who didn't know the situation would think that Wan was the one getting married to Xiao Fei. Even her uncle couldn't stand it anymore and poked Wan's forehead. "You silly girl, why are you even more excited than me?" She tilted her head and said proudly, "This way, Uncle doesn't have to be the bride. Of course, I'm happy." Hearing this, her uncle couldn't help but imagine himself wearing a wedding dress and marrying Xiao Fei. It was simply unbearable to imagine. He didn't know what to say. Seeing him speechless, Wan giggled. Then her uncle turned and took Xiao Fei's hand, sighing, "So it's a good thing I never gave up hope of finding you. It's true that what you constantly think about will eventually come to you." Hearing these words, Ningxian looked at Wan's back and pondered, "What you constantly think about will eventually come to you." Could he be thinking about himself and Wan? They chatted for a while longer, and then Xiao Fei and her uncle decided to go home. Before leaving, he told Wan that they would treat them to a wedding banquet someday. It seemed like they were quite happy. Late at night, Ningxian, perhaps not used to sleeping on the sofa, kept tossing and turning, making creaking sounds. Hearing the noise, Wan suddenly popped her head out and asked, "Ningxian, are you still awake?" This startled Ningxian. After he recovered, he sat up and asked Wan why she wasn't asleep. Wan sat down next to him with a glass of milk and said, I came down to get some milk. I heard you tossing and turning, so I came to check on you." Then she pressed her hand on the sofa, feeling it sink slightly. So she asked, "Is the sofa too soft to sleep on? Why don't you sleep in my room?" This was exactly what Ning Xian wanted, but he still had to be careful. After all, Ruan was still young. Fortunately, it was nighttime and the lights were dim. Otherwise, the blush on his face would definitely be noticeable. So he pinched the bridge of his nose, also using it to hide his expression and conceal his excitement. He said, "When we were younger, it was fine, but now we're older, we need to be mindful of gender differences." And as he spoke, he thought of the boy who had hit on her the other day. It seemed he was still a bit hung up on that. So he continued, "Whether it's other men or me, you need to be cautious." It seemed he was afraid that another boy would steal Ruan away. However, Ruan, the little fool, didn't understand her brother's true meaning. She just replied blankly, "I understand, Ning Xian. I'll be careful from now on." Seeing that it was getting late, Ning Xian patted her head affectionately and said, "Go to sleep. You have school tomorrow." Ruan handed him the milk and said sweetly, "Drink this to help you sleep. You should go to bed early too, Ning Xian." It seemed that Ruan hadn't intended to drink the milk herself. She had planned to give it to Ning Xian all along. He watched Ruan's back as she went upstairs. Then he looked at the milk in his hand, lost in thought. Just a brother, huh? It seemed Ning Xian wouldn't be sleeping well tonight. The reason for Ruan's sleepiness was finally discovered. She wasn't dozing off in class on purpose. It was because she was too tired from practicing xiangqi, Chinese chess, at night. Seeing Ruan slumped over her desk sleeping as soon as class was over, Xiao Taozi thoughtfully came over and asked, "Why are you sleeping again?" He then excitedly jumped up. Could it be because Ning Xian is suddenly back in the country? Were you so excited you couldn't sleep all night? Hearing this, Ruan immediately woke up. She hurriedly explained, "I'm not that dramatic." She remembered cultivating her fragrance last night. She couldn't help but complain inwardly. If it weren't for cultivating the fragrance, I wouldn't be so sleepy. Since they were in class, she couldn't say much, so she could only complain silently. Suden Li, Bang, Jian Shuiyin, the math class representative, slammed her homework onto Ruan's desk. She condescendingly questioned, "Chu Ruan, where's your homework?" Ruan said apologetically, "I forgot to do it. I'll go talk to the teacher later." But Jian Shuiyin didn't seem to want to let her off the hook. Instead, she wanted to confront her. Jian Shuiyin slammed the table and loudly scolded, "Do you think you can skip homework just because you've been recommended for admission? Chu Ruan, you're ruining our class's reputation." This startled Ruan. However, Xiao Taozi reacted differently. She burst out laughing. Everyone knows that Ruan has won the most awards in the school. She's always been first in her year. Even the only recommendation spot is my Ruan's. It seemed like she was mocking Jian Shuiyin's ignorance. But Ruan was indeed outstanding. Before Jian Shuiyin could speak, Xiao Taozi continued, "So, Jian Shuiyin, tell me how my Ruan is ruining our reputation." This left Jian Shuiyin speechless. She even wanted to hit someone. Seeing this, Li Wenxin immediately pulled her away. Even as she left, she arrogantly declared, "I'll let you off the hook this time." Xiao Taozi didn't say anything, just gave her the middle finger to express her disdain. On their way to turn in the homework, Li Wenxin kept comforting Jian Shuiyin, "Don't be angry. She just like that. Birds of a feather flock together." This Li Wenxin wasn't a good person either. Jian Shuiyin said angrily, "Isn't it just because her family is rich? If Director Qian were still here, he definitely wouldn't allow her to act like this." It turned out that Director Qian was Qian Buyu from the old campus. He hated students who broke the rules because of their good family background and good grades. Wasn't that referring to Ruan? Although Ruan excelled in all aspects, she did break the rules. But she had her reasons. Unfortunately, Director Qian had died in the fire at the old campus. Upon hearing that Director Qian's ghost might still be there, Li Wenxin said to herself, "If Director Qian's ghost is really there, let him take someone like Chu Ruan down there sooner. It's an eyesore. I think they should both be taken down there. I can't believe students could be so bad." Hearing Li Wenxin's words, Jian Shuiyin carefully considered it. Suddenly, she said to Li Wenxin with a wicked smile, "Do you want to teach Chu Ruan a lesson?" Did she really plan to lure Ruan to the old campus? But how could they possibly trick Ruan into going there? After school, Ruan and Xiao Taozi were about to pack their bags and go home when someone sent Ruan a message. It was a picture of Tian Yuyuan being kidnapped. The sender said, "If you want to save him, you have to go to the old campus. And you can't call the police, or they'll kill him. Who could have done this? Was it Jian Shuyan? Have you ever seen such a ridiculous scheme? The school bullies went to great lengths to dress up as ghosts to scare someone. But they encountered Wan Wan. She wasn't afraid at all. What they didn't expect was that there really were ghosts in the old school building. It was now nighttime. The old campus looked eerie. They even had wigs prepared for their ghost costumes. Even the bully's boyfriend didn't understand. Why bother dressing up as ghosts to mess with two girls? I could just get some guys to beat them up. He was a school thug, so naturally, he spoke crudely and only knew how to solve problems with violence. Li Wenxi nestled in his arms and said coyly, "Honey, those two are too powerful. We can't afford to offend them. This is our only option." But Ma Chuan didn't understand. Why did they choose a burned-down school building? Li Wenxin explained, students who have been here before mentioned that the fire started mysteriously. The fire started in a science lab. Director Qian was conducting an experiment with students at the time, but for some reason, there was an explosion. No one escaped. It happened to be a windy day, so the fire spread to the entire school. By the time the fire department arrived, it was too late. The fire burned for several days and nights. That's why we have the new campus. Then, Li Wenxin said with a wicked smile, in a place where people have died, pretending to be ghosts to scare them, Wan Ruan and Gu Hamlin will be easy targets. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching. Hearing the noise, Jian Shuyan immediately turned around and shushed them. Sure, they're here. She put on her wig, seemingly determined. She did look quite scary with the wig on. But they waited for over 10 minutes and still didn't see Wan Ruan. What was going on? Was Wan Ruan scared? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing that they hadn't come up yet, Jian Shuyan took off her wig. Ma Chuan was getting impatient. It's been over 10 minutes. Even a snail could have climbed up by now. Li Wenxin foolishly asked, could they be scared and not dare to come up? They were too naive. There was nothing in this world that Wan Wan was afraid of. Jian Shuyan immediately ran to the edge of the stairs to look, but it was pitch black below. The scene changed. Wan Wan and Xiao Taozi were still painstakingly climbing the stairs. Xiao Taozi was almost exhausted. She asked Wan Wan breathlessly, why aren't we on the 7th floor yet? We've been climbing for over 10 minutes. Wan, I feel like we climbed more than 7 floors. Wan replied with a serious expression, you're right. Then she said earnestly, we've encountered a ghost wall. Hearing the word ghost, Xiao Taozi's legs went weak. She quickly grabbed the handrail and stammered, teach this old school building really has G-ghosts. But Ruan ignored her and rummaged through her bag. Then she took out a talisman and chanted something. The yin energy was instantly dispelled. The sign that previously indicated the 7th floor now showed the 2nd floor. They had been stuck in the same place. After resolving this, Ruan answered Xiao Taozi's question with such heavy resentment. There's definitely more than one vengeful spirit. This frightened Xiao Taozi even more. But it was okay. Wan was there. She could definitely eliminate all the vengeful spirits. However, Jian Shuyan and the others were in trouble. After all, they had done many bad things. Maybe the vengeful spirits wouldn't let them go. Wan was so cool. When her classmates were about to be dragged into the abyss by ghosts, she drew her 7-star demon, subduing sword, and effortlessly saved them. Just a moment ago, the girl was still leaning over the stairs, seeing if Wan dared to come to the abandoned building. However, a clawed hand reached out toward her back. She was instantly shocked. Then, she became furious and pointed at her best friend's boyfriend, yelling, was that you pervert? I'm telling you, don't take advantage of me. The man immediately retorted, who the hell wants to take advantage of you? Her best friend also chimed in, Shuan, Ma Chuan was holding me the whole time. How could he have touched you? The girl was immediately confused. Then who touched her? The next second, the clawed hand reached out towards her again. The intense fear made her scream. The couple was still clueless. Why does this girl scream so much? Her best friend was more sensible and decided to check what was going on. Just then, she saw a door behind stairs. Flames raged inside, and countless ghostly auras emanated from it. This terrifying scene made their eyes widen. The girl wanted to save her best friend, but she didn't get the chance. Her best friend was dragged into the lab by the ghost. The writing on the wall became clearer. Experiment classroom number 3. They were instantly stunned. How could lab 3 be here? Wasn't it supposed to have been burned to ruins long ago? In times like these, boyfriends are often the least reliable. He immediately abandoned the girl and fled the scene, yelling, "Ghosts. They're ghosts." The next second, the girl's foot was grabbed. The ghost's voice was full of resentment. "Evil people don't deserve to live. Liu and Sheen, go to hell." The girl burst into tears, desperately pleading and crying, "I don't want to go to hell." She whimpered for help. Just then, a voice called out, "Seven-star demon, subduing sword, go." The sword flashed with golden light, instantly severing the ghostly aura. A handsome young woman appeared. It was Ruan. Having safely rescued her classmate, Ruan breathed a sigh of relief. Just in time, she thought. The classmate clung tightly to her leg, refusing to let go, and sincerely apologized. "I know I was wrong. Please save Shuiyan." Her desperate clinging almost made the charm paper fall out of Ruan's pocket. Let go of me." Because of the classmate's delay, Ruan realized something terrible. The door to Lab 3 was closing. She might not be able to save Shuiyan. She blew on the seven-star demon subduing sword, but it had the opposite effect. The flames inside Lab 3 intensified. Like a crazed demon, it seemed to want to devour Ruan. What did she do? The former teacher had dedicated his life to his students, pouring his heart and soul into his work. But he was just a bit strict, and the students resented him. During one experiment class, the students sabotaged the equipment. They replaced the alcohol lamp with a gasoline lamp. One spark and it would explode. Some students worried, will this kill the teacher? But the mischievous students already held a grudge against the former director. Who cares? At worst, he'll just get burned. Remember how he humiliated you by calling you trash? As usual, the former director came to teach them. Before the experiment, he reminded everyone, "Class, today's experiment is very important. Please follow my demonstration carefully." The moment the former director lit the lamp, the students smirked, anticipating a good show. The next second, there was a boom. Flames erupted from the demonstration table. The sparks instantly ignited the curtains and the students' clothes. The entire classroom was engulfed in flames. This was an outcome the students never expected, but it was too late to escape. The two large boxes of gasoline stored in the classroom also ignited. With another boom, they perished in the inferno. This was the former director's memory, which Ruan witnessed. The former director, now a vengeful spirit, roared, "I dedicated my life to education, and they didn't appreciate it. Disobedient students deserve to die." Ruan understood his resentment. "But it wasn't Jian Shuiyan who killed you. You shouldn't harm the innocent." The former director, consumed by resentment, retorted, "She's hurting my students. She's evil and doesn't deserve to live." He wasn't going to let her go. Jian Shuiyan, terrified and hallucinating, held a gasoline lamp. Her hand moved uncontrollably. If she poured the gasoline into the fire, she would die instantly. She watched in horror as her hand poured the gasoline. Crying, she pleaded, "I know I was wrong, Ruan. Please save me." Ruan didn't want to see her classmate die. She summoned the seven-star demon, subduing sword again. "Energy of heaven and earth, heed my command. Demons and monsters, reveal yourselves." The next second, she broke the ghostly hold on the building. As the sword was about to sever the former director's soul, Ruan urged him, "Turn back. It's not too late." But the former director's resentment remained. She doesn't deserve to be a student. She deserves to die. Seeing this, Ruan sighed with pity. Demons subduing Pearl. But the former director was too fast. Ruan couldn't catch him. Jian Shuiyan was safe. Now she had to find Tian Yuan and rescue him. With a burst of energy, Ruan slammed open a door. Jian Shuiyan, overwhelmed by the events, was awestruck by Ruan's power. Tian Yuan had been drugged and couldn't be woken. The situation was urgent. They had to leave. What do we do? Xiao Taozi resorted to drastic measures. Transforming into her tough girl persona, she slapped Tian Yuan's face several times until it was swollen. He finally stirred. "Where am I?" Xiao Taozi was relieved he was awake. But then Tian Yuan realized his face was throbbing. The air grew silent. What blockhead, she thought. The next second, countless ghosts charged towards them. Ruan led everyone in a desperate escape. The terrifying number of ghosts was overwhelming. Thankfully, they managed to get out. Xiao Taozi was curious. "What did you find in the lab, Ruan?" "I saw 3 students trying to prank Qian Buyue. They replaced the alcohol in his lamp with gasoline. So the former director was killed by his students." Ruan disagreed. The gasoline in one lamp wasn't enough to destroy the entire building. The real cause of the explosion was a large amount of gasoline hidden in the lab. This case is more complicated than it seems. We'll have to check the archives tomorrow. Wan agreed. Tian Yuan, finally fully awake, was furious. Those two, they kidnapped me. I'm calling the police. The two girls who kidnapped their classmate thought a simple apology would suffice. With fake smiles, they pleaded, "Don't call the police. We know we were wrong. We apologize." Tian Yuan wasn't letting them off so easily. What good is an apology? That's what the police are for. One girl sneered. Nothing happened. Even if you call the police, they won't do anything to us. They still didn't understand the gravity of their actions. Wan, in full academic mode, gave them a legal lesson. That's not how it works. Illegal possession of controlled substances. Before they could apologize, the two girls found themselves surrounded by a deathly aura. Ghostly handprints appeared on their legs. Terrified, they screamed, Wan, what did you do to us? This has nothing to do with me. Those are marks left by a vengeful spirit. Anyone marked by a vengeful spirit will be haunted day and night until death. Wan was bluffing, but it worked. The girls broke down, sobbing. I don't want to die. What do we do? Finally, the two girls knelt before Wan. Their fake smiles were replaced by genuine remorse. We were wrong. We truly know we were wrong. Please save us. Wan smiled. Shouldn't you be apologizing to him? The two bullies kowtowed to Tian Yuan. The sound of their foreheads hitting the ground echoed. Tian Yuan, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Tian Yuan, feeling smug, hummed. He considered forgiving them. But Xiao Taozi, always righteous, objected. No way. It can't be that easy to forgive them. You're too kind. Xiao Taozi had an idea. We won't call the police, but you have to write a confession detailing everything you did and give it to me. If you ever misbehave again, I'll make it public. The bullies readily agreed. No problem. Wan also agreed that for people like them, constantly worrying about their true selves being exposed was indeed far more terrifying than direct punishment. Jin Shuyan was still worried. When will Chu Wan remove this mark for us? Bring your apology letters to school tomorrow. I'll tell you how to solve it then. Before Wan could finish, they interrupted. We'll go back and write them now. Immediately, the two got into a taxi. They disappeared awfully fast. After this incident, Xiao Taozi was still frightened and crying. Wan, can you give me a few more thumbs ups? I'm scared. Do you think good luck charms are just money? They also offer protection. There are only two left. Keep them safe. Xiao Taozi kissed Wan on the cheek. Thank you, Wan. Tian Yuan, standing next to them, expressed that he also wanted a kiss. Xiao Taozi immediately flew into a rage. You just try. One could only feel sorry for Tian Yuan's thought process. When the boy was alive, due to his parents' divorce, his mother directed all her anger at him. She constantly berated him, calling him a burden. Later, he gradually developed suicidal thoughts. He thought that his death would lessen his mother's burden. But because he was smart and well-behaved, the former head teacher, the chemistry teacher, chose him as the class representative. The teacher praised his diligence, and the boy was happy. However, the students in his class didn't like him. They called him the former head teacher's pet. They pushed him down the stairs, stuffed dead mice in his desk, and filled his lunchbox with water. The boy was afraid of being treated this way by his classmates. So he went to the former head teacher and resigned as class representative. The former head teacher agreed. But later, the former head teacher learned about what they had done and punished them. However, those classmates thought the boy had snitched on them and began to torment him even more relentlessly. The boy pleaded with them, but it only resulted in crueler treatment. He was filled with hate. In that moment, he felt a surge of contempt. He wanted to make those who bullied him pay the price. It just so happened that the students in his class were blackmailing and threatening him, making him steal from his mother's workplace to teach the former head teacher a lesson. They said the former head teacher had ruined them. But hadn't they ruined him too? The boy's mentality became increasingly distorted. So he wrote in his diary that day, all this evil should end. I should end too. But after the boy's death, his mother continued to live a desolate life, listless and depressed. Wan told the woman everything about the boy being bullied at school. Only then did the mother realize how she had wronged her son. The always straightforward Xiao Taozi couldn't stand it. What's the use of saying sorry now? Where were you when he needed you? You even hurt him by calling him a burden. But what was the mother's fault? She just wanted to pressure her son to study hard and become successful in the future. If given another chance, she would never push her son again, as long as her son could come back. Wan asked the mother a question Annie, if you could see Xiao Jia again, would you want to? Xiao Jia's resentment was so deep that his soul had transformed into a vengeful ghost and remained at the scene of the accident. He has committed such a grave sin. If caught by the Yin soldiers, he will be punished. But if you are willing to persuade him to let go of his hatred, I can help him reincarnate. Ruan proved her identity as a shaman, and the woman finally believed her. Ruan held the woman's hand. Then tell him yourself. Let Xiao Jian know that someone in this world cares about him. Let his soul find peace, okay? So they agreed to meet at 7 p.m. that night at the old school building. That evening, the mother arrived wearing a very elegant dress. Having not dressed up for so long, she felt a little self-conscious in such attire. She couldn't help but wonder if she looked strange. She had changed a lot over the years. She didn't know if her son would still recognize her. Xiao Taozi and Ruan both agreed. Annie, you look so young in that dress. Xiao Jia will definitely see you at first glance. He'll be happy to see a beautiful mother. The woman then revealed the truth. This dress was a Mother's Day gift from Xiao Jia. At the time, not only did she not praise him properly, but she also scolded him harshly. The woman regained her composure. Little shaman, what should I do now? Ruan believed that Xiao Jia would definitely appear when he saw his mother. Suddenly, a chill filled the air. Xiao Taozi began to wonder if Xiao Jia was nearby. Ruan shouted towards the 7th floor. Xiao Jia, your mother is here. She has something to tell you. Come out. But Xiao Jia seemed unwilling to see his mother. Ruan could only ask the mother to say everything she wanted to say to Xiao Jia. He could hear the woman's emotional cries. Xiao Jia's mom. Her lips trembled with hesitation, and she finally uttered the words, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mom shouldn't have blamed you for the resentment I felt toward your father. I shouldn't have called you a burden. When you cried secretly, Mom should have hugged you and told you that I loved you. I should have asked you why you were crying. I should have asked you then. It's my fault for not being able to overcome my own issues. Mom is illiterate. I never read the diary you wrote. If Mom had known earlier, wouldn't you have? Mom knows she was wrong. Mom doesn't ask for your forgiveness, only that you be kind to yourself. Let Mom see you one more time, okay? Xiao Jia finally appeared, but he was engulfed in flames. The woman didn't hesitate. She rushed towards her son and told him not to be afraid. Mom is here. Mom will help you put out the fire. Don't be afraid, my dear Xiao Jia. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all Mom's fault for not protecting you. Finally, the mother's tight embrace extinguished the fire in her son's heart. Xiao Jia, Mom missed you so much. At this moment, the boy also shed tears. Mom, I've been waiting for you to hug me for so long. Surely, the grievances in the boy's heart finally dissipated at this moment. Ruan's arm had only a minor scrape, but the next day, her 3 older brothers came to visit her. And all 3 of these handsome men brought gifts specifically for visiting the sick. They truly doted on their little sister to the extreme. Anyone who didn't know better would think Ruan was seriously ill. Even their dear mother made a large bowl of pig's feet soup for Ruan, saying it was to nourish her body. It's truly blissful to live in such a family. As for how Ruan injured her arm, it was all because she kindly went to help someone in the middle of the night. She thought she could sneak back without her brother Ning Xian noticing. But Ning Xian was still worried. Suppressing his anger, he asked Ruan where she had been. Ruan quickly claimed she had gone to Xiao Taozi's place. She thought this lie would get her off the hook. But Ning Xian's perceptiveness couldn't be fooled. Ruan hesitated about whether to tell her brother the truth. But she was also worried that her brother Ming Xian would be angry if he knew she had gone to the old school to exorcise ghosts. Before she could explain, the young man pulled her into a hug and gently placed her on the sofa. His eyes were filled with distress. You're injured. Why didn't you treat the wound first? Ruan then realized that her wound must have been burned by Qian Buyue's fire. Her brother immediately went to get the first aid kit. Dahei, their dog, easily jumped onto the sofa, wanted to play with Ruan, but Ning Xian scolded him. Dahei, Ruan is injured. Don't touch her. Dahei thought to himself. So you can touch her, but I can't, huh? Ruan noticed there were brick fragments and dust on her wound. She wanted to quickly remove the brick dust and debris so her brother wouldn't see it. Ning Xian suppressed a smile. This little fool really thought she could hide it. The moment the cotton swab touched the wound, Ruan cried out in pain. Although Ning Xian appeared aloof, he was very considerate. He gently blew on the wound, and Ruan immediately felt better. Such an intimate gesture made Ruan blush. She told her brother, "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Thank you, brother." Ning Xian still felt guilty. "Ruan, if you don't take care of yourself and get hurt, Mom, Dad, and I will be very worried." Dahe also whined, and me. At this moment, Ruan finally confessed to her brother, "I'm sorry, brother." Elite. Actually, we went to the old school in Shi to exorcise ghosts. As expected, Ning Xian immediately became tense. "Were you hurt by those ghosts?" Ruan forcefully declared, "Of course not. I'm super powerful. I just swoosh, swoosh, swoosh threw out 3 talismans and easily took care of them all. Everyone calls me Little Immortal." Ning Xian teased her. Little Immortal got hurt. "Oh, did you accidentally bump into something?" He then affectionately patted Ruan's head. "My Ruan, you've always been different from other girls, slaying demons and upholding justice. But next time something like this happens, don't hide it from me, okay?" Ruan agreed. It was getting late. He told Ruan to go back to her room and sleep. They said goodnight, and Ruan returned to her room. But for some reason, Ruan felt her face was particularly hot. She wondered if she had caught a cold. "Girl, when will you realize you've fallen for your Ning Xianji?" Note, Ruan is adopted. They are not blood related. And Ning Xian isn't idle either. He's pulling Dahe back to his dog bed to sleep. Dahe can only say, "I'm wronged." The next morning, Ruan yawned and opened her door, only to find her 3 older brothers standing there with fruit baskets, each with a worried expression. "Ruan, did you see a doctor? Does your wound still hurt? You're seriously injured. You need to sleep more. Don't get up so early." Ruan was completely dumbfounded. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, why are you here?" Their mother also called out dotingly, "Ruan, come quickly. I just made some pig's feet soup. Drink it while it's hot. It'll help your wound heal faster." Ruan was even more confused. "Who told you I was seriously injured?" The 3 brothers urged Ruan not to try to be tough. "We're family. Show us your wound." "I've already notified the family doctor." Ruan was speechless. She removed the bandage. Everyone saw the mosquito bite-sized wound and was instantly stunned. They started complaining about Ning Xian. "That little rascal said Ruan was seriously injured. Scared me into rushing over here early in the morning. If we had come any later, the wound would probably have healed already." The 3 of them felt like they had been tricked by Ning Xian. Ruan couldn't help but laugh. Ning Xianji is really good at pranks. But the 3 brothers felt that seeing the adorable Ruan wasn't a wasted trip. After all, Ruan was their most precious little sister. Seeing this heartwarming scene, their mother couldn't help but smile. "Stop crowding around Ruan. Ruan, come and drink your soup." Ning Xian had Wu Ma by this early this morning. Don't let it go to waste. Seeing the oily soup, Ruan was instantly scared off. She lied and said she had a dance practice appointment with Xiao Taozi. "I'm running late. I have to go." She quickly slipped away. Her mother and the 3 brothers all had the same expression. "Ruan, you're still in your pajamas." So Ning Xian is such a good cook. He not only made Dahe cry from craving, but even Ruan was drooling. This was a small apartment Ning Xian rented near his company. It was too late to go home, and he might wake his parents. So he brought Ruan here. Ruan took a bite and found it perfectly to her liking. She couldn't help but praise him. "Ning Xianji, you're so amazing. Every dish is super delicious." But the next second, Ruan became jealous. "Ning Xianji, are you practicing your cooking skills for your future wife?" Hearing this, Ning Xian couldn't help but say dotingly, "Silly girl, I wouldn't cook for any other girl besides you." Ruan's heart skipped a beat and her mood brightened. Ning Xian then suggested, "Ruan, you can read fortunes, right? Why don't you tell me what my future wife will be like?" But Ruan couldn't see anything. When she looked at Ning Xian's marriage prospects, a layer of mist obscured her vision, and she couldn't see anything clearly. But Ning Xian's train of thought was quite peculiar. "It's like I can't observe anything related to myself. Ruan, does this situation mean that you're my other half?" As he spoke, Ning Xian's heart stirred. The next second, he noticed that Ruan's birthmark seemed to have grown larger and darker. But then, the peach blossom birthmark suddenly bloomed with light, reflecting into Ning Xian's eyes. He was instantly captivated by the vision before him. He saw a girl standing under the peach blossom tree. The girl seemed to be saying something, but Ning Xian couldn't hear her. He shouted, "Don't go." Seeing Ning Xian faint, Ruanwan's face was filled with worry. When Ning Xian woke up, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Ruanwan gave him a reassuring hug. It's okay. No matter what happens, Ruanwan will protect you. After eating their fill, they decided to rest. But Ruanwan unexpectedly discovered there was only one bedroom. She couldn't let Ning Xian, so tall, sleep on the sofa. She suggested, Ning Xianji, the bed is so big. We can each have our own blankets, draw a line down the middle, and we won't disturb each other. With that, she pulled Ning Xian into the bedroom. They said goodnight and drifted off to sleep. Finally, they were sleeping together again, just like when they were little. But that night, Ning Xian had another dream. He finally saw the girl's face clearly. He saw the girl dancing gracefully under the tree. Meng Pa Jiejia, do you think my new clothes look nice? Yes, our little peach blossom looks good in anything. The next second, a man approached them. Meng Pa respectfully bowed. Greetings. Dijun's prestige was feared throughout the 6 realms. But Yao Hua wasn't afraid at all. She was immediately captivated by Dijun's handsome appearance. Are you Dijun? You're quite good looking, although a bit cold. The camera zoomed in. This man looked a lot like Ning Xian. Could this be Ning Xian's past life? The 2 people beside them were stunned. A mere peach blossom demon dares to flirt with Dijun. This is suicide. At this time, Dijun, who didn't understand human love, said, fleeing from responsibility, radiant is her blossoming, a son returns to his family. Such a ridiculous human situation, you use it as a name. Close family ties and love aren't ridiculous at all. If everyone were cold and emotionless, wouldn't that be boring? Dijun claimed, this is the underworld. It's not supposed to have warmth. That's not true. The underworld has warm places too. I'll show you if you don't believe me. Yao Hua took Dijun's hand and led him away. The dignified Dijun hadn't expected anyone in the world to be unafraid of him. They arrived at a place under a peach blossom tree. Here, isn't it much warmer than other places in the underworld? Petals fell into the man's hand. The dark underworld gained a touch of vitality. Yao Hua boldly asked Dijun his name, but the man almost forgot his own name. Because everyone called him Dijun, he had forgotten it over time. Yao Hua smiled brightly. Then I'll call you Di Shao from now on, so you won't forget your name. The man agreed. A few days later, Dijun invited Peach Blossom to go out again. Yao Hua looked aggrieved. If I leave, the ghost gate will be unguarded. Dijun immediately conjured a peach blossom branch and transformed it into another version of himself. He will guard the ghost gate for you. I will take responsibility for anything that happens. Then what are we waiting for? Yao Hua eagerly followed Dijun out to play. Dijun, who didn't understand human warmth, now had a warm smile in his eyes. Ruanwan's fate is too good. Not only does she have 4 older brothers who dote on her, but now she suddenly has a biological older sister. The young woman grabbed Ruanwan's hand. Little sister, I finally found you. Ruan didn't understand what the person in front of her was saying. Ruan didn't even know who her biological parents were. So how could a sister suddenly appear? The sister said it was normal for Ruan to find it hard to believe. She took out a photo from her bag and showed it to Ruan. She explained, the one standing in the front is me. The one with his hand on my shoulder is our dad. And the one next to him, touching her belly and smiling happily, is our mom. You were still in mom's belly at the time. Ruan, who had possessed yin-yang eyes since childhood, noticed that the girl in front of her and she shared a sisterly connection. The girl really was her older sister. Just as he was immersed in the joy of finally finding his sister, Xiao Taozi suddenly ran over. Xiao Taozi thought this woman was bullying Ruan. The young woman smiled. You misunderstood. I'm Ruan's older sister. Xiao Taozi became even more agitated. I'm her older sister. When Ruan explained to Xiao Taozi, she really seems to be my older sister, my biological one, Xiao Taozi was stunned. Ruan, however, had a look of pure happiness. When Ruan announced that she had a biological older sister, everyone in the house was shocked. Ruan's sister bowed to them. Thank you for taking care of Ruan all these years. At this moment, everyone was still processing the information, their mouths agape, unable to speak. Only Ning Xian was somewhat composed. Ruan, what's going on? Although it's a long story, she really is my older sister. Thinking there were too many people present, Ning Xian suggested Ruan explain everything in the dining room. Ruan was puzzled. Why did Grandpa never tell me I had a sister? Her sister told her, after you were born, Grandpa had your fortune told, and then he hurriedly took you away. Not long after, a group of people came to our house. Mom and Dad hid me in a closet and told me not to come out unless they came looking for me. I was too young then. in and fell asleep in the closet. When I woke up, Mom and Dad still hadn't come for me. Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore and came out. All I saw was a ransacked house. Mom and Dad were gone. Later, I found a letter on the bed. It was from Mom. She said you had a special fate and that bad people wanted to take you. She told me I had to survive and find you. After I grew up, I searched everywhere for you, but there was no news. Today, I originally came here to relax, but I never thought I'd actually run into you. Reunited at last, the sister was moved to tears. Ruan comforted her, "Sister, don't cry." Her sister was also curious about how Ruan had lived all these years. What about Grandpa? Ruan told her sister that Grandpa had suddenly left when she was 6. Now she didn't know where he was. Her sister gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, it must be those people again. That's why Grandpa had to leave you. Meanwhile, the others were still processing the information. What do we do? There's another person vying for our Ruan. What do we do? Mr. CEO, this is urgent. Ning Xian, the jealous CEO, was really something. He was even jealous of Ruan's older sister. Having finally found her long-lost sister, she wanted to personally cut a piece of steak for Ruan. Ning Xian wouldn't even concede this. From the very beginning, there were people after Ruan, causing their family to be separated and unable to reunite. The sister didn't know why those people were after Ruan. She had been investigating for many years, but those people had never appeared. Even her parents seemed to have vanished from the world. Fortunately, she had found her sister. Overcome with emotion, Chu-Chi started to cry again. Ruan even complained, "Why does my sister cry so much?" When Ruan called her sister for the first time, Chu-Chi's sorrowful tears finally stopped. "Sister, I've waited over 10 years to hear you call me that. I've been looking forward to it since you were in Mom's belly. Today is the first day we've been reunited as sisters. I want to give you a gift." The next second, her sister took out a brush and conjured a talisman. With a flick of the brush, a beam of meritorious light shot directly towards Ruan. Ruan was astonished. Chu-Chi said to her sister, "I've given you some of my accumulated merit. Your leg must be uncomfortable." It was then that her brothers realized Ruan's leg was injured. They began to jointly question Xiao Ci. "Did you know about Ruan's injury?" True to form, Ning Xian, the CEO, remained calm. "I knew. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd worry." Her brothers immediately became serious. "That's reckless. You must tell us next time you're injured, understand?" Surrounded by her brother's love, Ruan could only reply, "Understood." Watching their close interaction, her sister thought, Ruan must have been very happy all these years. Ruan thanked Chu-Chi. "Sister, thank you." "For what?" "I saved up this merit in my spare time. It wasn't of much use to me, so I might as well use it to heal your leg." "Sister, why didn't you ask me how I got this injury?" "I was going to ask, but you seemed like you didn't want to talk about it, so I didn't." "Anyway, my sister would never do anything bad. Even if she did, it would be someone else's fault. To thank you for taking care of Ruan, I'm treating everyone to dinner tonight at Sea Island." It seemed this sister was rich and generous, maybe even a wealthy heiress. When they arrived at the island, the sister snatched the steak from Ruan's hand. "Ruan, I'll cut the steak for you." Sisterly harmony. What could be better than this atmosphere? Even Ning Xian, the CEO, couldn't help but praise her. "Chu-Chi, you cut steak so well." At this point, the eldest brother was still confused. What's Xiao Ci up to now? The next second, Ning Xian took the steak Chu-Chi had cut and, with a sleight of hand, switched it to his eldest brother. He said casually, "Perfect timing. Eldest brother's hand is sprained. You can cut it for him." Chu-Chi immediately asked the eldest brother, "When did you hurt your hand?" How could he know? He himself looked completely bewildered. 3 out of the 4 were confused. Unsurprisingly, Ning Xian, the jealous CEO, was at it again. No one was allowed to get close to Ruan. Ning Xian was being childish again. "You're even jealous of her own sister. You're unbelievable." Today was Princess Ruan's 18th birthday party. All the guests attending the banquet were discussing how beautiful Miss Ruan was and wondering what kind of man would be worthy of her in the future. He'd at least have to be better than your 4 young masters, right? Otherwise, how could CEO Ning bear to part with her? At this moment, Ning Xian said to his sister, Ruan, after the first dance, "Go find Chu-Chi and Ge Hanliang. We'll handle the guests." "Thank you, brother Ning Xian." With that, Ruan left. Grandpa further instructed his grandson, "Don't let those scoundrels near Ruan. I don't want some thief stealing my flour, pot, and all." His grandson agreed. Whenever a man tried to approach his granddaughter, Grandpa would chase them away, giving them no chance to get close to her. But what Grandpa didn't expect was that there would still be someone who slipped through the net. A man in a smart suit approached. "Miss Wanwan, I'm Jia Qingyu, the general manager of Huaming Corporation. May I have this dance?" Wanwan, being a zombie, could see right through him. She knew this man was not only ruthless and unscrupulous, but also had a messy romantic history. Wanwan politely declined, but the man was persistent. "It's Miss Wanwan's coming-of-age ceremony. It wouldn't be appropriate not to dance at all, would it?" Then a strong male voice interjected. "Indeed, it wouldn't be appropriate. With Ning Xian present, no other man could get close to Wanwan." He said directly to his sister, "Wanwan, it's your coming-of-age ceremony. Let me dance with you." Wanwan happily agreed. The two danced gracefully in the ballroom, attracting the attention of all the guests. Watching this scene, the man who had just tried to chat up Wanwan was burning with jealousy. Grandpa took a leisurely sip of his drink. "Just look at you. You're not even half the man my grandson is. And you want to dance with my little Wanwan. Dream on." Wanwan suddenly said, "Brother Ning Xian, this dress is so heavy. I'm going back to my room to change." Ning Xian wanted to go with her, but Wanwan thought, "No need, I can go by myself. You stay here and keep an eye on Grandpa and Dad. Don't let them drink too much." The man who had tried to chat her up earlier smirked. Wanwan had just changed her clothes when someone knocked on the door. She opened the door, and as expected, it was that annoying man. "Miss Wanwan, are you always this cold? I, Jia Qingyu, have never been rejected by a woman before. You actually rejected me." As he spoke, the man loosened his tie. Wanwan asked him to leave, but he deliberately closed the door. "Mr. Jia, there are so many people outside. If I shout, they'll all hear me." The shameless man said, "Before I came up here, I had someone turn up the music. No one will hear you no matter how loud you shout." Wanwan smiled. "Is that so? Then I can rest easy." "Mr. Jia, do you believe in ghosts?" Blinded by lust, this man dared to provoke Wanwan, the fortune teller. She decided to unleash a ghost on him. At first, the man didn't believe in ghosts. But when Wanwan called out, "Sister Jean, come out and meet him," in the next second, the man was frozen in fear. After calming down, he started frantically banging on the door and yelling for help. Wanwan, however, was amused. "Mr. Jia, stop shouting. No one will hear you even if you scream louder." The door creaked open. The man, wailing like a banshee, ran out. Distraught and terrified, he slipped and tumbled down the stairs, becoming the laughingstock of the onlookers. "What happened to Mr. Jia?" Just then, Ning Xian rushed upstairs. "Wanwan, are you all right?" His voice was full of concern for his sister. "What about that Jia Qingyu? He didn't do anything to you, did he?" "He wanted to, but Jean scared him off. I shouldn't have let you come up here alone. It's not your fault. It's that lecherous Jia Qingyu." He protectively pulled his sister into a hug. In a powerful voice, he declared, "Don't worry. Since Jia Qingyu dared to bully you, he better be prepared to face the wrath of the entire Ning family." This was the overbearing love of a domineering CEO. It wasn't long before Jia Qingyu's company's stock plummeted, products went unsold, and various tax issues arose. All his partners refused to cooperate with him. Left with no choice, he sought help from a master. The master was greedy, willing to do anything for money. The next day, they met at a restaurant. Master Ming appeared refined, but his demeanor turned mercenary the moment he saw the card in the man's hand. Jia Qingyu explained that the card held 3 million yuan and begged the master to save him. He thought to himself, "Huaming Company is about to go bankrupt, and he's still offering me 3 million. This must be serious." Master Ming feigned composure, clearing his throat. "I have always considered helping others my duty. Mr. Jia, tell me what troubles you. I will do my best." The man blurted out, "I saw a ghost. A female ghost in ancient bridal clothes. It was terrifying." The master told him to calm down and explained slowly. He recounted his encounter with the ghost to the master, pleading, "Please, you must get rid of that female ghost for me." The master asked, "Has the ghost come looking for you these past few days?" "No. If the ghost hasn't bothered you, why do you want to get rid of it? What good could come from a female ghost? Surely her ancestors wouldn't stand idly by. Here's the deposit. There's more after you finish the job." The master's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. He pocketed the black card and said, "Of course, I'll take care of it. I'm not a greedy man, but I need money to purchase the necessary tools. I'll gratefully accept this." He was a complete charlatan. Jia Qingyu then asked, "Master, when will you begin?" "What's the rush? I don't know the ghost's strength. I need to investigate and prepare some things." The man could only nod and bow. Then I'll await your good news. Inwardly, he thought, damn that stinking ghost. If you can't catch it, I'll kill you. The ghost-busting sisters were on the case. For the past few days, Ruan and Chu-Chi had been catching ghosts with Dahe. Chu-Chi patted Dahe's belly, saying seriously, once you lose weight, I'll find you a little wife. Dahe glared at Chu-Chi, clearly expressing his lack of interest in a wife. Suddenly, a dark shadow zipped past them. Chu-Chi shouted, 3 pure ones bind the ghost. The formation flew straight towards a shadow. The two rushed over and looked at the little ghost trapped within. Chu-Chi exclaimed, this little ghost is being raised. It doesn't look like it grew naturally, more like it was deliberately created. It's only the size of a baby. To grow it to this size would require at least 100 ghost souls. Raising ghosts with souls is forbidden. I'm going to find out who's doing this. Chu-Chi then removed the formation. Freed from its restraints, the little ghost immediately fled. Chu-Chi was speechless. Did that little ghost ride a cloud? It vanished in the blink of an eye. Ruan patted Dahe's head. Dahe, it's up to you. Dahe sniffed around. He identified a direction and barked twice at Ruan before running off. Soon, Dahe led them to an old residential house. Many souls were gathered there. Chu-Chi sensed a heavy energy and immediately cast a spell to open her spiritual sight. Seeing hundreds of souls before her, she was shocked. So many souls. Why hasn't the official taken them away? Unless they are ghosts with strong resentment, they can hide themselves with their power. These are ordinary souls. They should have gone to the underworld long ago. Ruan stepped forward and called out to an old woman's ghost. Excuse me, why are you all gathered here? The old woman was startled. You can see me. Can you send me to the underworld? I've been dead for days, and the black and white impermanents haven't come to get me. Ruan asked, you're all here to go to the underworld? Yes, we heard there's a Taoist priest here who can send us there. So we came. But with so many ghosts, I don't know how long it will take. I've never seen such a long line, not even when I'm grabbing discounted vegetables at the supermarket. Ruan frowned at the sight of so many souls. Normally, anyone who understands Taoism knows that with so many souls gathered, there must be a problem in the underworld. They would contact the official in this area to handle it. Even if they didn't contact the official, there's no reason to have so many souls lining up at their house. Ruan looked back at Chu-Chi, her expression serious. Let's go inside and take a look. The house was unlocked. Upon entering, they saw yellow paper everywhere and strange talismans hanging in the courtyard. Ruan and Ming Chengzi's battle was about to begin. Just now, Ruan and her sister caught a little ghost, but they discovered that someone was raising it. Led by Dahe, the two arrived at a strange house. Opening the door, they found the inside covered in yellow talismans. Chu-Chi took a closer look and realized they were useless, unable to even restrain a minor spirit. They peered through the window. A middle-aged man in Taoist robes was sitting cross-legged. In front of him was a jar covered in talismans. Even from afar, Ruan could sense the strong energy within. It seems this Taoist is the one raising the little ghost, and those souls outside are the food he's tricked into feeding it. Seeing the little ghost in the jar well fed, Ming Chengzi prepared to get down to business. Ruan quickly pulled her sister to hide. This person must be an evil Taoist. Let's not alert him yet. The underworld hasn't reacted to this, which means the official in charge of this area might be in trouble. The best course of action is to follow him and see what he's up to. Ruan summoned her fortune little man. It zipped onto Ming Chengzi's back. Following the little man's signal, Ruan was shocked to discover that Ming Chengzi's destination was her own home. Panicked, she urged her sister to drive her back. Moments later, arriving at her doorstep, Ruan anxiously called out. Hearing her voice, Ningxian quickly opened the door. Ruan, what happened? Without time to explain, Ruan asked where their parents were. Relieved to hear they were out at a gathering, she breathed a sigh of relief. Chu-Chi suggested going outside to see if the evil Taoist had done anything. Half an hour later, there was a knock at the door. Seeing it was her sister, Ruan quickly asked if she had found anything. Her sister handed her a small mirror and a few nails. Ruan frowned. These are peachwood nails and a mirror used for suppressing ghosts. Juki, note that I found them under your window. These peachwood nails form a ghost-locking formation. The mirror is angled towards your window. When the sun rises tomorrow, the mirror will create a reflective curse, projecting the ghost-locking formation into your room. Ruan thought for a moment. He's targeting Jean. The devil's formation can drain a ghost's power. But how did he know about Jiyin? The image of Jia Qingyu surfaced in Ruanwan's mind. Besides us, only he knows about Jiyin. Ning Xian reminded him that Huaming Company had already gone bankrupt. Jia Qingyu was detained for suspected tax evasion. We'll find out more tomorrow. Chu Qi, standing beside them, had a furious expression. This guy not only raised a malicious ghost, but also tried to harm Jiyin. We absolutely cannot let him off the hook. Since Chu Chi's home was too far away, Ruan arranged for her sister to stay the night. Fresh from her bath, Chu Chi spotted Ning Xian playing building blocks with Ruan. A sly smile flashed across her eyes. There's definitely something going on between these two. So, Chu Chi quickly urged Ruan to take a bath. But Ruan acted coquettishly, wanting to play a little longer. Seeing this, Chu Chi coaxed and tricked Ruan into the bathroom, leaving Ning Xian completely bewildered. After successfully getting Ruan settled, Chu Chi looked at Ning Xian with a mischievous grin. Ning Xian immediately felt a shiver down his spine. Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Chi covered her mouth, chuckling. How are things progressing with you and Ruan? Ning Tuan stammeret, flüsteret. Progressing with what? Seeing that Ning Xian wouldn't admit it, Chu Chi began to paint a picture of Ruan's future university life. With a girl as outstanding as Ruan, it'll be like Tang Sanzang entering a house full of demons. They'll swarm all over her. But Ning Xian disagreed. Those guys aren't as good as me. Why would Ruan even look at them? Chu Chi was exasperated. How could you be so naive? What if some punk tricks Ruan? You'll be left crying your eyes out. Remembering Ruan's shy expression during his last confession, Ning Xian became confident. That won't happen. Let's wait until Ruan is a little older. Seeing Ning Xian's stubbornness, Chu Chi became frustrated. My efforts are wasted on you. My kindness is being treated like a donkey's liver and lungs. A moment later, Ruan, finished with her bath, saw her sister's sulky expression and was completely confused. She looked at Ning Xian questioningly. What's wrong with sister? Ning Xian tried to change the subject and expertly dried Ruan's hair. With her eyes closed, Ruan quickly became sleepy. Ning Xian gently suggested that she sleep if she was tired. So, with a soft hum, Ruan leaned against Ning Xian's chest. Holding Ruan in his arms, Ning Xian's heart pounded uncontrollably. He couldn't help but lower his head. As the distance between them closed, Ruan's breath brushed against his face. Just as they were about to touch, a noise at the door interrupted the moment. This left Chu Chi, who was peeking from around the corner, itching with anticipation. So close. Just a little bit more, and she would have seen a live show. Looks like I'll have to create some more alone time for them next time. The next day, Zhuo Qi, having learned of Ruan's news, had already thoroughly searched the Taoist's house. Unfortunately, he only found a minor ghost, not the Taoist himself. Meanwhile, Ruan went to the detention center to see Jia Qingyu. She only confirmed that Ming Chengzi was hired by him, but got no other useful information. It seems this Taoist only comes here at night, and this whole operation has probably alerted him. A woman with red hair came out and reported that they had found a secret passage inside. Ruan immediately recognized her as the woman who liked Zhuo Qi from the zombie chamber. Moments later, the group arrived at a dimly lit basement. Ruan immediately spotted a man tied up in the corner. It was Jiyin. The man, covered in black dog blood, appeared extremely weak. Ruan quickly untied the man and asked about the situation. The man coughed weakly and spoke. My name is Du Wuda. I'm Yin Bing from the underworld. A month ago, I discovered someone here using Yin souls to cultivate minor ghosts. So I tracked them here, but I was discovered by that Taoist. He tied me up with ropes and black dog blood. Ruan nodded. Was his name Ming Qingzi? Hearing the name, the man spat angrily. What Ming Qingzi? That's a name he made up himself. His real name is Zhenair. He's from the Maoshan sect. Zhuo Qi frowned slightly. Maoshan sect again. Ruan became curious. Uncle, what do you mean by again? So Zhuo Qi explained. It turned out that the Taoist who was killed on the island last time was called Zhen San. They were all from a Zhen Zibei lineage of the Maoshan sect. Ruan looked at Zhen Jing. Zhen Jing snorted coldly and turned her head. Don't look at me. These people are all outer disciples of the Maoshan sect. Ningxian couldn't help but chuckle. The Maoshan sect only has a few people, and several of them have already turned out to be scoundrels. They still have the nerve to distinguish between outer and inner disciples. Hearing this, Zhan Jing flew into a rage and was about to attack Ningxian. Zhuo Qi grabbed her. If you cause any more trouble, you can stay home from now on. Zhan Jing obediently shut her mouth, not only because she liked Zhuo Qi, but also because Zhuo Qi's rank was higher than hers. At this time, Zhuo Qi asked the man if he could contact the underworld. Then he took out something resembling a communication disc. After entering a tone, the communication disc established a connection with the underworld. After learning about the situation, the underworld said that reinforcements would be sent immediately to retrieve the Yin souls. The communication ended, and Du Wuda looked at the group. That Taoist is human. You'll need to assist the underworld in capturing him. Zhuo Qi chuckled and nodded. No problem. Tonight, we'll catch him while he's dreaming. That damned Yin-Si judge bullying a young girl. Thankfully, the handsome and gentle wheel-turning king arrived just in time. Wan and her group rescued the Yin being trapped in the basement. As for Ming Qingzi, the Taoist who cultivated the minor ghosts, the group decided to apprehend him in his dreams that night. That night, knowing his scheme had been exposed, Ming Qingzi tried to escape. He was eventually cornered in a small alley. Seeing no way out, Ming Qingzi gritted his teeth and knelt before Zhan Jing. "Aunt, please save me. I just wanted to make some money." Zhan Jing kicked him. "Shut up, violating the sect's rules, raising malicious ghosts. The Maoshan sect has no place for people like you." But Ming Qingzi suddenly yelled, "I only raised a small one. Besides Wan, he also raised a big one." Hearing this, the judge was startled. He waved his hand, and a jade flute in Wan's bag appeared in his hand. Then Wei Jin appeared as well. Zhan Jing's eyes widened. "Chu Wan, I didn't expect this. You also raised a fierce ghost. What are you trying to do?" Wan quickly shielded Wei Jin. "She's only sealed in the jade flute. I didn't raise her." The judge frowned slightly. "A fierce ghost is a fierce ghost. It shouldn't be in the human world. Considering you've helped Yin-Si multiple times, I won't pursue this female ghost transgression. But she must return to the underworld with us for reincarnation." Hearing this, Wei Jin became anxious. "Please, Judge, I can't reincarnate. I haven't found my husband yet. I can't forget him." The judge was unmoved. "Although a powerful person has mitigated your fierceness, if you don't enter the underworld, what about the rules? Where's the order?" He was about to take action when a sports car screeched to a halt. The wheel-turning king stepped out, glaring at the judge. "Such impressive authority. Bullying my little Wan while I'm away. Who gave you the guts?" The judge broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly bowed. The wheel-turning king approached Wan and asked, "Do you really want to help this female ghost?" Wan nodded. "Jean has helped me many times. I promised her I would help her find her husband." The wheel-turning king smiled. "You don't need to look. Her husband hasn't reincarnated. How could you encounter him in the human world?" Wan and Wei Jin were both surprised. The wheel-turning king looked at Wei Jin. "You underestimate your husband's love for you." He then handed over his phone. "These human devices are getting better and better. The videos they record are not only clear, but they can also be saved for a long time." Looking at the man in the video, Wei Jin burst into tears. The video showed a man standing by the Manhwa bridge, watching ghosts pass by, but refusing to cross himself. Manhwa curiously asked the man. The man tearfully replied that he didn't want to forget his wife. He wanted to wait for her here, no matter how long it took, until he saw her again, even if only for a moment. It turned out that Wei Jin's husband, in order not to forget his wife, had been lingering by the Manhwa bridge. But because his soul was too weak, he wouldn't last much longer before dissipating completely. Seeing the man's devotion, Manhwa thought of a solution for him. If he drank the Manhwa soup and stayed in the underworld as a greeter, he could wait here forever. The man decisively drank the Manhwa soup. As long as he could see his wife again, even if he didn't recognize her, it would be enough. As the Manhwa soup went down, a thick beard instantly grew on the man's face. Manhwa smiled at the man. "Congratulations on your return. judge of Sea. The truth revealed, Wei Jin excitedly threw herself into the judge's arms. Husband, I finally found you. At this moment, the judge finally remembered their unforgettable love and burst into tears like a child. As his tears flowed, the beard on his face gradually faded away, and he returned to his original appearance. Jin, I'm so sorry. I forgot you. Ruan became curious. How did the wheel-turning king know that the judge was Jin's husband? It turned out that when the wheel-turning king went to see Meng Pe, he happened to see a portrait. The portrait was of Jin. The curious wheel-turning king found this past event within the other shore flowers and recorded it with his phone. The wheel-turning king raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, it's truly fate. It just so happened that this stern-faced judge wanted to send his wife to be reincarnated, so I kindly came to remind him. The two being so close once again made the jealous Ning Xian resentful. At this time, Jin and the judge suddenly knelt down, begging the wheel-turning king to allow them to stay together. The wheel-turning king scoffed. Weren't you just trying to take her away? Why are you begging me now? The judge looked at Jin affectionately. Because Jin had stayed in the mortal realm for so long, she would be punished even if she returned to the underworld. He pleaded with the king to help her become Ain Bing, or perhaps stay by Miss Chu's side. The wheel-turning king looked at Ruan. Ruan smiled sweetly. Of course, I hope Sister Jin can stay, but it's still up to her. Wei Jin nodded. I've already merged with the jade flute. I'm willing to stay by Ruan's side. The wheel-turning king chuckled and looked at the judge. And you? The judge can't stay in the mortal realm forever. The judge immediately kowtowed to the wheel-turning king. Today, the Taoist ran rampant. It was my negligence. I beg your highness to make me a Yin Bing. The wheel-turning king smiled faintly. You're quite clever. Becoming a Yin Bing not only atones for your mismanagement of the Yin souls, but you can also visit your wife in the mortal realm anytime. But for Ruan's sake, I'll grant your request. Jin and the judge smiled at each other. Ruan was sincerely happy for them. Sister Jin's perseverance has finally paid off. But when will it be my turn? The scene changed. Ruan started her university life. And this time, the precious opportunity to send Ruan to school finally fell to Ningji. On September 1st, Ruan and Xiao Taozi arrived with their luggage. From afar, Ningji saw the other students, and his eyes went wide. Ningxi smilet kingli. You should go and greet the other new students. He thought, I haven't even had a chance to consider Ruan as a potential girlfriend yet. Then he took Ruan's luggage. Why didn't Xiao Si come to see you off? Ruan sighed. Ning Xian is busy starting his business. He couldn't get away. Hearing this, Ning Ji was delighted. No wonder he missed such an important day as your first day of school. He thought to himself, opportunity always favors the prepared. Luckily, I'm a professor at Lanfeng University. Then, Ning Ji took Ruan and Xiao Taozi to their dormitory. Seeing the small but fully equipped double dormitory, the two girls were overjoyed. After some effort, they finished unpacking. Tian Yuan called, asking if Xiao Taozi wanted to go to the cafeteria together. Xiao Taozi readily agreed. Soon, the two arrived at the cafeteria entrance. Tian Yuan came up from behind. After ordering, Ruan and Xiao Taozi immediately started wolfing down their food, leaving Tian Yuan stunned. Are you that hungry? Xiao Taozi rolled her eyes. We still have to go back and redecorate the dorm. How can we have the energy if we don't eat our fill? Tian Yuan affectionately put a piece of meat on Xiao Taozi's plate. All right, Yuan. Eat more. A passing boy curiously asked Tian Yuan, are these your friends? Tian Yuan put his arm around the boy and introduced everyone. The boy was Qi Longfei, Tian Yuan's roommate. Ruan carefully studied the boy's face. A full forehead, rounded chin, and clear eyes. He seemed like someone worth getting to know. But Qi Longfei was obviously shy. Being stared at by Ruan, he blushed. Ning Xian sent Ruan a message, checking in on her and promising to visit when he had time. Xiao Taozi smirked. You've only been apart for a little while. It's like you haven't seen brother Ning Xian for a year. Ruan raised an eyebrow. Weren't you the same when you saw Tian Yuan? Xiao Taozi's face turned as red as an apple. I wasn't. Qi Longfei, hearing this, understood. So you two are a couple. These words made both of them awkwardly turn their heads away. Xiao Taozi glanced at Tian Yuyuan, her face reddening even more. Tian Yuyuan quickly covered his face, his mind racing. Xiao Taozi ate large mouthfuls, each trying to hide their flustered hearts. Xiao Taozi thought, when will this guy finally confess to me? Because of Qi Longfei's words, the dinner suddenly became incredibly silent. Qi Longfei touched his nose. Did I say something wrong? Ruan smiled and shook her head. Don't mind them. Let's eat. After dinner, Ruan and the others went to their respective classes. Because they arrived late, the classroom was already full of students. Seeing such a beautiful and cute classmate, the students started whispering. Ruan thought she had entered the wrong classroom. She only walked back in after confirming at the door. Soon, their homeroom teacher, Zhao Panfei, arrived and introduced the class president, Qing Yu, a third-year student. Then, Qing Yu distributed the student handbooks. When she reached Ruan politely said, "Thank you, senior sister." Qing Yu's heart felt warmed by the smile. Such a cute girl. After handing out the handbooks, it was time for the first day of school ritual, self-introductions. Ruan was luckily called first. The students applauded. "Hello everyone, my name is Chu Ruan. I'm from Jicheng." The homeroom teacher smiled kindly. "This student, can you tell us about your hobbies and what you're good at?" Ruan was stunned. Her hobby was catching ghosts, but she probably couldn't say that. She coughed. "I don't really have any hobbies. As for what I'm good at, there's nothing I'm not good at." The homeroom teacher was speechless. Ruan is quite confident. "Next, please welcome Yao Xinya to introduce herself." Hearing this name, Ruan frowned. Why does that name sound familiar? The pink-haired girl looked at Ruan with undisguised hatred in her eyes. Ruan instantly remembered the little girl from 10 years ago. It's really true that enemies are destined to meet. To think we'd run into each other at university. Just as she returned to her seat, Ruan received a message from Ningxian. Her heart filled with warmth. Ningxian, looking at the oversized heart Ruan sent, grinned from ear to ear. He was already planning to set up his company near Lanfeng University. This way, it would be much easier to see Ruan. Time flew by, and it was 9 p.m. The class meeting finally ended. As soon as they left the classroom, Yao Xinya appeared in front of Ruan, her face grim. "Chu Ruan, long time no see. You're the murderer who ruined my family." Ruan was puzzled. She was the victim, yet she was being accused of ruining Yao Xinya's family. After scolding Ruan, Yao Xinya left. Ruan was still stunned when Xiao Taozi ran over and hugged her. "I'm exhausted. We have military training tomorrow morning, and we haven't even gotten our uniforms yet." Ruan looked at Xiao Taozi, puzzled. What military training uniforms? Since the introductions, she'd been in a daze, thinking about Ningxian and hadn't paid attention to anything the homeroom teacher said. "Let's go back to the dorm." With that, Xiao Taozi pulled Ruan back to their dorm. Meanwhile, Ningxian was in a meeting when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was a video call from Ruan, Ningxian immediately took his phone and walked out, leaving behind a group of gossiping colleagues. "What's up with the boss? What else?" "It's a call from Miss Ruan." Ningxian answered the call. Seeing Ruan's face instantly brightened his mood. "How's your first day of university life?" "It's not that different from home, except that you, mom, and dad aren't here. Don't eat too much from the street vendors outside your school, especially anything too spicy." Ruan replied exasperatedly, "I'm not a child. It's okay if I eat something a little spicy." Ningxian coaxed her softly. "I know my Ruan has grown up." They chatted until late at night, and Ruan fell asleep holding her phone. The next morning, Ruan got her military training uniform. She heard someone call her name. Ruan immediately turned around and saw Chi-Chong jogging over. Smiling, she greeted him. "Chi-Chong, long time no see. Are you here as a military training instructor?" "Pretty much. I heard you and Xiao Taozi both got into Nanfeng University. I was hoping I'd see you guys when I came. Didn't expect to see only you." "She's in the dance department. I'm with the finance department. Go take a look over there. You're bound to see Xiao Taozi." Chi-Chong joked. A few guys in her team were thinking of checking out the dance department for pretty girls. If they knew the real beauty was here, they'd probably regret their choices. Ruan giggled. "Chi-Chong, you haven't changed a bit since we were kids. Like Grandpa used to say, you're a real rascal." Chi-Chong scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Grandpa's right. I'm a rascal." Seeing that it was almost time, Ruan hurriedly said, "I have to go assemble now. Bye, Chi-Chong." Chichong watched Ruanawan's retreating figure with a doting smile. Suddenly, a hand slapped him hard on the back. Chief Instructor Chi, hitting on college girls already. Aren't you afraid we'll tell your dad, and he'll send you packing? Chichong rolled his eyes. I'm not afraid, even if you tell my dad. Ruan is my dad's master, old Mr. Ruan's granddaughter. We've known each other since we were kids. What's wrong with chatting? Such a pretty girl. She's really adorable. What department is she in? I just drew lots and got the finance department. Hee. Chief Instructor Chi, your little sister is in my hands now. I'll definitely take good care of her. Chichong looked at Lu Lishir with some disdain. You take care of her. Yeah, right? She doesn't need your care. Lu Lishir didn't believe him. Our military training is always tough. This little girl is so delicate. How could she not need looking after? Chichong gave a mysterious smile. You'll see. Just as university life began, Xiao Taozi was cursed. Soon, the instructors for each department were in place. Hello, everyone. You can call me Instructor Lu. Nanfeng University's military training is different from what you've experienced before. Everyone be prepared to endure hardships. Of course, if anyone is feeling unwell, don't keep it to yourself. If something happens, you'll suffer and will be in trouble too. Now, let's begin the first item of military training, standing at attention. As the whistle blew, everyone immediately straightened up, chests out, heads held high, bodies tense. Soon, half an hour passed. The sun was high in the sky, and everyone's faces were covered in sweat, their expressions pained. Lu Lishir's gaze fell on Ruan. Seeing her still calm and composed, he thought to himself about Chi Chong's words. It seemed Chief Instructor Chi was right. This Ruan was indeed unusual. Finally, a girl couldn't take it anymore and fainted from heat stroke. As Lu Lishir picked up the girl, he instructed everyone to rest in place for 10 minutes. Xiao Taozi's class was nearby. As soon as they were dismissed, she ran over to Ruan. Ruan handed her an oversized water bottle. Looking at the almost worn-off design on the bottle, Lu Lishir thought, seems this rich young lady is quite frugal. His favorable impression of Ruan increased. Xiao Taozi leaned her entire weight on Ruan. Ruan, I'm so tired and thirsty. Taking the water bottle from Ruan, Xiao Taozi couldn't help but comment. You've been using this bottle for 10 years. It's a good thing Ning Xian bought a good quality bottle. Otherwise, it would have broken long ago. Xiao Taozi gulped down several mouthfuls of water before putting the bottle down and continuing with the training. Not far away, Yao Xinyao was staring at them with a cold gaze. Soon, the day's training was over. Back in the dorm, Xiao Taozi kept drinking water. Ruan was a little puzzled. How much water have you drunk since this afternoon? Xiao Taozi considered the water in her hand and thought, maybe 5 liters. Probably because the military training was so tiring and I sweated a lot. It's good to drink more water. A feeling of unease rose in Ruan's heart. Give me your hand. Ruan quickly took Xiao Taozi's hand and used her xiangqi to examine her body. Upon examination, she discovered the problem. There was a disgusting mass inside Xiao Taozi's body. It was this mass that was making her constantly thirsty. Ruan sighed. You've probably been cursed with goo. A goo curse. Xiao Taozi was shocked. What? A goo curse? You can think of it as a type of witchcraft. The Shunxiang Tian Shu records that in ancient times, Miaozheng women would bury various poisonous insects under rotting matter and let them feed on the corpses. The grown poisonous insects would be caught and placed in a container, left to kill each other. The remaining corpses would be ground into powder and made into a colorless and odorless drug, which is what I call a goo curse. Miaozheng women often used it against unfaithful lovers and sometimes to control people. Xiao Taozi immediately panicked, tears welling up in her eyes. Ruan, you're not lying to me, are you? Ruan comforted her. Don't worry, it's just a microorganism causing trouble inside your body. The antidote isn't hard to find. I'll ask my sister to prepare it. Think carefully, when did your thirst start? Did you eat or drink anything unusual before that? With that, Ruan went to the side to call Chu Chi. Xiao Taozi has been cursed with goo. Prepare the antidote and bring it over quickly. Chu Chi was immediately alarmed. Which villain did this? Not sure yet. Get Xiao Taozi the antidote first. That's the priority. Okay, I'll be right there. Chu Chi quickly hung up the phone and yelled, Hey, Ruan's in trouble. Finish off this ghost quickly. We're going to save someone. Upon hearing Ruan's name, Dehei immediately bit off the ghost's neck and swallowed it in a few bites. You have to admit, men can look surprisingly beautiful in women's clothing. Just now, Xiao Taozi had been cursed by someone unknown. Helpless, Ruan could only ask her sister, Chu Chi, for medicine to save her. By the time Chu Chi arrived, the goo poison had already begun to wreak havoc within Xiao Taozi's body. Some areas had even started to fester. Xiao Taozi choked back sobs. Ruan, I feel so awful. Am I going to die? Ruan comforted her. With me here, how could I let you die? Don't be afraid, my sister is here. Chu Chi frowned and quickly took out the antidote from her bag. Luckily, I still had some antidote left. Just mix this with water and have Xiao Taozi drink it. She immediately mixed the antidote with water and had Xiao Taozi drink it. After taking the antidote, the redness on Xiao Taozi's body gradually subsided, and the festering areas stopped oozing pus and blood. Ruan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it didn't spread to her face. What happened? How did she get cursed? Before Xiao Taozi could answer, there was an urgent knock on the door. Puzzled, Su Ruan went to open it. As soon as the door opened, two tall, imposing women rushed in. One of them grabbed Xiao Taozi's arm. How could this happen? Who did this? Xiao Taozi looked at Tian Yuyuan and Qi Longfei, who were wearing long dresses and wigs, and stifled a laugh. Why are you two dressed like this? Tian Yuyuan quickly pulled off her wig. If the dorm lady hadn't stopped us, who would bother dressing up like this? You're still in a mood to joke. Seems like you're not feeling too bad. Xiao Taozi teased Tian Yuyuan. I didn't realize our young master Tian could look so beautiful in a dress. Tian Yuyuan then noticed the festering sores on Xiao Taozi's arm and felt a pang of distress. Ruan then asked Xiao Taozi to think carefully about when she started feeling excessively thirsty and whether she had eaten or drunk anything unusual before that. Xiao Taozi thought back carefully. It started during afternoon training. I felt incredibly thirsty. Before that, Xiao Taozi had been stewing for a while. Suddenly, she said that after drinking from my water bottle, she became increasingly thirsty. Chu Chi took out a piece of flotation paper. She dripped some of the water onto it. The moment the water touched the paper, it sizzled, and the spot immediately turned black. Chu Chi glared at Ruan. Someone's trying to hurt you. Ruan pondered. Besides Yao Xinya, she didn't have any enemies. But how did Yao Xinya get the goo poison? I'll call Ning Xian and ask him to look into it. You take care of Xiao Taozi. Qi Longfei, who was with Tian Yuyuan, was practically bug-eyed. Tian Yuyuan patted his shoulder. These two aren't ordinary people. You'll get used to it. Qi Longfei hesitated for a long time, then finally asked, are they like demons? Chu Chi, who had been serious, burst out laughing. Have you ever seen such beautiful demons? Qi Longfei lowered his head slightly. That's why they're beautiful, because they're demons. Seeing this, Tian Yuyuan quickly pulled Qi Longfei aside. I'll have a little chat with him. You guys continue. He turned back. Xiao Taozi, take care of yourself. I'll come see you tomorrow. After leaving the dorm, Tian Yuyuan said helplessly, calling them demons. You're the first, buddy. Downstairs, Dehei suddenly started barking furiously at Qi Longfei, circling his feet. Seeing this, Tian Yuyuan was puzzled. It was the first time he'd seen Dehei so interested in anyone besides Ruan. Do you have some kind of dog-attracting aura? Qi Longfei could only cough awkwardly to ease the embarrassment. To avenge Xiao Taozi, Ruan set fire to the culprit's lair. Just now, Xiao Taozi, exhausted from military training, had gulped down all the water in Ruan's bottle. Unexpectedly, she couldn't stop drinking after that. After investigating, Ruan discovered a goo worm had been planted inside her. Soon, the goo worm started to take effect. Xiao Taozi's body became burning hot and started to fester. Fortunately, her sister, Chu Chi, arrived in time with the antidote. After everyone discussed it, they realized the original target was Ruan. When Ruan returned after buying ointment for Xiao Taozi's wounds, Yao Xinya was waiting downstairs. She looked at Ruan with a smug smile. How does it feel to watch your closest friend suffer for you? Ruan, with a single glance, noticed Yao Xinya lacked the characteristic corpse-like smell of someone who raises goo. It seemed she'd obtained the curse from someone else. Ruan's eyes turned cold. You're an adult now. You should pay for your mistakes. Yao Xinya scoffed and turned to leave. Ruan wasn't about to let her go. She released a small piece of paper tainted with goo poison. An eye for an eye. I'll not only avenge Xiao Taozi, but I'll also find out who's behind you. Soon, Ningxian brought back Yao Xinya's detailed information. 10 years ago, Yao Xinya's attempt to harm Ruan failed. Due to her age, she avoided criminal punishment, but it ruined her family's business. Unable to bear the blow, Yao Xinya's father committed suicide, and her mother died of illness a few years later. Surprisingly, 2 years after the family who adopted Yao Xinya took her in, they were murdered. Yao Xinya disappeared during that incident. She reappeared in Ruan's class. Ruan pieced things together. During her disappearance, Yao Xinya must have been in contact with the Gu Master. To find the Gu Master, they just needed to be patient. So, the three of them waited outside Yao Xinya's dorm. Within half an hour, Yao Xinya ran out. They could clearly see her festering skin oozing pus and blood. They followed her to an apartment complex near the school. Ruan stopped them. There's something wrong with this building. She widened her eyes to look closer. She was shocked by what she saw. Why do the shadows in the windows look like heads? Chu Chi said gravely, flying head goo. Ruan was in disbelief. Flying head goo requires a Gu Master to separate the head from the body. How could there be so many Gu Masters here? There can't be that many Gu Masters, but it can split itself. We don't know which head is the real one. Ruan smiled. Why bother finding the real one? Just burn them all. She pulled out a stack of flotation papers and tossed them into the air. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, lend me your power. Samadhi true fire. The flotation papers instantly ignited into a blazing inferno. 18 floors, 18 papers, each carrying fierce flames, surged towards the building. A scream echoed out. Ruan confirmed the 10th floor was their target. To avenge Xiao Taozi, she unleashed Samadhi true fire, burning the culprit's lair. Hearing the screams from the 10th floor, Ruan was certain that was where the Gu Master's true body resided. Chu Chi was about to lead the way inside when Ruan stopped her. After climbing 10 floors, will we still have the energy to fight? Let's just make him come out. She took out another stack of flotation papers and unleashed Samadhi true fire towards the 10th floor. Juki stay, Dumbao. Using Samadhi true fire twice in a row. Do you have an unlimited supply of Xianqi? Ruan scratched her head awkwardly. Not unlimited, just a large stockpile. This was thanks to all of middle and high school, where she appeared to be sleeping in class, but was actually accumulating Xianqi. Moments later, a middle-aged man grabbed Yao Xinya and jumped out of a 10th floor window. The middle-aged man was the Gu Master who had used the flying head Gu. He stared at Ruan, his voice trembling slightly. Was it you who used Samadhi true fire? Receiving confirmation, the man immediately bowed and scraped. Grandmother, I haven't crossed you. Why are you causing me trouble? Ruan snorted and turned her gaze to Yao Xinya behind him. You should ask Yao Xinya why she used Gu to harm my friend. Hearing this, the Gu Master glared at Yao Xinya. You stole my Gu. Yao Xinya was clearly terrified of him, her face paling. No, I didn't. Seeing the festering sores on Yao Xinya's face, the Gu Master knew she was lying. He slapped her. I paid for your education, and you dare steal my Gu. Yao Xinya knelt, begging. Master, please spare me. I won't do it again. The Gu Master was still furious. He kicked her away. This little wretch is yours now. Do with her as you please. Ruan looked at the wounds that had rotted to the bone on Yao Xinya's face and body, frowning. You didn't give her the antidote. The man sneered. I didn't develop this stuff to save people. There is no antidote. Besides, a slave is just a slave. Please, Jiangshi Master, spare me this time. Ruan said coldly, I can spare you, but leave behind all your Gu, and never practice the harmful flying head Gu again. The man swore oaths and claimed all his Gu was in the medicine room on the 10th floor. But Ruan wasn't going to let him off that easily. She held a flotation paper in her hand. Little scoundrel curse. The man hurried away. A paper figurine instantly stuck to his back. Chu Chi, thinking Ruan had actually let him go, frowned and asked why. Ruan smirked. I'll put a tracking charm on him. Uncle Zhuo will take care of it. And Ningxian is here. If he tries anything funny, he won't be able to hurt Ningxian. Yao Xinya couldn't hold on any longer. Her soul began to separate from her body. Yin soldiers arrived soon after. Ruan felt a sense of relief. Xiao Taozi's revenge was finally complete. Back home, Chu Chi turned on the light and saw a secret on the sofa. Why are you here? Then, realizing something, how did you know my door code? You smile mysteriously. 508715. This passcode is pretty easy to crack. It's one thing for an older guy to flirt. It's another when he's serious. Flirting with this man who's been single for almost 30 years news. She really was laying it on thick. Chu-Chi, having just returned home, saw someone sitting on her sofa. She was startled. After seeing who it was, she breathed a sigh of relief. Ningyu, what are you doing here? No, wait. How did you know my door code? 508715 was easy to guess. Juki Fawen Ditsplet. Even if it was easy to guess, you can't just walk into my house. Ningyu didn't reply, turning towards the kitchen instead. He returned from the kitchen carrying a plate of braised prawns in oil, a dish of fragrant fried skewers, and a large bowl of spicy hot pot. The aroma instantly captivated Chu-Chi, tempting her taste buds. How did you know I like these? Ningyu then brought out a soda, adding ice cubes. That refreshing summer feeling arrived. While being tempted by the food, Chu-Chi said, "Don't think you can erase the fact that you barged into my house by bribing me with this." Ningyu looked at Chu-Chi with a smile, holding the soda. "I didn't barge in on purpose. I wanted to bring you a late-night snack, but you weren't home. It wasn't convenient to stand at the door with all this food, so I tried the passcode. I figured since you've been looking for Wan for so long, the code might be your and Wan's birthdays. I didn't expect to get it right on the first try. Why didn't you tell me you were bringing me something? Wouldn't that ruin the surprise?" Chu-Chi looked at Ningyu with some suspicion. "Are you sure this isn't a fright? Try the prawns first. Are they good?" As he spoke, Ningyu placed a peeled prawn onto Chu-Chi's plate. Chu-Chi picked up the prawn and put it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up in the next second. "You, a young master, can actually cook, and it's so delicious. If you like it, I'll cook for you every day." Chu-Chi blinked at Ningyu. "Every day?" Ningyu curled his lip. "What? You don't welcome me bringing you food?" Chu-Chi avoided Ningyu's gaze, muttering, "Your company isn't close to here. Don't you find it troublesome to come every day? And you're so unfocused on your work. Don't your parents care?" Ningyu raised an eyebrow and smiled. "My dad takes care of the company. I'm living across from you now. If you still find it troublesome, I wouldn't mind moving in directly. And they're very supportive of my unfocused pursuits." Chu-Chi's heart pounded like a rabbit, flustered by Ningyu's words. Ningyu stared at Chu-Chi, suddenly captivated by a thin but long scar at the corner of her eye. Although the scar had healed, he could imagine how deep the wound must have been. He couldn't help but reach out and gently caress the scar, his heart filled with tenderness. "What happened? I was too hungry as a child and stole something. Someone cut me with a knife." Chu-Chi's voice was extremely calm, as if it hadn't been her who was injured. Ningyu's eyes were filled with heartache. "Did it hurt?" "Juki Juka. It was so long ago. It doesn't hurt anymore." Ningyu gently pulled Chu-Chi into a hug, softly saying, "But it hurts me. I'm sorry. If only I could have met you earlier, like Xiao-Si met Wan. Then you wouldn't have suffered so much." Ripples stirred within Chu-Chi's heart. For the first time, someone felt heartache for a faded scar. Chu-Chi looked uncomfortable. She quickly pulled away. "It's too late. I'm going to bed." Ningyu watched Chu-Chi flee in a panic, softly saying, "Good night." Chu-Chi ran back to her room and slammed the door shut, the blush on her face still lingering. Her heart beat even faster. Damn it, this girl can't handle being flirted with. And so, Wan was once again resented. Ning Xian escorted Wan to school early in the morning. Suddenly, an incredibly handsome man appeared on the field, attracting everyone's attention. At this moment, Chi-Chong ran over, waving and greeting them. "Xiao Xian, long time no see. Brother Chong, I heard from Wan that you're the chief instructor. How's Uncle Chi's health?" Chi-Chong sighed. "My dad's chronic illness isn't getting better. He's relying on medication now." Wan smiled. "After military training, my brother and I will visit Uncle Chi together." Chi-Chong looked at Wan. "My dad will be very happy to see you. Training is about to start. Get back in line." Ning Xian patted Wan's head, his face full of affection and reluctance. "I'll come find you after I've dealt with the company's renovations." Just as Ning Xian reached the school gate, he was almost hit by an electric scooter. The water bottle on the scooter fell to the ground. The rider was Qin Yu, a helper from Wan's class. Qin Yu quickly got off the scooter and apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't do it on purpose." Waiting for a polite response, Ning Xian simply said, "It's okay." Qin Yu looked up at Ning Xian, her face flushing. She had never seen such a handsome and gentle man. Ning Xian ignored Qin Yu and turned to leave. Qin Yu, snapping back to reality, hurriedly picked up the water bottle. The students were still waiting for their water. Back on the field, Qin Yu distributed the water and then approached a male student, asking, "Did you guys see a very handsome man in a suit just now?" Yeah, he's Chu Ruanawan's boyfriend, another male student said. That man is Chu Ruanawan's brother, not her boyfriend. Hearing this, a glimmer of joy arose in Qin Yu's heart. This meant she still had a chance. Although she knew it was unlikely that such a man would notice her, anyone who'd watched enough overbearing CEO falls in love with me dramas would fantasize. She then took a bottle of juice and went over to Ruan. Ruan, this is for you. Ruan smiled slightly. Thank you, senior sister. I have water. Just then, Xiao Taozi snatched the juice from Qin Yu's hand. Our Ruan is so popular. Even senior sister is giving her juice. Too bad Ruan usually drinks freshly squeezed juice made by Brother Xiao Xian. Brother Xiao Xian said this kind of packaged juice isn't good for girls. She then shoved the juice back to Qin Yu. Qin Yu's face darkened slightly, but she still smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll drink it myself. I'll go now, you guys train hard." Ruan looked at Xiao Taozi in confusion. "What's wrong with you today? She just gave me some juice. Are you jealous?" Xiao Taozi pinched Ruan's face in exasperation. "You idiot. Do you think she was being nice, giving you juice? She's after your brother. I just saw this Qin Yu almost hit Brother Xiao Xian with her scooter and then stared at him, blushing. Now that she knows you and Brother Xiao Xian are related, she's trying to bribe you with a drink to get information out of you." Ruan tilted her head, puzzled. She liked him just from one glance. That's hasty. With Brother Xiao Xian's face, which girl wouldn't be smitten? Although we can't control who she likes, Brother Xiao Xian would never like her. I'm just being upfront to nip it in the bud, so she doesn't waste her feelings. Qin Yu, after leaving, threw the juice hard into the trash can. Just because he's not as good-looking as Chu Ruan and his family isn't as good as hers, I have to be humiliated like this. It's not fair. Chu Ruan, just you wait. I won't give up. Ruan welcomed the combat training she had been looking forward to. She even fantasized about herself in a military uniform, wearing sunglasses, holding a gun, looking valiant and heroic. Her inner voice was shouting, "Combat training, come quickly." The participants arrived at the foot of Wulong Mountain. Chichong took out his megaphone again. "This exercise will last for 1 day. Whoever gets the chess piece from the mountaintop first wins. There are also many hidden supplies on the mountain. Whether you can find them depends on you. You can attack other participants 1 hour after entering the mountain. Anyone hit in the heart, brain, or lungs is eliminated. Also, because some teams don't have enough members, we've specially invited some outside help. Ning Yu and Ning Xian from the Ning Shi group, and the well-known blogger, Miss Chu Chi. They're the main investors in this training. Please join the superpower team." Ruan's face lit up with surprise. "Brother, what are you doing here?" "The company matters are taken care of," Ning Xian said with a smile, scratching his head. "Of course, I'm here for you. How could I be at ease with you going into the mountains alone for combat training?" Ruan blushed, flustered. Then she said shyly, "Brother Chichong, it must have taken a lot of effort to persuade the higher-ups." Chu Chi threw an arm around Ruan. "They have money. How could they possibly disagree? They're covering all the expenses for this training. They should be overjoyed." Ruan couldn't help but sigh. As expected of superpowers, the practical training began, and everyone set off. Within the group, a boy from the finance department took out a map, looked it over, and then pointed to the left. Another boy asked Peng Fei in a flattering tone, "You seem very familiar with the mountain roads." "I used to hunt in the mountains with my grandfather when I was little. This kind of small mountain is a piece of cake for me." He said this while glancing at Ruan, seemingly showing off intentionally. Ruan looked at the map in her hand, then at the map in Peng Fei's hand. "Did you hold the map upside down?" Peng Fei's face flushed red. "So what if it's upside down? The mountain paths all loop around. We'll reach the summit no matter how we go." Chu Chi scoffed, "Little brat, your grandpa never brought you to climb this mountain. If you want to come in first, you don't have time to waste." The group didn't waste any more time because of Peng Fei and continued forward, following the map. After walking for about an hour, someone from the back shouted, "Instructor, can we take a break?" Instructor Liu turned around. "You're all one team now. Whether you can rest or not, you have to ask the others." Peng Fei looked at the disorganized group behind him and suggested, "Let's take a break. We can also take this opportunity to choose a team leader. We can't continue being a disorganized mess." The same flattering boy spoke again. "Peng Fei is right. Whoever wants to be team leader, raise your hand." Peng Fei immediately raised his hand. Everyone else looked at each other and didn't raise their hands. No one else. "Then I'll reluctantly accept the role of team leader. Now there are 2 paths in front of us. One requires crossing water, but it's shorter. The other has no water, but it's a bit of a detour. To come in first, I've decided we'll take the water route. At that moment, Ning Xian, leaning against a large tree, spoke calmly, without knowing the water quality or what creatures are in it. Are you trying to risk our lives by taking the water route? Wanwan also agreed. Brother is right. Peng Fei argued. Taking the other route will make us much slower. We won't be able to win. Ning Xian stood in front of Wanwan and glared at Peng Fei. You'd risk your life for the win. Peng Fei was intimidated by Ning Xian's aura and stammered, "You don't need the credits, so of course you don't care about winning. We have 2 instructors anyway. Let's just split into 2 groups and go our separate ways." He then walked off towards the left. I was looking forward to the practical training. It was supposed to be fun and exciting, but I didn't expect to encounter another supernatural incident. Just now, because of the argument about which path to take, the original team was forced to split into 2. Instructor Chi Chong looked at the students and couldn't help but sigh. These kids are really hot-blooded. He then put his arm around Instructor Liu and said, "These little monkeys, it's good to have an old partner to prevent any accidents." Meanwhile, their team was all acquaintances. Chu Chi looked around and finally settled her gaze on Chi Longfei. "Young man, why didn't you go with them? Don't you want the credits?" Qi Longfei chuckled. "I just feel safer with you guys. I'm quite afraid of dying." Chu Chi nodded and patted his shoulder. "Good lad, you have good sense." Ning Yu found this scene very displeasing and immediately moved closer to Chu Chi. "Xiao Chi, I'm also quite afraid of dying." Chu Chi got goosebumps. He had dared to follow her to catch ghosts before, so why was he suddenly scared now? Suddenly, a vine shot out from the side and wrapped around Chi Chong's ankle, trying to drag him away. Tian Yuan, who was closest, quickly grabbed his hand. Ning Xian reacted the fastest and immediately slashed the vine with his knife. Fresh blood gushed out. The vine was bleeding. Wanwan picked up the bleeding vine from the ground. It emitted a faint yin energy. This is real human blood. This is the work of a vengeful ghost. We can't ignore this. Chi Chong stared blankly at Wanwan and the others, clutching his chest. "What are you talking about? What vengeful ghost? I'm a materialist. I don't believe in these things." Tian Yuan patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, you will soon." The group followed the blood trail until they reached a towering tree. The blood trail disappeared there. Wanwan looked at the tree. The yin energy is coming from inside the trunk. She took out her 7-star demon, subduing sword from her bag. "Everyone stand back." With that, she swung the sword and struck the center of the trunk. The tree, thick enough to take 3 people to hug, seemed like it would be sturdy, but it was split open by the single blow. Something inside the tree tumbled out. A decaying corpse fell straight to the ground. Wanwan walked closer and crouched down to examine the corpse. There was a nail in the center of its forehead. A yama nail. Driving a yama nail directly into the forehead of a corpse traps the soul and subjects it to eternal torment. What kind of hatred could make someone use such a cruel method to imprison their soul here? Wanwan looked at Chu Chi. "Sister, I want to know what happened." Chu Chi immediately understood what Wanwan meant. "You want to use the soul communication curse." Wanwan nodded, her eyes determined. "Help me. I want to know." Although worried, Chu Chi didn't stop her. Ning Xian, however, stepped forward and grabbed Wanwan's hand, his face full of concern. "Will using this curse be dangerous for you?" Wanwan gave a sweet smile. "The soul communication curse is a secret art of our school. But with my current abilities, I can't draw the talisman. I need my sister's help. Also, this curse only connects with the soul, allowing one to see the ghost's memories from when they were alive. There's no life-threatening danger." Ning Xian looked at Wanwan tenderly and stroked her head. "That's good. But even if the probability of danger is 0, I don't want you to be in any harm's way. Blood as the medium. Draw the soul communication talisman to connect with the soul." As the talisman gradually took shape, after entering the corpse's memory space, Wanwan saw a beautiful girl. The girl's name was Yangling. Her parents were ordinary office workers, but their family was very happy. Yangling's face was radiant with a youthful smile. "I got accepted into Shengying University." Father and Mother Yang were overjoyed upon hearing the news. "We must celebrate tonight." On the day Yang Ling started school, her parents personally escorted her. Xiaoling, now that you're in university, you must make the most of your time and find a boyfriend who loves and cherishes you. That way, your father and I can rest easy. Yangling smiled with a slight flicker in her eyes. I don't want to rush into a relationship. Yangling's beauty was unmatched in the entire college, and naturally, she had many admirers. One day, Pan Serong, the principal's son, confessed to Yangling with roses in hand. I truly like you. Be my girlfriend. Yangling politely smiled and apologized. I already have someone I like. This was the 5th time Pan Serong had been rejected by Yangling, and his patience had long worn thin. A rich kid snickered and said, "Hey Pan, you're a veteran in the love game. How can you not handle a little girl? Why not just take her? We'll help you." Yangling was an art student, and her paintings were incredibly realistic. Many people online bought her paintings. Yangling was painting an ancient tree when Pan Serong and his friends appeared. Pan Serong looked at the half-finished ancient tree and sneered. Yangling was surprised. "Are you the online buyer who wanted to buy the painting of the ancient tree?" "That's right, it's me," Pan Serong said as he approached Yangling, taking out a recording pen. "Who told me you were selling paintings online? And who told me your account so I could find you?" The familiar voice from the recording pen made Yangling completely despair. "I can tell you Yangling's account. Please let me go. I don't like him. It's always been one-sided. I never wanted to marry him." Tears streamed down Yangling's face as she collapsed to the ground. "You've liked Xiang Yintian for so long, and he hasn't even touched you. Is it him who's the problem, or does he really find you repulsive?" As they said this, the boys surrounded Yangling. The memory ended. Wan abruptly opened her eyes, anger flashing in them. She pulled out the Yama nail, freed from its confinement. Yangling's soul immediately emerged from the body. Wan took out the soul-nourishing pearl and said to her, "Come in. I'll take you to find those people and avenge you." After another 3 hours of travel, Wan and the others finally reached the location of the national flag. To their surprise, they seemed to be the first to arrive. But logically, Peng Fei's group should have been there long ago. Chichong immediately took out his walkie-talkie and called out to Instructor Liu, "Is this your group?" Static crackled from the walkie-talkie, but no one responded. A father's love is like a mountain. For his children, he truly will do anything. Just now, Wan and the others arrived at the summit, only to find the other teams hadn't arrived yet. Chichong took out his walkie-talkie and called out. Only static crackled from the other end, with no response. Worried, Chichong quickly contacted headquarters, reporting the loss of contact with the instructor and some students who took the water route and requesting drone localization. Unexpectedly, the drone couldn't locate the missing team. Chichong could only have Wan and the others get in the car to rest while he took all the instructors into the mountains to search. The other students rested in the car. Wan closed her eyes to recover her strength. Suddenly, Yangling, the soul Wan was nurturing, spoke up. "There's a very dangerous place in Wulong Mountain. The missing students and instructor are likely trapped there." Wan abruptly opened her eyes. "What did you say?" "Wulong Mountains, Xianglong River. Dragon masters who enter never return. They are very likely trapped inside." Just as Yangling finished speaking, Chichong and the others returned with the missing people. Wan's tense nerves finally relaxed. Where did they go? How did they lose contact? They wandered into a reverse-aging area. Fog rolled in, and their walkie-talkie broke. The drone couldn't detect them. There wasn't any danger, so they didn't fire a signal flare. We found them walking out of the fog not long after we went in. Wan found it strange, but didn't say anything. A few days later, after learning what Pan Serong and the others had done, Han Lingling immediately brought them to the police station. Pan Serong sat in a chair with his legs crossed, looking arrogant. "Pan Serong, do you remember Yangling?" Hearing Yangling's name, Pan Serong's face changed, but he remained relatively calm. "I don't remember." Han Lingling sneered. "The girl you confessed to 5 times in college and never won over. You've forgotten her so quickly." Pan Serong became impatient. "It's been 10 years. Who remembers her? You don't remember the person, but you remember the time quite clearly, don't you?" Pan Serong's hands trembled slightly. He stood up and slammed the table. "I've hired a lawyer. Talk to my lawyer if you have anything to say." Wan looked at him and smiled faintly. "Doesn't Yangling, the girl you chased for so long, want to see you again?" As soon as she finished speaking, a gust of cold wind swept through. "Pan Serong, you animal." Pan Serong stiffly turned his head and saw Yangling's pale face. Terrified, Pan Surong pleaded desperately. Yang Ling roared, and Pan Sirong's body was lifted into the air. I could have had a perfect life, but you and those animals ruined it. You beg for mercy now. When you bullied me, did you ever think of showing me any? Ruan frowned slightly, seeing that Yang Ling was about to kill him. Yang Ling, Tinkarefuli. If you kill him, you'll also bear the sin. He ruined my life. Even if I bear the sin and go to hell forever, I will kill him. You saved me, and I won't implicate you. Saying this, she released Pan Surong. Pan Surong, now mentally unstable from fear, confessed his crimes and those of the other 5 men under interrogation. With solid evidence in their confessions, the court quickly delivers sentence. At that moment, a white-haired old man hiding in the corner rushed forward with a kitchen knife and stabbed Pan Surong repeatedly. Watching Pan Surong collapse, the old man laughed maniacally. Xiaolin, Dad avenged you. The old man was Yang Ling's father. Seeing this, Yang Ling burst into tears. She quickly floated over, wanting to hug her father, but she forgot she was only a soul and couldn't touch living people. Yang Ling gently raised her hand, wanting to wipe the tears from her father's eyes. She didn't dare use her ghostly powers, afraid of harming her father. Father Yang took out a family photo he carried with him and said tearfully, Dad avenged you. Are you happy in heaven? The prison guards, recovering from their shock, were about to restrain Father Yang. Yang Ling watched helplessly, venting all her anger on the deceased Pan Surong. Ruan, feeling heartbroken, quickly walked over and handed Father Yang a stick of Shijiao incense. Take this, and you can see your daughter. Father Yang took the incense in a daze. As the fragrance drifted, his eyes welled up, and he saw Yang Ling kneeling on the ground. He burst into tears. Xiaolin, I'm sorry. Dad was useless. I didn't protect you. Yang Ling also sobbed. It's me who is unfilial. I couldn't serve you and made you. With your white hair, bury your black-haired child. Yang Ling weeped her tears. Dad, Mama's been distraught since I disappeared. When the police told me what happened, I waited for this day to avenge you. Father Yang glared at the other perpetrators, gritting his teeth. It's a pity I only killed one. Don't worry, Dad will find a chance to kill those animals too. Then Dad will come to be with you. Yang Ling shook her head frantically. I want you to live well. I don't want you to come with me. Mom still needs you. Take good care of Mom. If there's a next life, I will definitely be your daughter again. A gust of wind then rushed towards the other perpetrators. Yang Ling disrupted their minds. From now on, they would live in pain and fear. After doing all this, Yang Ling's soul slowly dissipated, turning into specks of golden light. After military training, Xiao Taozi packed her things in the dormitory, including her own bag. My Ruan is out upholding justice. I have to do something for her. Ruan immediately smiled and cupped her hands. Thank you, Miss Go. Then she went forward and hugged Xiao Taozi. Why are you so virtuous? What are your plans for this holiday? Going home, of course. Grandpa is still at home, so I have to go back. Then go back. I'm staying at my brother's place. You're not going home. Don't your uncle and aunt miss you? Ruan sighed. My parents went on a trip the day before yesterday and left me with my brother. Xiao Taozi pouted. They're really at ease. Ruan looked puzzled. What's there to worry about? It's not dangerous at my brother's. Xiao Taozi rolled her eyes, thinking, your brother is the biggest danger. A woman only needs to look at him once, and her soul will be hooked. That day, Ruan finished military training and was on holiday. She was pulling a small suitcase and had just walked out of the school gate when Ning Xian's car stopped at the entrance. Ruan quickly pulled her suitcase and ran over, smilingly asking Ning Xian if he had any plans. As he put Ruan's suitcase in the trunk, Ning Xian said, let's go home and drop off your things. I'll take you to eat something delicious later. As he spoke, Ning Xian placed a key in Ruan's hand. This is the key to the new house. You can come over anytime. Their tender moment was interrupted by a jarring voice. It was Qin Yu, their classmate. Today, she was wearing a white dress very similar to Ruan's. Even her hair was styled in the same wavy fashion as Ruan's. Ruan was speechless. It wasn't that she was narcissistic, but Qin Yu's attempt to dress like her could only be described as laughably bad. Still, she politely asked, is there something I can help you with? Qin Yu looked at Ning Xian. I want to go downtown, but there are too many students now and I can't get taxi. Could you give me a ride, Gidge? Her expression and tone clearly conveyed to Ruan, I'm interested in your brother. Before Ruan could answer, Ning Xian slammed the trunk shut, his eyes cold. Don't try to claim a familial relationship. Ruan is my only Mimi. Qin Yu clearly felt Ning Xian's anger. Didn't they say boys like being called Gidge by girls? Why is Ning Xian angry? Qin Yu hurriedly explained. By now, Wan had also lost her patience, her tone turning cold. Senior, do you really just want to ride? If so, you're welcome. But if you're using it as an excuse for something else, forget it. Won't your Gidge ever have a girlfriend? Before Wan could speak, Ning Xian said, this isn't something you should worry about. In my heart, Wan, you'll always be number one. After speaking, Ning Xian and Wan got directly into the car and left, leaving Qin Yu alone, breathing in the exhaust fumes. Qin Yu looked at the expressions of the people around him. He felt as if needles were pricking his heart, trampling on his self-esteem. They soon arrived at Ning Xian's new home. Unsurprisingly, there was only one bedroom. The sofa was curved, the kind you couldn't sleep on at all. Why did you only get one bedroom again? Ning Xian looked innocent. Xiao Chun found the construction crew. Last time, they only made one bedroom. I didn't specify any requirements this time, so they just followed the previous layout. Wan covered her burning face. So we have to sleep in the same bedroom again. Ning Xian, however, remained calm. We can combine forces again this time. Wan's face was as red as a baboon's bottom. The pajamas she brought this time were all short. How could she sleep with her brother like this? Ning Xian saw Wan blushing and asked, puzzled, why is your face red? Are you feeling unwell? Wan quickly shook her head. No, I'm hungry, let's go eat. At the night market, Wan ate the fried rice cakes in her hand. The spicy fried rice cakes Mom made when I was little were the best. But ever since I craved them and ended up in the hospital, Wumon never made them again. I didn't expect to finally eat them again today. Ning Xian pinched Wan's face. I know you've been craving them for a long time. I'll let you have some today, but I can't eat too much. I know, I'm not a child. Eating chili peppers won't send me to the hospital now. Just then, they heard two familiar voices rock, paper, scissors. You lost. Let's go again. I don't believe I can't win a single round. They saw Chu Chi and Ning Yu sitting in a corner, playing rock, paper, scissors, and drinking. Both of their faces were flushed. It was unclear how much they had drunk. Two domineering CEOs of Ning Group, who should have been composed and calm, were unexpectedly wearing t-shirts and flip-flops, sitting at the night market drinking beer and eating crayfish and playing rock, paper, scissors. Just a moment ago, because Wan had craved spicy fried rice cakes when she was little and ended up in a hospital after sneaking some, Mingjia hadn't made that dish since. Knowing Wan wanted to eat them, Ning Xian brought her to the night market. At that moment, they saw two familiar figures. They saw Chu Chi and Ning Yu sitting in a corner, playing rock, paper, scissors, and drinking. Both of their faces were flushed. It was unclear how much they had drunk. They couldn't help but wonder if the men wearing t-shirts and flip-flops, sitting at the night market drinking beer, eating crayfish, and playing rock, paper, scissors, were really their older brothers. Wan and Ning Xian walked over. Ning Yu, half drunk, saw Ning Xian and immediately became tense. Looking at his scruffy appearance, he felt a little embarrassed. Xiaoxi, why are you here? Ning Xian, however, was completely unfazed. Big brother, your rock, paper, scissors skills are lacking. Let me play a couple of rounds with you. Hearing this, Ning Yu's nervousness and embarrassment disappeared, replaced by the effects of the alcohol. I'm going to drink you under the table today. How about a bottle for every round lost? Do you dare? The four of them drank until 8 or 9 o'clock, finishing 3 cases of beer, eating all the crayfish and barbecue before stopping. The cool evening breeze blew on their faces. Ning Quan's drunkenness dissipated somevhat. He held Wan's hand the entire time, looking at her apple-like face with longing. He softly called, Wan. Wan turned her head in confusion. The next second, Ning Xian pulled Wan closer and gently bit her cheek. Wan froze. Ning Xian, what are you doing? I don't know what came over me. I just suddenly wanted to eat an apple. Wan rubbed her cheek, muttering shyly, is it really that red? Ning Xian hummed in agreement. He wouldn't admit that he couldn't resist teasing her. Wan pulled Ning Xian's hand, quickening their pace. Let's go home quickly. After about 10 minutes of walking, they arrived home. Wan came out of the bathroom to find Ning Xian asleep on the sofa. Wan gently patted Ning Tuan. Brother, wake up. Go take a shower before you sleep. But he didn't react at all. Having no other choice, Wan brought a basin of warm water, unbuttoned Ning Xian's shirt, and gave him a simple wipe down. The white towel damp with warm water, wiped across Ning Xian's neck, chest, and abs. Ruan looked at the abs she had seen countless times but never dared to touch. She couldn't help but feel tempted. What should she do? She really wanted to touch them, but she had the desire but not the courage. Ruan called out a couple more times. After confirming that Ning Xian was asleep, she extended her wolf claws towards Ning Xian's abdomen. At first, she just poked lightly. It felt soft and firm. Seeing that Ning Xian didn't react, Ruan grew bolder. She placed her entire palm on his abs and squeezed. Just then, Ning Xian suddenly sat up and pinned Ruan down on the sofa, holding her hands. He looked at her and said with a smile, "Didn't you know you're not supposed to touch these?" Not only did the man bump into Ruan while walking, but he also knocked her to the ground. Who could tolerate this? I certainly couldn't. Just a moment ago, Ruan, out of curiosity, squeezed Ning Xian's abs. Unexpectedly, Ning Xian suddenly sat up and pinned Ruan down on the sofa. Ruan was startled by Ning Xian. When she finally recovered, she blushed. "Brother Ning Xian, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just curious." Ning Xian's eyes were fixed on Ruan. Girls have their curiosities when they grow up, but you can't do this to other men. You'll be taken advantage of, understand. Ruan, avoid Ning Tuan skasekwitiri. I understand, brother. Can you get off me now? Ruan wouldn't admit that she had been coveting her brother's abs for a long time. Seeing Ruan's timid and frightened expression, Ning Xian couldn't bring himself to tease her further. "Go to bed." With that, Ning Xian went into the bathroom to shower. Ruan gently bit her hand as a warning to her audacious paws. The 3-day holiday ended quickly. Ruan returned to school. Just as she entered the dorm, she heard a clattering sound coming from the kitchen. It turned out to be Xiao Taozi in the kitchen, frantically trying to deal with some crabs. But the crabs were crawling everywhere. Ruan said, exasperated, "Xiao Taozi, do you even know how to handle crabs?" "Of course I do. A few crabs can't stump this great lady." Saying this, she pushed Ruan out of the kitchen. "You just got back. Go rest. Leave the kitchen to me. You have to trust my cooking skills." Half an hour later, Xiao Taozi brought out a plate of crabs that weren't even steaming. Ruan looked at the crabs, her eye twitching. "Are you sure these are edible? They should be, right?" she said, picking up her chopsticks to grab a crab. However, the crab's pincer clamped down on the chopsticks first. Its defiant look stunned them both. "Xiao Taozi, you didn't actually forget to turn on the steamer, did you?" Ruan resignedly took the crabs back to the pot. After another 10 minutes or so, the crabs had turned a lovely shade of red. Looking at the bright red crabs, Xiao Taozi's mouth watered. "Little crabs, I finally get to eat you." Ruan picked up the prepared crabs. "Let's not just eat by ourselves. Let's take some to Tianyun." The scene changed. Ruan and Xiao Taozi had arrived downstairs at the boys' dormitory. The two beautiful girls standing at the entrance immediately attracted the attention of countless boys. "What good luck did I have today? I just got back to school, and I see our 2 campus bells." Comments like this were endless. Xiao Taozi looked smug. "Here, these are steamed by Ruan and me." "Wow, crabs steamed by our Miss Go, who never lifts a finger in the kitchen. We have to try them." Tianyun deliberately exaggerated his expression, amusing Xiao Taozi. Tianyun leaned closer to Xiao Taozi, shielding her from the wolf-like stares of the other boys. "If you two have anything for me in the future, just let me know and I'll come get it. It's not safe here in the boys' dormitory." Having delivered the crabs, Ruan and Xiao Taozi left, leaving Tianyun grinning foolishly. On the way back to the dorm, a boy bumped into Ruan but didn't apologize. Xiao Taozi was immediately furious. "Hey, watch where you're going. You bumped into someone and didn't even notice." The boy turned around, and they realized it was Peng Fei from their class. Just then, Wei Jin's voice reached Ruan's ears. "This person has dragon chi." Ruan narrowed her eyes and quickly walked over, tapping Peng Fei on the shoulder. The next second, a powerful force emanated from Peng Fei, sending Ruan stumbling backward until she landed on the ground. The girl, a zombie, was injured by an ordinary person. Just now, a boy bumped into Ruan and didn't even apologize. She quickly walked over and tapped him on the shoulder to remind him. The next second, a powerful force emanated from the man, sending Ruan stumbling backward until she landed on the ground. Ruan stood back up and quickly called out to Xiao Taozi, "Let's go back. We'll talk later." Back in the dorm, Ruan discovered her palm was bright red. She applied medicine to disinfect it. She thought ordinary people couldn't hurt her. She had only lightly probed him, but unexpectedly, she was injured. Wei Jin flew out from the U-bone flute, injured by dragon chi. Human medicine is useless. Saying this, Wei Jin used her own power to force out the residual energy within Wanwan. Wanwan asked, puzzled, is this dragon chi from the Dragon King? Wei Jin nodded. Indeed, but this Dragon King isn't the Dragon King you understand. It's the dragon vein in feng shui, the spiritual energy nurtured by the earth. Spiritual energy takes form and gives birth to the Dragon King. Wulong Mountain is the head of this dragon vein. That's why Peng Fei is acting so strangely. It's because he went to Wulong Mountain. But we went too. Why are we okay? You didn't take the water route with him. You should investigate those who went with him to see if they're also experiencing something strange. Wanwan nodded. I'll observe them in class tomorrow. Wei Jin warned, be careful. Don't get injured by dragon chi again. The next day, Wanwan had her first university class, finance. The professor was an elderly, plump man with glasses who lectured passionately. However, Wanwan couldn't focus. She was staring at the people who had been with Peng Fei that day. She noticed they all looked like him, dazed and pale. Wanwan felt awkward. She hadn't heard a word of the lecture. She stood up flustered. Unexpectedly, Wanwan answered the question perfectly. The old professor looked pleased. No wonder your brother always brags about you, the little genius in his family. But you can't zone out in class anymore. After class, Wanwan immediately called Chichong. Is the instructor Liu, who went missing at Wulong Mountain the other day? All right. He fainted inexplicably during training a few days ago and was sent to the hospital. We suspect food poisoning. Wanwan frowned. Chichong, they weren't food poisoned. They were eroded by dragon chi. All the students who went missing that day are having problems. Keep an eye on them. I'll find a solution. Her brother, Chu Chi, also replied, Mom and Dad left me a lot of information. I'll look it up when I get back. I'll let you know when I have the results. Thinking quickly, Wanwan rushed out of the classroom. At the school gate, she saw Chu Chi and Ningyu. The books say dragon veins are nurtured by nature, and dragon chi gathers the essence of heaven and earth. If ordinary people absorb it, they will be harmed because they can't withstand the essence of dragon chi. Those people you mentioned were probably affected by the dragon chi backlash. Is there a way to cure them? Just extract the dragon chi, or have the Dragon King take it back. But we can't extract dragon chi. I reckon even Grandpa could only barely save one person. Wanwan frowned. So, the only way is to find the Dragon King and have him take back the dragon chi. We have to go to Wulong Mountain again and see what this Dragon King looks like. Chu Chi smiled and suggested they go now. Wanwan said she wasn't prepared. At that moment, Ning Xian opened the trunk. Xiao Qi anticipated you'd go, so he had me prepare everything. Chu Chi affectionately stroked Wanwan's head. We Chu siblings never retreat. Retreating will incur karmic debt, whether for yourself or those innocent people. We have to go. He rubbed Wanwan's face. But, more importantly, we siblings are connected by the heart. Wanwan and the others went to Wulong Mountain again to investigate the missing persons from military training. Unexpectedly, they fell into an illusion and were in mortal danger. Just now, Chu Chi came to Wanwan's school and explained the situation regarding Dragon Chi and Wulong Mountain. They decided to explore Wulong Mountain again. Looking at the equipment in the car, Wanwan counted 6 sets. Confused, she asked, there are only 3 of us. Why are there 6 sets of equipment? Just then, Ning Xian arrived in his car. Dahei jumped out of the car and barked, as if saying he was also going. Tian Yuan and Xiao Taozi ran out of the school. Our ghost hunting team's motto is never leave anyone behind. No matter what we face, you can't leave us. Wanwan was clearly touched by their enthusiasm, but then frowned seriously. This is different from before. I can't guarantee. Before she could finish, Xiao Taozi interrupted. You can't leave us. Otherwise, we'll haunt you even as ghosts. Just then, another person ran out of the school. Wherever you're going, can I come? Wanwan looked at Qi Longfei. Do you even know what we're doing? And you dare to follow? Qi Longfei smiled. I've already asked for leave. No matter what you're doing, I'll follow. Aren't we friends? Chuki garin mitstievo. Little handsome Qi, aren't you afraid a ghost will swallow you? Qi Longfei paled slightly, but shook his head. I'm not afraid. You're the best friends I've made in university. I'll do my best to help you. Chuki stood. Fine. I'll reluctantly agree. A while later, they drove towards Wulong Mountain in an SUV. Half an hour later, they arrived where they had separated from Peng Fei and the others. Wanwan reminded everyone, Peng Fei and the others took this path that day. There might be danger ahead. "Be careful." They followed the path. About half an hour later, Dahe suddenly started barking furiously behind them. They turned around and saw countless thorny vines completely blocking their way back. Ning Xian quickly shielded Ruan and cut a few vines with his dagger, but they grew back quickly. Ruan watched the cut vines faintly emitting dragon chi. Narrowing her eyes, she said coldly, "It seems the Dragon King doesn't want us to go back." The 7 people and 1 dog held onto each other tightly as they walked through the river. Suddenly, the current became stronger, and a thick fog enveloped the sky. Ruan sniffed the air, and her expression changed drastically. "This fog confuses the mind. Everyone, hold your purification talismans." Ruan and Chu Chi exchanged glances and began chanting the clarity charm simultaneously. The clarity charm, created by Taoists to dispel demonic obstacles, helps maintain a clear and calm mind, preventing bewitchment. The purification talismans, empowered by the clarity charm, took effect, keeping the fog away from their bodies. They quickened their pace towards the shore. Just then, Ruan felt a pressure in her head. A faint call echoed in her mind. "Ruan, come to Grandpa." Ruan involuntarily reached out towards Grandpa Chu Yi in the distance. The fog grew thicker, and the clarity charm weakened. Ruan felt the pressure in her head increasing. In a daze, she heard Grandpa Chu Yi's voice. "Ruan." She reached out to him, but the next second, a sharp voice called out, "Ruan. Wake up." Ruan snapped awake. It was Ning Xian's voice. "Give me your hand." He stood on the shore, gripping her hand tightly and pulling her back. Chu Chi understood the water on you. Looking at Ning Xian, who seemed completely unaffected, he couldn't help but wonder, "Both Ruan and I couldn't withstand this fog. How are you completely fine?" His hands, which had been drying Ruan's hair, paused. Clearly, he was gradually becoming aware of his own unique qualities, not entirely attributable to his nourishing constitution. Ruan also sensed the anomaly and quickly said, "Perhaps it's because of Big Brother's nourishing constitution. After all, it repels ghosts." Chu Chi jokingly sized him up from the side. "A nourishing constitution is so great. It wards off ghosts, monsters, and even illusions." Ruan clearly didn't know how to respond. Just then, everyone who had been unconscious woke up. "What happened to us?" This fog must have been released by Shun. Everyone wondered what Shun was. Ruan explained. The Shanhai Jing records Shun as a dragon's offspring, dwelling in water. It exhales clouds and mist to confuse passers-by, and then feeds on their corpses after they die. Tian Yuan felt a wave of fear after hearing this. "Then were we almost eaten just now?" Chu Chi looked at Tian Yuan's frightened appearance and reassured him. "This dragon isn't a real dragon. A dragon's offspring naturally isn't a true dragon either. It can only confuse. It can't eat people." Ruan looked at the now calm water surface. "We've encountered a dragon's offspring. It seems we're not far from seeing the Dragon King." After resting for a while, the group set off again, following Dahe to a crevice between rocks. Xiao Taozi roughly measured the gap between the 2 cliffs. Besides her and Ruan, only Qi Longfei was slender enough to fit. Ruan immediately suggested that everyone wait outside while she went alone. Xiao Taozi hurriedly stopped her. "But what if something happens to you?" She stopped mid-sentence and quickly added, "I can wait right at the entrance. If anything happens, I'll immediately retreat. I absolutely won't cause you any trouble." Ruan thought carefully before nodding. "Then Qi Longfei will come in with me. I'll tie a rope around my waist. If anything happens, I'll pull the rope." She then squeezed sideways into the crevice. Qi Longfei followed her. "Be careful. If anything happens, immediately retreat. Don't worry about me." Ruan's figure was instantly swallowed by the fog. The moment Ruan left, Qi Longfei's demeanor instantly changed. Looking at the fog, the tension in his eyes was replaced by disdain. A mere spirit dares to act presumptuously here. Meanwhile, Ruan proceeded cautiously. Because the fog was so thick, even with her abilities, she could only see an arm's length around her. She couldn't see anything farther away. If she continued like this, she would inevitably get lost inside. Helplessly, she took out some paper figures from her bag and sent them out to scout the situation. She then returned to the entrance. Seeing Ruan return, Qi Longfei immediately resumed his previous nervous expression. "Ruan, what's it like up ahead?" "I'm fine. I sent the paper figures to scout." Ruan was puzzled. The fog was so thick that she couldn't even see Qi Longfei clearly. How did Qi Longfei see her? But then, seeing the couples showing affection, Only the single dog and the dog were left to depend on each other. Meanwhile, Ruan and Qi Longfei were exploring the mysterious cave together. But because the fog was so thick, Ruan chose to let the paper figures lead the way. After searching for a long time, they found nothing. Just as Ruan was about to recall the paper figures, a dark shadow suddenly flashed past. Ruan quickly manipulated the paper figures to chase after it. They followed it to a large cavern. Two eyes as big as lanterns flashed. Ruan gasped, "There really is a dragon." At that moment, an aura enveloped the paper figures and led them to a cliff. The cliff was covered in vines. Ruan instantly understood the Dragon King's intention. It wanted them to descend from here. But what puzzled Ruan was what the Dragon King was planning. After emerging from the crevice, Ruan explained what had just happened to everyone. After listening, Chuchi immediately declared his intention to go in. "I don't care what kind of tricks it has up its sleeve." He then pulled out a talisman. "This is a thunder talisman my father left behind. Once activated, even the Dragon King will have to suffer." Holding the talisman, Ruan took a deep breath. "I hope we won't have to use it." So, everyone set off towards a cliff. However, night fell quickly. Everyone decided to rest on the spot. When it was time for dinner, the three couples immediately began showing their affection. Ningxian picked some meat from his bowl and put it into Ruan's. Ningyu and Tian Yuan also attentively took care of their respective future wives, leaving Qi Longfei and Dahe, the two single dogs, to depend on each other. Qi Longfei smiled and put a piece of meat into Dahe's bowl. Dahe immediately howled in gratitude. Qi Longfei looked at Ruan in confusion. "Isn't Dahe a dog? Why does he howl like a wolf?" Ruan explained with a smile. "Dahe is the offspring of a Tibetan Mastiff and a wolf demon, so he should be called a wolf dog." Qi Longfei's face was full of surprise. "Then will he turn into a human?" Ruan picked up Dahe affectionately. "Not for now. At Dahe's current age, he's still just a child in wolf demon terms." Qi Longfei looked at Dahe with envy. "Such an amazing creature. Where did you get him? And he's so loyal to you." Stroking Dahe's head, Ruan began to reminisce. His parents died in a heavenly tribulation. When Grandpa Chewy found him, he was only a newborn. Later, I fed him goat's milk with a baby bottle every day. I barely managed to keep him alive. Qi Longfei suddenly understood. "No wonder Dahe is so loyal to you." Seeing the two chatting and laughing, Ningxian, the big jealous type, couldn't stand it anymore. "It's getting late. Everyone should rest here. Ruan and I will take the first watch." Exhausted from the day's journey, everyone quickly fell into a deep sleep. Resting her head on Ningxian's lap, Ruan asked with concern, "Big brother Ningxian, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to sleep in this wilderness. Do you regret taking me in?" But as soon as she finished asking, Ruan couldn't resist her drowsiness and fell asleep. Ningxian gently stroked Ruan's head with a gentle expression. "If I hadn't met you, I might not even be alive now. So there wouldn't be any wilderness for me to sleep in." He then couldn't help but kiss Ruan's head. "I never regret meeting you, because I love you." Ruan didn't hear these words, but Ningyu, who had woken up to take Ningxian's place for the first watch, did. "Shao Si, you've hidden your feelings deeply." Ningxian didn't try to hide it. "I've never hidden them. It's just that Ruan is still young. I don't want to hurt him." Ningyu sat down by the fire and looked at Ningxian. "Do uncle and aunt know?" Ningxian shook his head. "Probably not." Ningyu took it. "If they knew, you'd probably be skinned alive." Ningxian gave a wry smile. "I'm not worried about my parents. The hardest part will be getting past Grandpa. If you two really want to be together, Grandpa probably won't object. After all, this little cabbage will be snatched up by a pig sooner or later. Rather than someone else's pig, it might as well be our own family's." Ningxian looked at Ningyu with a bewildered expression. "Big brother, are you giving me advice?" Ningyu smiled. "Of course. Go to sleep. I'll take over the watch." The night passed quickly. The next morning, everyone was awakened by a clear dragon's roar. The others had already climbed down the vines. Only Qi Longfei was climbing very slowly. Ruan shouted for him to be careful. Just as she spoke, the vine Qi Longfei was holding snapped with a crack. Qi Longfei plummeted downwards. Everyone rushed forward to try and catch him. Qi Longfei looked up and quietly mouthed the words, "Wind rise." The next second, a force surged from within the cave, catching him steadily and slowly lowering him to the ground. Everyone rushed over. Qi Longfei's face was pale with fright. Chu Qi patted the dust off him with a laugh. Little handsome Qi, after we get back, I'm definitely going to arrange some special training for you. You need to work on your physique. As she spoke, a dragon's roar echoed from the cave. Again, those two enormous, lantern-like eyes flashed. Everyone immediately formed a defensive line. The cave was pitch black. Even with flashlights, they could only illuminate a short distance ahead. Disturbed by the light, the bats hanging upside down from the cave ceiling suddenly took flight all at once. Xiao Taozi was so scared she dove straight into Tian Yuan's arms. This only prompted Tian Yuan to tease her. Oh, our little miss is so timid, even afraid of bats. This immediately made Xiao Taozi bristle. She was ready to tear into Tian Yuan right then and there. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed from the darkness. Xiao Taozi, startled, hid behind Ruan again. Ruan raised her flashlight and saw a dragon statue hanging from the cave ceiling. Everyone jumped in fright. This looks like a dragon statue, but why is only half of its body here? Where's the other half? Chu Qi had barely finished speaking when Ruan said, "It's here. It's crushed under this. This should be where the dragon vein is nourished." A living dragon has vitality, seen as reaching the heavens. But with the dragon suppressed, its resentment grows. No wonder this mountain, though densely forested, feels so eerie. Xiao Taozi also stepped forward to observe. Hey, there's a crescent-shaped stone under the dragon's neck. Ruan narrowed her eyes, examining closely. A dragon has inverse scales. Touching them brings swift death. The earth, its vinegar enzyme, the dense forest, passively affected. No wonder this dragon vein needs to absorb the life force of living people. It's trying to replenish itself. The dragon vein here is naturally formed, but this dragon statue is man-made. The dragon totem originated from the ancient god Fuxi. Although Fuxi is depicted with a snake body and human head, it's also said that there was an auspicious dragon, recorded as a dragon symbol, called the Dragon Master. After Fuxi created the image, later generations, to commemorate him, built dragon statues. A terrain like Wulong Mountain would have been the best place for worship in those times. This dragon statue, having absorbed the incense offerings of ancient times and nourished by the dragon vein, gained a spirit. This spirit should be the Dragon King we saw. But for now, to the time of Fuxi, thousands of years have passed. Trapped here, its inverse scales constricted, unable to absorb the dragon vein's energy, this spirit, to survive, attaches the dragon energy to humans, absorbing their essence to nourish itself. Ruan and the others finally found the location of the dragon vein and understood why it had guided them there. The inverse scales of the dragon vein had a problem, and it wanted their help to solve it. Ruan frowned in thought for a moment. Then she looked at Ningxian. Brother Ningxian, I remember you told me before that you could make a hot air balloon. Can you still do it now? Ningxian smiled. Of course. In the afternoon, as the sun set in the west, 7 people and 1 dog, wearing parachutes, slowly ascended into the sky in a hot air balloon. The entirety of Wulong Mountain gradually came into view. Ruan saw a place shrouded in black energy. The problem should be there. Tian Yuan opened the map. That should be Panlong Village. That's it. Let's go. The last rays of light faded beneath the ink-colored mountain. Ruan and the others arrived at Panlong Village just in time. A man in his 50s or 60s was already waiting at the village entrance. Excuse me, are you Mr. Ning? Ningxian stepped forward and replied, yes. You must be the landlord. Right, my surname is Niu. Just call me Uncle Niu. The house is ready. Come with me. Although Uncle Niu seemed very enthusiastic, Ruan noticed something amiss. The guest house was not far away. Many rose bushes were planted outside the courtyard walls, growing vigorously. Uncle Niu, it's almost October. How are your roses still blooming so beautifully? Uncle Niu laughed heartily. These roses are a specialty here. They're carefully tended, so their blooming period is longer. I'll make you girls some rose tea later. It's great for your skin, perfect for young ladies like yourselves. A sudden chill ran down Rwanawan's spine. As they passed the roses, Dahe suddenly lunged forward and began frantically pawing at them. Seeing this, Uncle Nyo's expression suddenly turned cold. "Young lady, you need to keep your dog under control. These flowers weren't easy to cultivate. I am sorry. Ankelniu." Dahe loves flowers. That's why he's so excited. When Rwan looked at Uncle Nyo again, his enthusiastic smile had returned. "It's all right. Just don't let him ruin my flowers." After entering the guest house, Uncle Nyo took some cups and brewed a few cups of flower tea, handing them to the three girls. Tian Yuan looked on, displeased. "Why don't we get any? Can't boys drink it too?" Uncle Nyo looked at the men present, a strange glint in his eyes. "Of course you can, of course." Saying this, Uncle Nyo took out more flower tea and brewed a cup for each of them. "Try it, everyone." A lot of effort went into making this tea. Rwan said softly, "This tea is too hot. We'll let it cool and savor it slowly. It's getting late. You should go back now. Thank you for the tea." Seeing that everyone had taken a sip of the tea, Uncle Nyo turned and left. After he was gone, the seven exchanged glances. Then, one by one, they spat the tea they had been holding in their mouths into the trash can. Xiao Taozi asked puzzledly, "Rwan, what's wrong with this tea? Didn't he say he put a lot of effort into cultivating it?" Tian Yuan wiped his mouth, his hand trembling slightly. "Effort? You don't think he meant human effort, do you? Congratulations, you guessed right. This flower is watered with human blood, fertilized with human flesh and bone. All of a person's essence is in it. The flower tea in the cups. This flower is watered with human blood, fertilized with human flesh and bone. All of a person's essence is in it. Juki Bunda. I just saw rose bushes everywhere in this village. If they're all cultivated with human blood, where are the bodies? With so many people missing, the police should have noticed something." Rwan frowned. "That's what we need to find out. I have a feeling this village is hiding some unknown secret." At night, Rwan and Chu Chi sat facing each other, legs crossed. The 3 clarity brush and the 7-star demon subduing sword were placed side by side between them. Chu Chi looked worried. "The soul sealing formation. I've never tried it before. Are you sure we should do this?" Rwanawan's gaze was firm. "So many people have died here, and there are no souls. They've either been devoured by the ghost general or have become fierce ghosts under its control. If they escape, the consequences will be unimaginable." Chu Chi sighed helplessly. "I hope our first collaboration as sisters will be successful." They were about to begin when the door opened. Ning Xian and Ning Yu burst in. They both shouted, "Stop!" Rwan and Chu Chi looked surprised. "When did you get here? Were you eavesdropping at the door?" Neither of them answered. Ning Yu went to Chu Chi's side and asked anxiously, "Will this formation harm you?" Chu Chi blushed slightly. "If it fails, we'll lose some spiritual energy at most. And tonight, we're just trying to establish the formation." Ning Xian crossed his arms and looked at Rwan with an interrogative expression. Rwan nodded obediently. "Why didn't you tell them about this? And why do it secretly in the middle of the night?" Chu Chi explained, somewhat embarrassed. "We need to channel the power of the stars and moon into our bodies. We can't wear clothes during the process." Hearing Chu Chi's explanation, Ning Yu and Ning Xian turned around awkwardly. "We'll wait outside. Call us if anything happens." Ning Yu and Ning Xian stood guard at the door. They waited for a full hour. There was no sound from inside. Unable to bear it any longer, they were about to push the door open when Chu Chi suddenly opened it from the inside. "What are you doing?" Ning Yu quickly explained, "We didn't hear anything for so long, so we thought something might have happened." Chu Chi ignored them and pulled Rwan out. "Rwan, let me tell you, these 2 men are bad news." Rwan thought for a moment. Ning Xian isn't bad. Big Brother is the bad one. Why is it Ning Xian bad, and why is Ning Yu bad? Rwan's gaze fell on the red mark on Chu Chi's neck. "The hickey on your neck wasn't given to you by him." Chu Chi's eyes widened. "Rwan, I always thought you were so innocent. You even know about hickeys. So you understand Ning Xian's feelings for you. But you haven't rejected him either. It seems what my sister said is true. You really do feel differently about Ning Xian." Rwan lowered her eyes slightly. "I don't know when my feelings for Ning Xian changed." "Then why haven't you confessed your feelings to each other?" Rwan shook her head. "I don't know what to do. I can only let things take their course. And I'm also afraid that Mom and Dad and Grandpa won't accept it. Juki Sai, having the flower you raised stolen, pot and all by your son. That must be hard to accept." Ning Xian and Ning Yu, who had been following them, could only see the 2 girls whispering and giggling, but couldn't hear what they were saying. They could only follow a few steps behind. Arriving at the boundary where the Yin energy covered the village, Rwan calculated the position and buried the floating paper. The soul sealing formation, like a large net, covered the village. Ruan and Chu-Chi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chu-Chi brushed off the non-existent dust from her hands. All done. At that moment, in a dark corner, a pair of green eyes suddenly opened. Born from the resentment, death energy, and baleful energy gathered between heaven and earth, it fed on blood. A scream, piercing the silent night. Hearing the sound, Ruan and her friends rushed over, only to find a person collapsed on the path. Ruan checked for a pulse. He was dead. 2 bloody holes on his neck were particularly noticeable. Ruan and Chu-Chi exclaimed simultaneously, "It's a Jiangshi." Judging by the corpse poison, it's Qing Jiao. He must be the evil thing feeding off the reverse dragon vein. Our wind soul formation alerted him to danger, so he came out to kill. We have to find him quickly, or more people will die. Ruan placed a talisman paper on the dead man's forehead. Then, following the Yin energy left by the Jiangshi, they pursued him. The 4 of them had just reached the entrance of the guest house when a scream rang out. It was Xiao Taozi's voice. By the time they arrived, they saw a Jiangshi dressed in a suit, strangling Xiao Taozi. Tian Yuan was beside them, frantically hitting the Jiangshi with something, but it was completely useless. 7-star demon, subduing sword strike. Ruan stabbed the Jiangshi in the back with her sword, and then threw the fortune net directly over its head. After several attacks, the Jiangshi was battered and bruised. Meanwhile, in the darkness, another Jiangshi, also wearing a suit, descended from the sky. The man raised his hand slightly, and the formation trapping the Jiangshi broke. The fortune net was also easily torn off by him. The man caressed the Jiangshi's face and gently raised his hand. His dark red lips met the Jiangshi's mouth, infusing a wisp of Yin energy. "Ah Yuan, you're so naughty. I'm always with you. Why do you insist on these women?" The man's tone was sinister. Despite his refined and noble appearance, he exuded an evil aura. "Since you like these toys, I'll give them to you." Ruan's face paled. Others might not know, but she knew very well. The one before her was a 1,000-year-old Jiangshi. Against a 1,000-year-old Jiangshi, they had no power to resist. Ruan channeled the last bit of strength within her, breaking free from the force that held her. She then pushed the others out the door, slamming it shut with a bang. The 1,000-year-old Jiangshi's full power focused on her. "Interesting little thing. You were actually able to break free from my restraints. Although only for a few seconds, you're not bad. 1,000-year-old Jiangshi, you've cultivated for so long, yet now you harm people. Aren't you afraid of losing your 1,000 years of cultivation?" The man chuckled softly, stroking Qing Jiao's head. "What does it matter if my cultivation dissipates? As long as Yuan is happy. Yuan likes women. You look good. Taking you back is the same." As soon as he finished speaking, the man instantly appeared in front of Ruan, his cold hand reaching for her. "Extreme Yin constitution. If I absorb your blood, Yuan might gain some cultivation." The man looked at Qing Jiao, Yuan, with a gentle smile. "After absorbing her blood, when you're like a normal person, we'll get married." Just then, Ning Xian, with strength from who knows where, burst through the door. He tightly embraced Ruan, his eyes filled with distress. The man seemed curious about Ning Xian. An ordinary person was actually unaffected by his control. "What do you do when you bully your boss's woman? Help online, urgent." This was the lament of a 1,000-year-old Jiangshi. Just now, Ning Xian, to save Ruan, had rushed into the room alone. This action piqued the 1,000-year-old Jiangshi's interest. The Jiangshi raised his hand, and a powerful force bound Ning Xian, slowly lifting him into the air. Ruan quickly drew the 7-star demon, subduing sword, and threw her only sky thunder talisman. The 7-star demon, subduing sword and the sky thunder talisman transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards the Jiangshi. A loud explosion followed. The man's expression became ferocious. "A mere sky thunder wants to kill me? Break!" The sky thunder surrounding the man gradually dissipated. The next second, the man's hand tightened abruptly. Ning Xian groaned in pain. Ruan gritted her teeth and jumped up, embracing Ning Xian. The binding force instantly surged through her body. Ning Xian, now on the ground, was unable to stand up. He could only call Ruan's name repeatedly. At this critical moment, an unknown, powerful force emanated from Ning Xian's body. The purple stone on Ning Xian's neck emitted a dazzling light. A purple gleam flashed in his eyes. His cold gaze held the majesty of a ruler. A mere Jiangshi dares to act presumptuously before this deity. The Jiangshi lost his initial arrogance his eyes filled with shock. Ning Xian, holding the unconscious Wan, looked at the Jiangshi. Bai Li Heng, I haven't returned for 1,000 years. It seems the ghost realm has forgotten my methods. It's none of my business, nor do I want it to be. But if he harms a single hair on her head, I will make the ghost realm eternally restless. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Li Heng groaned, his face turning even paler. Half of his cultivation was stripped away. Bai Li Heng knelt heavily and cowed out. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. Ning Xian looked at Chu Qi indifferently. Don't tell her what happened. The 1,000-year reincarnation tribulation is not yet over. This is not the time to meet. Chu Qi nodded vigorously like a pecking chicken. But what do I tell Wan if she asks? I remember you're quite good at making things up. Chu Qi was speechless. Was he being praised or insulted? Ning Xian gently placed Wan on the bed and whispered in her ear, after 1,000 years, I wonder if the peach blossoms in Fengdu have bloomed. When you remember, we'll go and see. She had fallen into a coma after risking her life to save her brother. Unexpectedly, the next second, her brother displayed his divine power, easily defeating the 1,000-year-old Jiangshi. When Wan woke up again, it was already the next morning, and she was woken up by Dahe. As soon as she opened her eyes, Wan remembered the Jiangshi and sat up with a jolt. Dahe was wagging its tail at her, and Ning Xian was lying beside her. Wan quickly helped Ning Xian up. Wake up, brother. Ning Xian slowly opened his eyes and embraced Wan. Wan was relieved. It's good that you're okay. Ning Xian buried his head in Wan's shoulder, smiling. Of course I'm okay. Thanks to you, Wan, you drove away those 2 Jiangshi and saved us. Wan frowned in confusion, pointing at herself. After we fainted yesterday, you suddenly displayed amazing power and easily defeated those 2 Jiangshi. Wan looked at her hands in disbelief. How come I don't remember anything? Could it be a life-saving trump card Grandpa left me that I accidentally triggered yesterday? Just as she was thinking, the sound of sirens came from outside. It seemed someone had called the police. As soon as they came out, they saw several police cars parked by the roadside. Her uncle, Han Liming, was talking to Uncle Nyo, the landlord. Seeing Wan and Ning Xian, Uncle Nyo quickly said to Han Liming, Officer, it was them who buried the bodies here. I saw it with my own eyes. Han Liming frownet at Uncle Nyo. Are you sure it was them? Uncle Nyo pointed at Wan and the others with a serious expression. It was them. The bodies are still lying on the road. Han Liming's eyes flickered. Just how deep was the grudge between them? In just one night, he was slandering them like this. Uncle, take us to see the bodies. Han Liming put his hand on Uncle Nyo's shoulder and pressed him down slightly. All right, let's see who my niece and nephew supposedly killed. At this moment, in a dark and damp cave, the Jiangshi named Bai Li Heng was lying flat in a coffin, recovering his energy. Qing Jiao, Yuan, stiffly placed scattered rose petals into the coffin. Yuan, don't bother. Those aren't very useful to me. Yuan looked at the roses and then at the dark cave. Then he beckoned. A group of people, including boyfriends, girlfriends, old friends, and young friends, all walked out with stiff postures. Yuan walked over and lightly patted one of them. A soul was absorbed into his palm. The person lost their soul and instantly turned into a papier-mâché figure, collapsing on the ground. Yuan sent this soul into Bai Li Heng's body. Bai Li Heng felt a little better, but only a little. Yuan then extended his arm to Bai Li Heng's mouth. Bai Li Heng looked at Yuan and let out a soft chuckle. I finally cultivated you to this state. If I absorb you again, wouldn't all my efforts be wasted? Yuan lowered his head, seemingly blaming himself. Wait until nightfall, and I'll take you away. I won't let them hurt you. He held Bai Li Heng tightly in his arms, his anxiety evident. If Ian's souls could ease Bai Li Heng's discomfort, he would kill a few more people. Meanwhile, Uncle Nyo, the village head, had just opened his door when a hand clamped around his neck. Yuan opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Uncle Nyo, still alive, understood his meaning and ran out like a wisp of smoke. A glint of darkness flashed in Uncle Nyo's eyes as he targeted the villagers. Annie, my relatives sent me some broad beans. I can't finish them all. Why don't you come with me to get some? Hearing there were free things to be had, Auntie Sien immediately followed Uncle Nyo with a smile. As soon as they arrived at his house, Uncle Nyo raised a shovel and struck Auntie Sien. Only a scream echoed from the courtyard. If his master found other helpers collecting dead people, his good days would be over. Not long after, Uncle Neo dragged a sack into the back garden. Dark red blood seeped from the bag. He skillfully buried the pieces of flesh in the soil. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Freeze!" "Hands up!" Uncle Neo froze. His good days hadn't been enjoyed enough yet. He absolutely couldn't be caught. He immediately turned and ran. Han Liming's expression darkened, and his finger gently pulled the trigger. A bang echoed, and a spray of blood erupted from Uncle Neo's left leg as he collapsed into the flower field. A human head emerged from the earth, its two round eyes locking with his. Han Liming and the others immediately arrested Uncle Neo. Ruan looked at the flower field, her eyes trembling slightly. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted from the front house. Ruan exclaimed in shock. The Jiangshi escaped. "We have to chase it." Soon, Ruan spotted a piece of Western-style cloth snagged on some thorns. "This should be from the Qing Jiangshi. Let's follow this path." "That's right." Dehei barked in front of cave. Chu-Chi looked at the sudden appearance of the cave. "It seems this is the lair of the two Jiangshi. Everyone, stay together. Although this Jiangshi is injured, it's not easy to deal with." Ruan shone her flashlight into the cave. Besides this coffin, there are only paper figures everywhere. So many paper figures. No wonder so many people died without the police noticing. They infused souls into the paper figures, allowing them to move like normal people. Chu-Chi picked up a paper figure, his teeth gritted in anger. It devoured souls to heal its injuries. How ruthless. Tianyuan looked at the empty coffin not far away. "Where's the Jiangshi? Could have escaped." As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew towards him from the corner. Ruan reacted instantly, pulling Tianyuan away. At the same time, her 7-star demon subduing sword slashed fiercely at the thing attacking him. Chu-Chi immediately set up a formation to trap the Qing Jiangshi. Simultaneously, Ruan threw out her ghost-catching net to reinforce the blockade. Trapped by the formation, the Qing Jiangshi couldn't move and could only roar desperately. Ignoring the formation's corrosive effect on him, Bai Li Heng rushed forward and embraced Yuan. Seeing that Bai Li Heng had lost almost half of his cultivation, Ruan was astonished. She then turned to look at Ning Xian. Ning Xian looked a little guilty, but could only force a nod. What exactly did his grandfather leave him that made him so powerful? As she was thinking, a roar came. This 1,000-year-old Z Jiangshi was willing to burn its own cultivation to save the Qing Jiangshi. Seeing Bai Li Heng almost lose everything for him, tears streamed down the Qing Jiangshi's face, and he finally spoke. "Bai Li Heng, don't." Looking at Yuan in his arms, Bai Li Heng smiled gently. "I finally heard you say my name." At this moment, an aged voice echoed. "If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?" The Z Jiangshi and Qing Jiangshi had accompanied each other for 1,000 years. Where their complex and intertwined fate lead them? A white-haired old Taoist priest slowly approached. He introduced himself as the head of Yangming Temple, Lu Yunguan, and implored Ruan and the others to hand over the two Jiangshi to him. Hearing this, Bai Li Heng glared at the Taoist priest and angrily questioned, "You clearly want to use us for alchemy. I would rather die than let you succeed." The Taoist priest's expression changed. "Then I'll just take you now, lest you continue to harm the human world." Just as he was about to attack, Ruan stopped him. "They were subdued by us. It's not right for you to just take them away like this, is it?" Facing Ruan, the Taoist priest regained his smile. "These two Jiangshi are too sinful. You can't redeem them. It's better to hand them over to the temple." Ning Xian's face turned cold. "What if I refuse?" The Taoist priest's smile vanished instantly. "Young friend, are you sure you want to protect these two Jiangshi? If so, don't blame the temple for acting on heaven's behalf." Just as the old Taoist priest was about to strike, the surrounding space vibrated. The gates of hell opened, and the wheel-turning king emerged. "Stinky Taoist, I've been looking for you for so long. You were hiding here." The Taoist priest immediately tried to flee, but the wheel-turning king grabbed him from thin air, extracting his 7 souls. "Yama wants you dead at the 3rd watch, but you lingered until the 5th. I've truly failed in my duty." He crushed the old Taoist priest's souls into a ball and tossed it to Dehei. He then adjusted his glasses and looked at Bai Li Heng and Yuan. A perfectly good left emissary of the ghost realm, giving up everything for him. Was it really worth it? Bai Liem Kuga Veakli. "You want to talk? Aren't you the same?" The wheel-turning king looked puzzled. Bai Li Hung paused, then apologized. I forgot you came to take us back. I don't have the strength to stop you now, but please spare A Yuan. He's innocent. The wheel-turning king sighed softly. It's been 1,000 years. Why can't you let go? He's just a little ghost you mistakenly captured. He made a small mistake, but committed a greater one because of it. Why bother? Bai Li Hung looked at A Yuan with heartache. He was the left emissary of the ghost realm, second only to Yama. Due to a moment of carelessness, he had mistakenly hooked the soul of A Yuan, who was meant to live a long life. By the time he discovered his mistake, it was too late. Out of guilt, he kept A Yuan by his side and witnessed his growth. Bai Li Hung became even more reluctant to let him go. Although A Yuan was destined for reincarnation, he refused Meng Po's soup at the Naiha Bridge, expressing his desire to stay with Bai Li Hung forever. In the end, the two escaped to the mortal world, bearing the sins and karmic debts of countless lives. It's come to this. It's time to repay the debts we owe. Come back to the underworld with me. Bai Li Hung looked at A Yuan with guilt. Before he could utter the words, "I'm sorry," A Yuan interrupted him. "If you're not there, I'll follow you." A Yuan gently leaned against Bai Li Hung's forehead, tears falling once more. Bai Li Hung owed a debt to all those he had harmed, but he owed nothing to A Yuan. A group of friends, still together, grilling skewers when they're 70 or 80 years old. What an enviable thing. Just then, the wheel-turning king waved his hand, sending the Zi Jiangshi and Qing Jiangshi into the gates of hell. He then sighed. They say humans are sentimental, but aren't ghosts even more so? Risking everything for this kind of ending. Truly laughable. Qi Longfei was playing with the ball of the old Taoist pre-soul that the wheel-turning king had created, teasing Dehei with it. Juki Watet Pu Dao. What was the deal with that Yangming Taoist priest? That old thing lived too long and didn't want to die. His lifespan ended months ago. To stay alive, he used all his power to bind his soul to his body and refine some life-extending pills. The flesh of a Jiangshi is highly beneficial to Taoist priests who practice dark arts, especially a Zi Jiangshi like Bai Li Hung. Moreover, they were in a place protected by a dragon vein, gaining its power. The puzzled Chu Qi finally understood. So, Bai Li Hung and A Yuan being active here was like disturbing the dragon's reverse scale. Now that they've both been subdued, the dragon vein should be fine, right? Don't worry, the dragon vein issue is resolved. You kids should go back now. For all this nonsense, I've been chasing ghosts in Jiangshi. I'm practically a ghost hound now. The wheel-turning king stretched lazily and then opened the gates of hell and stepped inside. Everyone returned to their lodging. Xiao Taozi leaned against Ruanruan's shoulder. I didn't expect you to have resolved everything before I even woke up. Ruanruan pinched her cheek affectionately. Being hit by the residual pressure of 1,000-year-old Zi Jiangshi and only needing to sleep it off is already incredibly fortunate. I'm still waiting to be 70 or 80 years old, all of us gathered together eating skewers. Will you even have teeth to gnaw on then? Don't worry, even with dentures, I'll eat you out of house and home. Are you two defending Su Zhongshan? No way. You two clearly mean it. Why not just say it outright? Dude, just eat your food. Qi Longfei muttered softly. Humans are so strange. Unexpectedly, Ruan overheard him. Qi Longfei quickly explained. It was just a random thought. Ruan finally voiced her doubts. Is your eyesight particularly good? Back in the mountains, the fog was so thick I couldn't see you, but you saw me. My eyesight is indeed a bit better than ordinary people's. However, last time it was because your shoes were a bit unusual. I recognized you by your footsteps. Oh, so that's how it was. I thought your eyes could see through the fog. After finishing her meal, Ruan suddenly felt something following her. Looking back, she discovered it was a dragon scale. The scale led Ruan to a secluded spot. It coiled around Ruan's arm, gesturing for her to open her hand. As soon as Ruan opened her hand, the dragon scale spat out a round pearl from its mouth. It turned out this was a dragon pearl, formed from 100 years of accumulated dragon energy. The dragon scale wanted to give it to Ruan as a thank you gift. Just then, Ning Xian suddenly appeared, looking for Ruan. The dragon scale took the opportunity to fly away. Meanwhile, the dragon scale flew to Qi Longfei, landing on his shoulder intimately. Go back to your Wulong Mountain. Don't wander around when you have nothing to do. At school, the vital signs of the several instructors from the military training gradually returned to normal. As the bell rang, Ruan stretched, preparing to leave, when she saw a boy walking towards her. The boy looked at her somewhat shyly. I'm Gao Zaheo, the class monitor. Could I have your phone number? I remember filling out a form before military training. Why do you need my number again? I want it for myself. Class monitor Gao Ziheo blushed as he said this. This way, it'll be easier for me to contact you if anything comes up. Almost everyone in our class has added me on WeChat. Feeling pressured, Ruan took out her phone and added the class monitor on WeChat. Seeing the obvious pink bubbles practically overflowing from the class monitor, Ruan knew she had another admirer. Just as she left the teaching building, her phone rang. It was the class monitor who had sent her a heart emoji. Knowing Gao Ziheo's intentions, Ruan immediately decided to nip it in the bud. She directly posted a moment on her WeChat. My heart belongs to another. No admirers, please. Just after posting, Xiao Taozi hugged her. Class is finally over. Let's go to the 100 Regiments Offensive. What's the 100 Regiments Offensive? It's the club recruitment fair. I heard our school has a club called the Horror Tea Party. There are people in there who can catch ghosts, just like you. Since Xiao Taozi had said so, Ruan could only accompany her to take a look. Arriving at the 100 Regiment's offensive recruitment area, there was only one girl with a cute, airheaded appearance sitting there, yawning. Hello, juniors. My name is Tang Tang. Are you here to join a club? We want to learn more about this club first. Is there really someone who can catch ghosts? Senior Tang Tang nodded repeatedly. Our president can. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's amazing. Xiao Taozi nudged Ruan, her eyebrows raised slightly. Should we check it out? Of course. Catching ghosts is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In that case, fill out the form and add me. I'll pull you into the club's group chat. Usually, when new members join, our president will take you out to gain some experience. Just after filling out the form, they heard someone call their names. We're from the Student Union's Arts Department. We'd like to invite you to participate in the Student Union interview tomorrow evening. We weren't planning on joining the Student Union. Our Student Union is directly under Professor Ningji. Joining will also allow you to help Professor Ningji with some matters. We hope you'll consider it carefully. Tong Tong's face darkened. They were actually trying to poach her recruits right in front of her. She could only force a smile. The Student Union is under Professor Ningji. I think you could give it a try. Should we go and support them? If you want to, let's go. We'll call Tian Yuan and Qi Longfei and go take a look. If we don't like it, we can always leave. They then got up and said goodbye to Tang Tang. That evening, Ruan had just finished showering when Xiao Taozi said to her, your phone has been ringing constantly. Take a look. I'll dry your hair. Who's sending you so many messages this late? The class monitor. He's sending you so many messages this late. What for? Ruan didn't bother explaining and just tossed her phone to Xiao Taozi. Looking at the phone, Xiao Taozi's eyes widened. This is a bit crazy. Ruan muffled her face with a pillow and rolled over. Is this guy crazy? I already said I have someone I like, and he still won't give up. So what do we do? Why don't you send a little ghost to scare him? I might get struck by lightning for that. Block him. I don't believe he can keep sending messages forever. Xiao Taozi's eyes darted around. Then she picked up her phone, pretending to go to the bathroom. As soon as she got to the bathroom, she opened a picture of a bag she had recently been eyeing and sent it to Ning Xian. Wan Fong, enemy sighted. If you want to know the details, trade me for a bag. Within 2 minutes, a delivery notification appeared on her phone. The 2 bags you just ordered have been shipped and are expected to arrive tomorrow. Happy shopping. Xiao Taozi suppressed her excitement and sent Ning Xian a worshipping the boss emoji. Why 2 bags? The white one is for Ruan. I saw it on her phone a while ago. She probably wants to buy it. What's the enemy situation? Ruan's class monitor is harassing her. Looking at his phone, a cold glint flashed in Ning Xian's eyes. What's Ruan's attitude? She has clearly rejected this Gao Ziheo, but he's still relentlessly pursuing her. I'll go over there tomorrow. Don't tell her. The next morning, Gao Ziheo stopped Ruan again. Ruan, I sent you so many messages. Why didn't you reply? Is my sincerity so meaningless to you? Who said I have to reply to every message I receive? False sincerity only moves yourself in the end. Move aside. Gao Ziheo pressed closer to Ruan step by step. Just then, a familiar figure stood in front of her, pushing Gao Ziheo away. Ning Xian put his arm around Ruan. I'm fine. Why are you here? Ning Xian's icy gaze fell on Gao Ziheo. If I don't come, should I just watch you get bullied? Gao Ziheo trembled with fear. Then Ning Ji and Zhao Panfei walked over. Why are you still here after class? Cornering a female student. What are you trying to do? Gao Zihao tried to argue, but they had seen everything clearly. I will report this to the school for serious disciplinary action. Nanfeng University is a top institution and will not tolerate any illegal or disruptive behavior among its students. Gao Zihao was taken away by Zhao Panfei. Ning Xian walked towards Wan and said, if you have any problems you can't solve in the future, don't try to handle them alone. Otherwise, it makes me, your third older brother, look useless. I just don't want to bother you with everything. But how did you know? Besides her, only Xiao Taozi knew about this. Just as she was thinking about it, Xiao Taozi walked over, carrying the bag she had been longing for. Tajda, Wan, look, isn't my bag beautiful? Beautiful. A bag bought with my information is indeed very beautiful. Seeing Wan's expression, Xiao Taozi knew she had been caught. She quickly handed over Wan's bag. Bag's cure all ills. Don't be angry anymore. I won't do it again. Ning Xian glanced at his watch. It's already 12 o'clock. Let me treat you to lunch. Looking at the table full of food, Wan exclaimed, your OCD is getting worse and worse. Even the eggs are all lined up with the same end facing up. I just like things neat. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Just as they were about to start eating, a head poked in from the doorway. Professor Ning, I'm here to freeload again. Wan and Xiao Taozi both looked at Ning Ji. Ning Ji cleared his throat. They're my younger siblings. Just then, Tang Dang pushed the door open and entered. I've heard for a long time that Teacher Ning's younger sister is the campus belle of our school. I'm so dumb. I should have recognized you that day when I saw you. Ning Xian leaned closer to Ning Ji and whispered, third brother, what's going on? Before Ning Ji could explain, Tang jumped in. It's because I'm a bit of a glutton. Teacher Ning's cooking is especially delicious, so I always come around to sniff the aroma. Later, Teacher Ning couldn't stand it anymore, so he let me come in and eat. I didn't know there were so many people here today. I'm sorry. I'll leave now. After saying that, Tang awkwardly prepared to leave. Ningji clearly wanted to ask her to stay, but didn't speak up. Tang, since you're here, join us. We made a lot of food today. Wan, also sensing something was amiss, spoke to Tang. Hearing this, Tang's eyes lit up. She spontaneously grabbed a bowl, filled it with rice, then sat in the empty seat next to Ningji and began to eat. Seeing her so familiar with the routine, everyone, with gossipy hearts, looked at Ningji again. Tang didn't seem to notice the strange atmosphere and continued to eat heartily as before. Teacher Ning, today's sweet and sour pork is especially delicious, even better than the one you made the day before yesterday. Eat more and talk less. I definitely won't eat less. The meal finished in this strange atmosphere. Third brother, we have class this afternoon, so we won't help you clean up. It's fine. After Wan and the others left, their gossipy nature emerged. Do you think Brother Ningji, this iron tree, is about to blossom? I see a peach blossom bloom on his face, so it's probably about right. Ning Xian looked at Wan with a mixture of exasperation and affection. Don't worry about others. Hurry to class. I have to go back to the office. Wan looked at the trace of fatigue in Ning Xian's eyes and felt a pang of heartache. You didn't sleep well again because of work, did you? I'm Fine. You need to take care of yourself. Then you also need to eat and sleep well. Remember to take a picture of your meal every day before you eat. I have to supervise you. Ning Xian nodded with a smile. Class was about to start. Wan casually found a seat in the back row. As the bell rang, a figure sat down beside her. Wan turned her head and saw Gao Zihao. Her brow furrowed slightly. His forehead was dark, and there was energy swirling around him. He's probably going to have a rough time in the near future. Gao Zihao sneered at Wan. Can I sit here? At that moment, the homeroom teacher suddenly spoke. Wan, why are you sitting so far back? Come to the front. Wan was already uncomfortable sitting next to Gao Zihao, so she was happy to oblige when the teacher gave her an out. There's no room in the first row. This student, please come early tomorrow to grab a seat in the front. Gao Zihao glared fiercely at Wan. Then he returned to the back row. At this time, the girl next to her gently nudged Wan's arm. Is Gao Zihao still bothering you? He's a bit twisted. You'd better not provoke him. Wan nodded and gave the girl a gentle smile. I know. Thank you. The girl blushed, looking at Wan's smile. Actually, you're not like what they say. Danger was approaching her step by step. Wan and Xiao Taozi had just reached the door when they saw Tang squatting there, holding a box of cake. Tang, are you looking for us? Seeing them return, Tang Tang hurried over. You're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Don't call me Tong Tong Senpai, just call me Tang Tang. I made a black forest cake. Here's a piece for you. Looking at the exquisitely made cake in Tong Tong's hand, both Ruan and Xiao Taozi were surprised. Tang Tang looked proud. My cake-making skills are top-notch. A wisp of black energy rising from Tong Tong's forehead caught Ruan's attention. The black energy drilled into her fate point, and the wave pattern on her forehead became clear. This kind of facial feature indicates a water-related disaster within 3 days at most. Minor injuries at best, death at worst. Tang Tang, try not to go near the river or take a bath for the next 3 days. Tang Tang looked at Ruan in confusion. If I don't bathe when I stink, you're a member of the horror tea party. You should have heard of physiognomy, right? If I said I knew physiognomy, would you believe me? Would I? Tang Tang was stunned. Take this. Is this a talisman? So cool. Xiao Taozi said softly. You'll think it's even cooler when you encounter a ghost. Tang Tang gulped. You really know physiognomy. Did you see something just now when you told me not to go near the water? Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. If you don't want to die, keep this talisman. Even when you take a bath, wrap it up. Don't get it wet or lose it. The scene changed. As soon as Tang Tang entered the door, a party popper exploded overhead. Tang Tang was startled. Happy 20th birthday to my little princess. Tong Tong's mother pushed a large cake and walked out, singing happy birthday. Tang Tang rushed over and hugged her, kissing her on the cheek. Tong Tong's father looked on with a jealous expression. That's my wife. Stop kissing her. In a short while, Tang Tang had finished the cake. Tong Tong's mother picked up the coat that Tang Tang had casually thrown on the sofa. A yellow object fell out. Why is this child still playing with these things? This child is curious. Let her be. Tong Tong's mother sighed helplessly and then put her thumb on the table beside her. Then, these unreliable parents went off to enjoy their time together. Meanwhile, the kitchen faucet suddenly turned on. In a short while, the sink was full and water dripped onto the floor. The water dripping on the floor slowly congealed and, in a short while, transformed into a dark shadow that moved outwards. By this time, Tang Tang had completely forgotten Ruan's warning. Cheerful singing came from the bathroom. Suddenly, the bathroom light went out. Why is there a power outage? The girl encountered a ghostly peril and almost lost her life. Fortunately, the talisman Ruan allowed her to escape the danger. Just a moment ago, Tang Tang had long forgotten Ruan's advice and was humming leisurely in the bath. Suddenly, the bathroom light went out. Tang Tang cautiously stepped out of the bathroom and noticed the water stains on the floor and the full sink. Who put so much water here? Did Mom and Dad forget to turn off the faucet before they left? She turned off the faucet and reached in to drain the sink. However, she couldn't reach the bottom of the deceptively deep basin. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her tightly. Tang Tang screamed. A ghostly figure with disheveled hair was reflected on the water's surface. Tang Tang struggled desperately and finally managed to pull her hand free, scrambling out of the bathroom. But before she could reach the door, a hand made of water tightly wrapped around her neck. The feeling of suffocation intensified. Tang Tang trembled all over. The talisman was on the table. If she could get it, she could survive. Perhaps driven by the instinct to survive, Tang Tang remembered the president saying that the blood from the tip of one's tongue is a pure yang substance that can ward off ghosts. Thinking of this, Tang Tang gritted her teeth and bit down hard on the tip of her tongue. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The water ghost, upon contact with the blood, immediately released its grip. Tang Tang seized the opportunity and rushed to grab the talisman. Just as the water ghost approached again, the talisman suddenly emitted a blinding light. Tang Tang stumbled out of the house. The entire complex was eerily quiet. Tang Tang looked around for a long time before seeing someone shouting for help. She immediately threw herself into that person's arms. This person was none other than Ning Ji, who had just gotten off work. Seeing Ning Ji holding her tightly, Tang Tang burst into tears again. Ning Ji nervously didn't know where to put his hands and could only offer soft comfort. Tong Tong's cries grew louder. Ning Ji looked around. It wouldn't be good if someone saw them. He then scooped Tang Tang up into his arms. Back at his own place, Ning Ji wanted to give Tang Tang one of his shirts. But remembering what had just happened, Tang Tang shook her head repeatedly. I don't want to be alone. What happened? Tang Tang sobbed, "Teacher, there's a ghost. A water ghost. This is the lucky charm Wan gave me. It's the only reason I escaped." Looking at Tang Tang, her face streaked with tears, Ningji felt a pang of sympathy. He quickly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Wanwan's charms are very powerful. That ghost shouldn't come back. You can stay here tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go find Wan. She'll definitely take care of it for you. Suddenly, the lights went out. Tang Tang screamed and clung tightly to Ningji. He gently patted her back. The feel of her smooth skin was exquisite. "Actually, I've been busy with school lately. I just forgot to pay the electricity bill." Tong Tong's face turned as red as a beet. She quickly pulled away from Ning Ji's embrace. "Teacher Ning, I didn't mean to." Ning Ji chuckled softly, hiding his smile. "You can sleep in the bedroom tonight. I'll sleep on the sofa." The girl had a near-death encounter with a water ghost, but thanks to the lucky charm from Wan, she managed to escape unharmed. Just then, Tang Tang, having completely forgotten Wan's instructions, was humming a tune while enjoying a relaxing bath. Suddenly, the bathroom lights went out. Tang Tang cautiously stepped out of the bathroom and noticed the water on the floor and the overflowing sink. Who put so much water here? Did Mom and Dad forget to turn off the faucet before they left? She turned off the faucet and reached into the sink to drain the water, but she couldn't seem to touch the bottom of the mysteriously deep basin. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her tightly. Tang Tang screamed. A ghostly figure with long, disheveled hair was reflected in the water's surface. Tang Tang struggled with all her might. Finally, she managed to pull her hand free and scrambled out of the bathroom. But before she could reach the door, a watery hand wrapped tightly around her neck. The feeling of suffocation grew stronger. Tang Tang trembled all over. The lucky charm was on the table. If she could reach it, she could survive. Perhaps driven by survival instinct, Tang Tang remembered what the president had said. The blood from the tip of the tongue is yang energy and can ward off ghosts. Thinking this, Tang Tang bit down hard on her tongue. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. The moment the water ghost touched the blood, it released its grip. Tang Tang seized the opportunity and ran to grab the charm. Just as the water ghost approached again, the charm emitted a blinding light. Tang Tang stumbled out of the house. The entire complex was eerily quiet. After a while, she saw someone shouting for help and rushed into their arms. It was none other than Ning Ji, who had just gotten off work. Seeing Ning Ji holding her tightly, Tang Tang burst into tears again. Ning Ji, flustered, didn't know where to put his hands. He could only offer soft comfort. Tong Tong's cries grew louder. Ning Ji looked around. It wouldn't be good if someone saw them. He scooped Tang Tang up into his arms and carried her back to his apartment. Ning Ji wanted to give her one of his shirts, but remembering what had just happened, Tang Tang shook her head repeatedly. "I don't want to be alone." "What happened?" Tang Tang sobbed. "Teacher, there's a ghost. A water ghost. This is the lucky charm Wan gave me. It's the only reason I escaped." Looking at Tang Tang, her face streaked with tears, Ning Ji felt a pang of sympathy. He quickly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Wanwan's charms are very powerful. That ghost shouldn't come back. You can stay here tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go find Wan. She'll definitely take care of it for you. Suddenly, the lights went out. Tang Tang screamed and clung tightly to Ning Ji. He gently patted her back. The feel of her smooth skin was exquisite. "Actually, I've been busy with school lately. I just forgot to pay the electricity bill." Tong Tong's face turned as red as a beet. She quickly pulled away from Ning Ji's embrace. "Teacher Ning, I didn't mean to." Ning Ji chuckled softly, hiding his smile. "You can sleep in the bedroom tonight. I'll sleep on the sofa." The girl had a near-death encounter with a ghostly apparition. Luckily, the charm Wan gave her allowed her to escape unharmed. That water ghost didn't succeed today, so it will definitely come back. We just need to lie in wait. Xiao Taozi quietly asked Wan, "Seeing how calm you are, what would have happened if Tang Tang had thrown away that charm yesterday?" Meeting someone is fate. If she had thrown away the charm, it would mean she wasn't fated to meet me. I couldn't have saved her. Looking at Wan's indifferent expression, Xiao Taozi hugged her. "You're so open-minded. What if one day our fate runs out? Would you be this calm?" Wan chuckled. "What are you thinking about? Our fate has a long way to go, till death do us part." Yanai, who had been standing to the side, finally managed to interject. "Annie, can I ask you something? I want to learn physiognomy and how to draw exorcism charms. Could you teach me? Ever since my master passed away, there's been no one to guide my practice. Physiognomy requires cultivation from a young age. You're already too old to learn it. Rwan handed you nigh the exorcism charm, but I can teach you about exorcism charms. Copy this. When you can draw it perfectly, come back to me. Xiao Taozi looked at Rwan. You're just going to pass on your unique skills to someone else. My sister said our sect has dwindled in numbers. If it weren't for me, Grandpa wouldn't have left, Mom and Dad wouldn't have disappeared, and the sect wouldn't be in its current state. Although Yunai's aptitude is average, he's a good person. It's good to be able to teach him something. Sensing Rwan's sadness, Xiao Taozi quickly said, then take me as your disciple too. I'll help you carry on the sect's legacy. Sure, as long as you don't get weak in the knees when you see a ghost. Rwan, you dare make fun of me. Take this. Don't tickle me. I'm sorry. That evening, Rwan and the others accompanied Tang Tang to her home. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the complex, Ning Xian, Ning Yu, Chu Qi, and Dahe were already waiting there. Why are you all here? Dahe has been eating too many ordinary ghosts lately. Time to change his diet. Ning Yu whispered to Ning Ji, robbing the cradle. I'm afraid her parents will beat you to death. Ning Ji rolled his eyes at Ning Yu. You're 4 years older than Chu Qi, and Xiao Si is 7 years older than Rwan. Ning Yu chuckled, but I didn't say anything. You're on your own. Tang Tang had already informed her parents and was waiting in the living room. Tong Tong's father was taken aback when he saw Ning Ji. Mr. Ning, my name is Ning Ji. The Mr. Ning you're referring to is probably my twin brother, Ning Feng. Oh, I heard Mr. Ning's younger brother is a professor at Lanfeng University. I didn't expect it to be Tong Tong's teacher. Tang Tang interjected anxiously. Can you please stop with the pleasantries? It's almost dark. That water ghost is going to come for me again. Honey, if this is a prank, it's gone on long enough. We have guests. Stop it. Rwan looked around, her gaze finally settling on the kitchen sink. The water ghost that attacked Tang Tang last night must have come from there. Uncle, Andy, I'd like to ask you a question. Does Tang Tang have any siblings? No, Tang Tang is her only child. My health wasn't good after I gave birth to her. I couldn't have any more. Have you adopted any children? Or perhaps any illegitimate children? Rwan knew it was rude to ask, but for Tong Tong's safety, she had to. Suddenly, Tong Tong's mother gasped as if she had remembered something. I remember now. Tang Tang did have a brother. Tang Tang looked at her mother in surprise. When did I have a brother? I don't know anything about this. His mother and I were best friends, but she had bad luck. Her husband ran off with his mistress and all their money. She lived in the countryside alone with her child. That year, when I took you back to visit relatives, you got along well with him. So I talked to his mother, and we agreed to make him your godbrother. That's it. The water ghost is likely him. But he was mentally challenged. How could he become a water ghost and try to harm Tang Tang? Whether it's him or not, we'll find out tonight. He was a simple and cheerful young man when he was alive, but after death, he became a terrifying water ghost. As the sky gradually darkened, Tang Tang, still a little scared, asked, will he really come? There are so many people here. If he wants to kill you, of course he'll come. Besides, have you ever heard of ghosts being afraid of people? Tang Tang said vaguely, munching on potato chips. Ghosts shouldn't be afraid of people, but I think he'll be afraid of you. Rwan would even dare to stab his heart. Am I that ferocious? Tang Tang shook her head repeatedly in denial. It's just a feeling. You're half right. This water ghost might not be afraid of me, but he'll be afraid of Dahe. He and Chu Qi can conceal their auras, but even when Dahe conceals his, he's still a big black dog that all ghosts fear. If he were here, this water ghost wouldn't dare to come. Thinking this, she picked up Dahe. Take Dahe out for a walk. Dahe reluctantly shook his head. Don't worry, there will be a chance for you to show your skills later. Hearing this, Dahe raised his head and wagged his tail excitedly. Soon, Chu Qi led Dahe outside. Wait until you hear a scream, then rush in. Everyone waited until 12 o'clock and were already drowsy. Suddenly, a clatter came from the kitchen, followed by the sound of running water. The sound startled Tang Tang, who screamed, He's here! He's here! Ning Ji immediately embraced Tang Tang and comforted her softly. Listening to the increasingly loud sound of running water, Rwan slowly opened the kitchen door. Calmly walking to the sink, she watched a terrifying, ghostly face slowly emerge from the water. With a composed expression, Rwan grabbed his face and pulled the entire ghost out. Tong Tong's parents, having never witnessed such a scene, immediately turned pale. Is that the water ghost? Tong Tong's father, even more timid than her mother, cowered behind her trembling. Tong Tong's mother, however, bravely glanced at Xiao Yi. It really is Xiao Yi. The moment Dahe saw the water ghost, he lunged forward and pinned Xiao Yi under his paws. Ruan then noticed that Xiao Yi's tongue was missing. Xiao Yi, initially dazed, began to whimper upon hearing this. The ghostly cries were exceptionally piercing. Tang Tang, are you sure he's the one who wanted to kill you? He seems mentally impaired. The one who attacked me that day looked just like him. Ruan crouched down and looked closely at Xiao Yi. What's your name? Why did you try to harm Tang Tang? The ghost, Xiao Yi, unexpectedly reached out and started writing on the floor with water. Brother Xiao Feng does bad things. I don't like. Sister likes pot. I make for you. Xiao Yi's eyes flickered with an innocent, childlike light. The water droplets on the floor coalesced. They transformed into the shape of a pot and hopped in front of Tang Tang. Dai, seemingly sensing that this ghost wasn't a bad one, Dahe lifted his paw. Where is Xiao Feng? Xiao, he looked confused for a moment, then shook his head. Ruan thought carefully for a moment. Every time they appear, it's from the tap water. That means Xiao Feng must be hiding somewhere connected to the water supply. But there are quite a few water treatment plants in the city. It's hard to say where Xiao Feng is hiding. You should know where you died, right? Xiao, he raised his hand and wrote 2 words. Water. Ruan sighed helplessly and took out the soul-nourishing pig. You can remember your name, remember your brother doing bad things, and remember Tang Tang liking pots, but you can't remember where you died. Go into the soul-nourishing pig for now. I'll let you out after we find Xiao Feng. After a moment of silence, Ruan turned to Tong Tong's parents. Uncle, Annie, when was the last time you saw Xiao Yi and his mother? The last time we saw them was probably 5 years ago. I only knew he had a son named Xiao Yi. I've never heard of Xiao Feng. I didn't hear that she gave birth to twins either. We need to find out where Xiao Yi died. If we don't resolve this, Tang Tang won't be able to escape this tribulation. I'll contact someone to look for them right away. A few days later, the small shop was located in a small village built around a river. Ruan came to the riverbank and looked at the faint energy emanating from the water. This river, I'm afraid more than just Xiao Yi and Xiao Feng have drowned here. Inside the soul-nourishing pig, Xiao Yi suddenly became agitated. It seems we found the right place. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a stone on the riverbank. The stone looked ordinary, but upon touching it, a wisp of pure spiritual energy entered her body. Chu Chi's gaze also landed on the stone. 7 stones of the Big Dipper formation, all present, arranged according to the Big Dipper's position. They seal all the energy in the river. As long as you don't touch the water, you can't feel the energy. The Big Dipper formation isn't an ordinary ghost sealing array. There must be something else underneath. Whatever it is, we'll deal with it tonight. Dealing with Xiao Feng is more important right now. Before nightfall, Tong Tong's parents arrived, accompanied by a man. This is Huang Tianling. Mr. Huang also lives in this village. We asked him for help when Wening was looking for a place to live. Did Wening give birth to twins back then? The man's expression changed upon hearing this question, as if it was difficult for him to speak. I heard Mr. Huang just bought a house that needs renovations. I know a construction crew that can help. The price is negotiable. The man, being greedy, immediately changed his tune. Back then, the children's mother didn't know she had given birth to twins. She only found out when the father brought the other child back. The man, in order to be with his mistress, ran away with his newborn son. It turns out that when Xiao Feng's mother, Wening, was pregnant, she couldn't afford prenatal checkups and didn't know she was carrying twins. Xiao Feng's father, Zheng Yute, was spending lavishly and having affairs with other women. His mistress didn't want to have children. After Wening gave birth to the first child, he took the baby away, leaving Wening alone at home. When Wening woke up from her unconscious state, she realized there was another child in her womb. She struggled to give birth to the second child, but because the child had been in the womb for too long, he was weak. When he reached the age of 3, he became mentally impaired due to a high fever. Later, Tong Tong's kind mother opened a small shop for them, and their lives became somewhat stable. But the good times didn't last long. After Zheng Yute was drained dry by his mistress, he brought Xiao Feng back to Wening, using the child to coerce her into taking care of him for the rest of his life. The older son lived with Zheng Yute and his stepmother for over 10 years. When he returned, he was covered in bruises. He was so thin and frail, he looked worse than the younger son. Wening, heartbroken for her child, had no choice but to agree. One day, Zheng Yute, after drinking some alcohol, became annoyed by his younger son's crying. In a fit of rage, he cut out his tongue with scissors. How could Winning tolerate this? She immediately fought back. In the struggle, they accidentally stabbed each other to death. By the time the neighbors discovered them, it was already the next day. When the police arrived, only the bodies of the two adults remained. Both children were gone. Hearing this, Wan looked at the river. It wasn't Tang Tang who killed you. Why would one harm her? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wan's mind. Could Xiao Feng be doing this for Xiao Yi? When night fell, Wan released Xiao Yi. Xiao Feng, Xiao Yi is in my hands. If you don't come out, I'll let Dehei eat him. Dehei barked menacingly. Xiao Yi trembled all over. Small bubbles began to rise to the surface of the river. A ghostly figure slowly emerged. Let my brother go. The moment Xiao Yi saw Xiao Feng, he became agitated. But unable to speak, he could only make sounds. Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Yi, his voice gentle. Brother will always be with you. Your enemy is Zheng Yute. Why did you hurt Tang Tang? Xiao Feng looked at Tang Tang, his tone cold. My brother likes her. I want her to accompany him. These words sent a chill down Tang Tang's spine. Xiao Yi stood in front of Tang Tang, shaking his head repeatedly. Unable to speak, he wrote on the ground, "Don't kill sister." Xiao Feng's strength suddenly increased. What's so good about being alive? Xiao Yi waved his hand and continued writing. We're not happy because of Dad. My sister is happy because of Mom and Dad. What does his happiness have to do with me? I only care if you're happy. You're the only family I have left. I want you to be happy. I'll be happy if my sister doesn't die. Don't kill anyone. Mom said killing people makes you a bad person. Brother, don't become a bad person. Xiao Feng looked up at Xiao Yi with innocent eyes. If only I'd stayed behind. It would probably be very happy with Mom. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Feng's weapon suddenly grew heavier. Anyone, human or ghost, who betrays me shouldn't exist. He pressed his brother's head down, his eyes full of darkness. Anyone, human or ghost, who betrayed him shouldn't exist. He was actually absorbing his younger brother's soul. Wan immediately drew her sword and stabbed at him. But the usually infallible 7-star demon's subduing sword had no effect on him. Seeing this, Chu Chi quickly cast a spell, but the spell shattered before it even touched Xiao Feng. Wan looked at the Big Dipper formation on the river surface, then looked at the sky. This Big Dipper formation was actually connected to Xiao Feng's soul. Our attacks are being absorbed by the Big Dipper formation. Soon, Xiao Yi's soul was absorbed. From now on, little brother, we will never be separated. I'll get you everything you like. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Wan, a cold smile playing on his lips. Not bad looking. I just happen to need a wife. Dehei suddenly pounced, biting and tearing at Xiao Feng. The Big Dipper formation could absorb magic attacks, but it couldn't absorb Dehei's attacks. Xiao Feng was quickly entangled by Dehei. Wan and Chu Chi exchanged a glance, then simultaneously formed hand seals. Heaven and earth transform Qi. Qi transforms the universe. Power of the Tao, aid me in subduing demons. Sword of righteousness, appear. A giant sword formed in the air. As soon as the sword of righteousness appeared, the Big Dipper formation instantly cracked. Xiao Feng's power weakened instantly. Dehei seized the opportunity and bit Xiao Feng's arm and claws, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. Ningyu harmed you, yet you take your hatred out on others. How are you any different from your father, Ningyu? Xiao Feng's eyes were bloodshot, his pale face contorted. I'm not like him. Wan didn't want to send such a ghost to the underworld, wasting the underworld soldiers' time. She gave Dehei a look. Dehei immediately swallowed him with a howl, crunching and munching. Would Dehei get diarrhea from eating such trash? Probably not. Dehei has a pretty good digestive system. Those two sisters are really good at insulting people. Don't mess with women. The Big Dipper formation was broken, and the souls inside escaped. Many water ghosts surfaced on the river, all staring intently at them. Wan walked to the riverbank, smiling at the water ghosts. Tell me why there's a Big Dipper formation here, and I'll send you to the underworld to be reincarnated. The water ghosts looked at each other, not daring to breathe. After a long while, a ghost finally asked, "Are you a mage?" "Yes, I can send you to be reincarnated. But I need to know what's at the bottom of this river. Why is there a Big Dipper formation suppressing it?" A man in Qing Dynasty official robes rushed forward and shouted, "I know. There's a purple-red coffin down there, bound tightly by 4 iron chains. But living people can't see it. There's a purple-red coffin at the bottom, bound tightly by 4 iron chains. Living people can't see it all. And that formation isn't suppressing it, it's protecting it. Who put the coffin there? And who's inside? I don't know about that. It was already there when the oldest ghost here arrived. It's like it grew together with the river. We don't know what's inside either. Hearing this, Ruan became even more curious. Could there be another ghost king or ghost general inside the coffin? Ruan waved her hand, opening the gate to the underworld. Come ashore, all of you. I'll send you to be reincarnated. The water ghosts were overjoyed at the sight of the gate. After all the water ghosts entered the gate, Ningji held Ruan's hand. I'll go down with you. Ruan patted his head like Ningji always did to her, as expected of brother Ningji. This made Ningji blush. The two of them took diving equipment and slowly descended. The deeper they went, the heavier the inchi became, but Ruan didn't feel any discomfort. This inchi wasn't formed by malevolent ghosts. Soon, Ruan saw the purple-red coffin the water ghosts had mentioned. Ningji nodded, indicating he could see it too. Ruan was puzzled. Hadn't the water ghost said living people couldn't see it? Without thinking too much, Ruan and Ningji continued to descend. They reached the coffin and tried to push the lid. They thought it would be immovable, but it opened with a gentle push. When their eyes fell on the female corpse's face, they were both shocked. The corpse's face was identical to Ruan's. Ruan and Ningji looked at each other. A scene flashed through both of their minds. In the cold underworld, under a peach blossom tree, a woman in a pink dress, ethereal and fairy-like, cute and lively. A man with otherworldly features, peerlessly elegant. The fleeting image caused a sharp pain in Ruan's head. Who is Yawa? Why does she look exactly like me? Alarmed, Ningji quickly pulled Ruan back up. In a dark place, the black-robed ghost general opened his eyes. The wheels of fate have begun to turn. My master, it's time for you to return and collect your debts. On the shore, everyone rushed over. Was there really a coffin down there? There was, but nothing strange about it. Luckily, there weren't any other ghosts. We've seen enough ghosts for one night. Let's go back. In Ningji's car, Ruan was silent. Seeing her quiet, Ningji rubbed her head, still thinking about what happened. Ruan immediately turned to Ningji. Who is Yawa? Ningji was silent for a moment before replying, perhaps your past life. The sister and brother explored the mystery of the coffin at the bottom of the river, only to discover a corpse that looked exactly like her. Thus, the wheels of fate began to turn. Meanwhile, Ningji, seeing Ruan's silence, asked, are you thinking about the coffin? Ruan nodded slightly. Then she suddenly looked at Ningji. Who is Yawa? Ningji was taken aback by the question. Then he softly replied, perhaps that's your past life. A long time ago, this name appeared in my mind. Back on the island, I tested the king of reincarnation. From his reaction, I guess this Yawa might be your past life, and definitely someone important. Ruan frowned even more deeply. Past life matters were in the past. Why would she see her past life's corpse now? Ruan's stomach suddenly growled. Ningji smiled at her. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you. Takoyaki, grilled chicken wings, mung bean cake, and a fruit tea. Ningji stopped the car and left to buy food. A dark figure suddenly appeared in the back seat, startling Ruan. She turned around to see the black-robed ghost general sitting there. The takoyaki at the end of the street, the third stall, is the most authentic. They use the most filling. Did you know that? Can ghosts eat human food? Ordinary ghosts? Of course not. But I'm not an ordinary ghost. What terrible things did you do to make Uncle King of Reincarnation chase you all over the world? The black-robed ghost general's eyes flickered. After a long pause, he said, you little girl are really not cute. Little brat, mind your own business. Say another word, and I'll call Uncle King of Reincarnation right now. The black-robed ghost general immediately bristled. Don't you dare. That guy is stubborn. He'll definitely drag me back for punishment if he sees me. Ruan scoffed. You're pretty impressive. Uncle King of Reincarnation hasn't been able to catch you for 10 years. The black-robed ghost general curled his lip. It's not that he can't catch me. It's that he doesn't want to. Ruan's ears perked up. That sounds like you and Uncle King of Reincarnation are having an affair. A faint blush crept onto the face beneath the masked black-robed ghost general. TCH, who's in cahoots with him? Disgusting. If you're not in cahoots, why are you blushing? The black-robed ghost general suddenly realized he was wearing a mask. Who could see his blushing face? You brat, you're setting me up. Who's making you feel guilty? What's your relationship with Uncle Wheel-Turning King? The black-robed ghost general opted to vanish. Before leaving, he tossed Wan a bell. Here, take this. Next time we meet, curb your curiosity. Wan looked at the bell in her hand and exclaimed, 3 pure zeros. This was a treasure. Both 3 pure zeros and 3 pure clears were Taoist treasures. 3 pure zeros symbolized talismans. It calmed the heart and spirit. With it, one would no longer be possessed by demons. But why would the black-robed ghost general give her this? Wan was puzzled, but she quickly dismissed the thought, as she had already caught the aroma of food. Ning Xian returned with a pile of food and handed it to Wan. Looking at Wan's belly, he couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Brother, why are you touching my belly? Just want to see where all that food went. Why isn't it even a little bit round? Wan rubbed her belly and laughed. Don't let its small appearance fool you. It can actually hold a lot. Just then, Xiao Taozi sent a message. Big Sis is going for a wild ride tonight. Attached was a picture of the Angus couple's hotel. What was going on? Just attending an evening party, and someone had already resorted to putting sulfuric acid around. Fortunately, the girl used chess pieces to discreetly protect herself, preventing the acid from splashing on her face. At this time, Wan was sitting on the bed reading. Xiao Taozi, in a flurry, climbed directly onto the edge of Wan's bed. Wan, give me a massage. I am exhausted. Wan gulped, then asked cautiously and curiously, how was last night's experience? Don't even mention it. I'm dead tired. That Tian Yuyuan, he didn't even realize I was exhausted. He still wanted to keep going. He dragged me to dance for another 2 hours. We didn't get back until daybreak. Wan looked confused. Dance for 2 hours? Why were you dancing? On the dance floor. Even if you don't dance, they'll make you dance. You went clubbing last night. Then what about the picture of the Angus couple's hotel? Xiao Taozi looked confused for a moment, then remembered. Wasn't the picture I sent you of the bar? There is a couple's hotel next to it, though. After a while, Xiao Taozi finally understood. She poked Wan's head several times as if hammering nails. Wan, what are you thinking about with that little head of yours? On the night of the freshman welcome party, Wan was backstage getting her makeup done. Suddenly, her makeup artist, Xiao Taozi, quietly stepped away. Looking up, Wan saw Ning Xian applying eyebrow pencil to her brows. Wan was pleasantly surprised. Brother, why are you here? To watch your performance. Wan's eyebrows were quickly finished. Looking at herself in the mirror, Wan chuckled. Brother, have you done someone's eyebrows before? You're so good at it. You're the first. How is it? Not bad, right? Finally, it was Wan's turn to perform. Mingxian quickly helped her and escorted her to the stage. Sitting at the piano, Wan seemed to sense a pair of eyes staring at her maliciously from the shadows. She glanced behind the curtain. The curtain moved, but she saw no one. Without thinking too much about it, she placed her hands on the piano keys and immediately felt something was wrong. A slight burning sensation came from her fingertips. Wan narrowed her eyes. There was sulfuric acid hidden inside the piano keys. With the pressure of her fingers, the wires hidden in the crevices would spring up, splashing the sulfuric acid onto her face. Who would use such a vicious method to harm her? Because of the long silence, the audience began to murmur. A moment later, Wan pressed the piano keys. The unique and intense music of ghost fire filled the air. Meanwhile, Wan used her Xiangqi skills to control the wires in the crevices. Soon, the piece ended and she returned backstage. Ning Xian immediately noticed Wan's injured fingers. Someone put sulfuric acid in the crevices of the piano keys. Xiao Taozi exclaimed in shock. Don't make a fuss. I'm Yufine. After the party, this person will definitely go check the piano. We'll just wait and catch them. Ning Xian looked at Wan's hand with concern. Never mind that. Let's treat your hand first. The girl rehearsed her piano performance for the freshman welcome party. Unexpectedly, someone had hidden sulfuric acid in the keys. But the girl easily saw through the scheme and continued her flawless performance, earning resounding applause. After the party ended, the culprit indeed came to check the piano keys. A finger lightly pressed a key, and a scream followed. It was Qin Yu, a classmate. Wan emerged from behind the curtain. Looking at Qin Yu's burned cheeks, she felt no sympathy. How does sulfuric acid feel? Seeing Wan, Qin Yu furiously lunged at her. Mingxian smoothly stepped in front of Wan, and Qin Yu fell flat on her face. We've already called the police. You can explain everything to them. Qin Yu continued to struggle, insisting she was the victim, the one whose face was ruined. Why? Mingxian's eyes turned cold. As I said, explain to the police. Tan Liming was already waiting with 2 police officers. Take her away. Yu struggled relentlessly, but she couldn't break free from the two officers' grip. Ning Tuan Batte Druanruan's Hayat. The school will take this matter seriously. Don't worry, it won't affect your normal life. Just then, Tang sent a video call to Ningji. But before he could answer, the call ended. Ningji immediately called back. Tang on the screen was terrified, her eyes filled with tears. Teacher, my grandpa is back. He's going to kill us all. Before she could finish, the screen went black. The call disconnected. Ningji immediately tried calling back, but no one answered no matter how many times he tried. Wan immediately asked what happened. It turned out that Tang's grandfather had passed away a few days ago, so she had taken leave to return to her hometown. But she just said her grandfather was back and cried for help. Now the phone was unreachable. Something must have happened. Third brother, do you know where Tang's hometown is? Ningji frowned and nodded. That night, Wan contacted Han Lingling and asked her to try contacting the police station in Tang's hometown to see if they could find out anything about Tang's family. The group set off for Tang's hometown. At 9 a.m. the next day, they finally arrived. As soon as they got out of the car, Wan gave everyone a food talisman for protection. The entire village was shrouded in Qi. There was no telling what might be inside. Ningji tried calling Tang again. This time, someone actually answered, but it was a man's voice. The girl was simply keeping vigil for her deceased grandfather. She never expected to see his corpse sit up in the coffin. Helpless, she could only call Wan and the others for help. The group finally arrived at their destination at dawn. Looking at the terrifying Qi swirling above the village, Wan frowned. It seems this village is truly strange. Ningji tried calling Tang again. To his surprise, the call went through, but an impatient male voice answered on the other end. Who is this? Tang's trembling, frightened voice soon followed. Tang, we're at the village entrance. Come out and meet us. Before hanging up, Ningji added, don't be afraid. We're here. Not long after, Tang walked out of the village. Upon seeing Ningji and the others, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Ningji embraced Tang and gently patted her back. At that moment, a man's voice suddenly came from behind. I was wondering why there were outsiders calling today. Turns out it's your kept man. Come and see you. Get back and keep vigil for Grandpa. Tang gritted her teeth. Don't talk nonsense. This is my teacher. I don't care who it is. Even if the King of Heaven came, you'd still have to go back and keep vigil for Grandpa today. Saying this, Xi and Dashin tried to grab Tang, but before he could touch her, Ningji firmly grabbed his hand. Who said you could touch her? Xi and Dashin cried out in pain. He tried to hit Ningji with his other hand, but Ningji swiftly dodged the blow and kicked Xi and Dashin away. Xi and Dashin sprawled on the ground, glared at them, and yelled, someone hit me. Outsiders are hitting people. Ningji turned to Tang. Who is he? Tang lowered her head and said apologetically, he's my cousin on my mother's side. Come with me. I'll find you a place to stay. Tang led everyone to a thatched hut. My mom built this to hide from my grandfather. You can stay here for now. Wan looked at Tang seriously. Now, can you tell us what's going on? This village seems unusual. Tang pursed her lips, hesitating for a moment before saying, I don't think Grandpa's death was that simple. In this village, we don't cremate. After someone dies, we set up a mourning hall at home and keep vigil for at least 5 days. When my parents and I came back, my uncles and aunts had already dressed Grandpa and set up the mourning hall. The night we arrived, they made me keep vigil for Grandpa alone. My parents, of course, disagreed, but my uncles dragged them away and locked me in the mourning hall. That night, I saw Grandpa's body sit up in the coffin. He walked toward me step by step. I was so scared I hid in the corner. I didn't dare open my eyes. I just huddled there all night. The next day, my uncles opened the mourning hall. They looked surprised to see me, like they were wondering why I was still alive. After they left, I went to change my clothes and found that the charm Wan gave me had turned black. She took out the blackened charm and handed it to Wan. Tang was now sobbing. Wan, please help me. They want me to keep vigil again tonight. The girl was heartbroken when she learned of her grandfather's death. But upon returning to her hometown, she was forced by her relatives to keep vigil in the mourning hall. Even more terrifying, in the middle of the night, her grandfather sat up in his coffin. After learning about Tang's experience, Ningji was extremely worried. No matter what, we can't let Tang keep vigil tonight. Wan, however, disagreed. She has to go tonight. Tang Tang trembled with fear at her words. Your grandfather's resentment is too strong. My ghost-repelling charm can't stop him. If he really wants to harm you, you probably won't even have a chance to call for help. We need to figure out why your grandfather has such strong resentment. Otherwise, everyone in this village will die by his hand. Tong Tong's pupils shrank. Everyone in the village. Ruan nodded. Ning Xian, don't worry. I'll be with her tonight. As they were talking, footsteps approached from outside. Tang Tang immediately stood up. That must be for you. Outsiders rarely come to the village. I'll go talk to the village chief. Village chief, they are my teachers and classmates. They're just here to see me. They mean no harm. Nonsense. That pretty boy just twisted my hand. The village chief glanced at Xi and Dashin. Are you really Tong Tong's friends? Of course. We'll just stay here for a few days. After Tong Tong's grandfather is buried, we'll take her with us. Gu Luo village rarely has outsiders. You can stay, but don't wander around and disturb us. Xi and Dashin was immediately unhappy. The village chief whacked him on the backside with his cane. You're always so aggressive. You deserve to be taught a lesson. Your grandfather just passed away. Shouldn't you be keeping vigil? You didn't treat him well when he was alive. Now that he's gone, if the funeral isn't handled properly, he'll come back and deal with you brats. A flicker of fear crossed Xi and Dashin's eyes. Seeing them leave, Tang Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, please sit here for a while. I'll get you something to eat. Wan, however, stopped her. No, we'll go to your house with you. Seeing Tang Tang bring a group of people, her uncles hurried over to stop them. Tang Tang, why did you bring these outsiders back? Get them out of here. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude. Wan's next words stopped them in their tracks. Your father is watching you. Aren't you afraid he'll punish you for hitting people in front of him? Tong Tong's uncles instantly paled, looking around in terror. Ruan channeled her spiritual energy, and a cold wind began to swirl around them. Tong Tong's uncles quickly knelt down in fear. Taking advantage of their panic, Ruan pushed open the door to the morning hall and walked in. She pulled back the shroud, covering her grandfather's arm. The withered arm was covered in whip marks. It was clear what Tong Tong's grandfather had endured. A mass of dark energy hovered over the old man's forehead, as if suppressing something. The old man was using dark energy to suppress his daughter's soul. Was he protecting her or harming her? Looking at the swirling dark energy, Ruan had a feeling. Was it that Tong Tong's mother's soul trapped inside? Ruan rearranged the shroud and left the morning hall. The uncles backed away fearfully as she emerged. Now that you've seen it, get out. You're not welcome here. What are you afraid of? Afraid your father will come back as a ghost to seek revenge. What nonsense are you talking about? You want to use Tang Tang to appease your father's anger. I can tell you for sure, Xin Chengji won't harm Tang Tang, but you won't escape punishment. Ruan turned to Tang Tang. Take us to see your mother. I suspect her coma is related to your grandfather, and I think your grandfather was tortured to death. Tang Tang nodded. Ruan entered the house and looked at Tong Tong's mother, who appeared healthy but remained asleep. She gently touched her forehead. Just as she suspected, her soul was trapped, and the source of the dark energy was Tong Tong's grandfather. Perhaps he was hiding a secret that led to his torture and death. To prevent others from interrogating his daughter, he trapped her soul within himself. Ruan gently channeled her spiritual energy into Tong Tong's mother. Soon, she gasped and sat up. Tong Tong's father rushed to embrace her. You're finally awake. You've been asleep for 3 days. She frowned in confusion. Asleep for 3 days. How is that possible? Mom, don't you remember anything? I just remember seeing something in the morning hall. Then I don't remember anything. I woke up here. Tang Tang glanced at Ruan and asked, Did Grandpa ever tell you any secrets? Secrets only you and he knew. Why would he tell me any secrets? He only cared about his sons. If I hadn't run away to the city all those years ago, I'd probably be slaving away for my brothers. What could he and Grandpa possibly have kept secret? Was there anything that others didn't know and kept asking you about? Tong Tong's mother seemed to remember something. When I was little, my father would often sneak off to the mountains alone. I was curious, so one time I followed him. I saw him kneeling in front of a grave, digging something up. I was going to wait until he left to take a closer look, but he caught me. He beat me when we got home. Back then, there were rumors that my father had dug up gold in the mountains and buried it there. I don't know if it's true. My brothers asked him about it a few times, but he always yelled at them. It was so long ago. After I left the mountains, I forgot all about it. This is all there is. That location, besides me and my dad, no one knows about it. Afterwards, I went there, and there was nothing. My younger brothers also asked me, and I told them the truth. Besides this, I really can't think of any other secrets. Because his sons kept asking about the gold, he hid them. This doesn't seem like something someone who favors sons over daughters would do. Perhaps what was dug up back then wasn't gold after all. I should go ask Grandpa tonight. After nightfall, Ruan and her friends arrived at the funeral hall. Ruan stood facing the coffin and said in a clear voice, "Grandpa, it's dark now. You can come out." As soon as she finished speaking, a gust of gloomy wind arose, and Grandpa's soul drifted out. "I know you have resentment in your heart, but the other villagers are innocent. Kill those who deserve to be killed, but spare the innocent." The strength in Grandpa's soul suddenly intensified. A raspy voice came. "In this village, every single person in every household is guilty. The old man was abused to death by his children. The reason was actually for some illusory gold." At this moment, a withered old man lay in bed, frail and weak. Many people stood by his bed, his sons and daughters, as well as neighbors and friends. Even at this point, "Old man, you still won't tell us where the gold is hidden. Cut the crap. If the old fool won't talk, we'll break his legs, then set them, then break them again. Let's see if he can hold out." Grandpa lay on the ground, his whole body trembling from the pain. "I really don't have any gold." Hearing this, the crowd became even angrier. They swung a club directly at Grandpa's shin. Grandpa screamed in agony. The eldest son grabbed Grandpa's head and slammed it against the corner of the table. "The old fool is still stubborn. Go easy on him. Don't kill him. If he dies, no one will tell us where the gold is. What are you afraid of? Isn't there still the eldest daughter? She knows where the gold is too. This old thing must have moved the gold. The eldest daughter might not know either. We should still go search the back mountain." Hearing these words, Grandpa, who had been beaten unconscious, hurriedly said, "Don't go. Old thing, you stop playing dead when you hear we're going to dig up your gold." Grandpa wept, whether from pain or grief, it was unclear. "You animals." Finally, after enduring nearly a year of torture, Grandpa died. Those people never found any gold. After witnessing all of this, the vision disappeared. "Grandpa, since there's no gold, what exactly did you bury in the mountain?" Grandpa gave a strange smile. "If you want to know, go see for yourself. The graveyard behind the old locust tree on the back mountain, under the third tombstone." A sudden noise came from outside the funeral hall, as if someone had run away. Grandpa stroked Tong Tong's head. "The children I raised in my life are all useless. The only good one was pushed away by my own hands. Tell your mother, Grandpa is sorry for her. Actually, I've missed her very much all these years." In the pitch-black night, a group of strong men were digging at the graves behind the old locust tree. Suddenly, one of them struck something with a shovel, making a ding sound. Seeing this, everyone dug even harder. An hour later, the true nature of the gold was revealed. Someone couldn't resist greedily touching it. The texture of the gold made him reluctant to let go. "No matter how much this sells for, we split it evenly. No fighting." Why? This information was overheard by my son at great risk. My family should get the biggest share. That's not right. Didn't we agree on this from the beginning? As the crowd argued, a reddish liquid was seeping from the cracks of the golden coffin. "Pry it open. I want to see what's inside this coffin." With the combined effort of several strong men, the coffin lid was easily pried open. Scattered around the decaying interior were some glistening jade artifacts. Even soaked in the bright red liquid, their glittering brilliance was unaffected. Where was the fear of the greedy crowd now? At this moment, their eyes saw only gold. Submerged within the once magnificent coffin lay a corpse. But the men were completely oblivious to the strangeness of it all. Their eyes held only infinite greed for the gold. Back in the newly built house, everyone was ecstatic surrounding the golden coffin. "Once we sell these treasures, we can live like rich people." But just as the words left their mouths, the golden coffin began to bang loudly, emitting a harmful, overwhelming energy. In the next moment, all the surrounding houses caught fire. Seeing this, the crowd's first instinct wasn't to put out the fire, but to worry about their gold and silver treasures. In their panic, the gold they had just gathered scattered on the ground again. Xing Dashin hurriedly went to pick it up, but one piece of gold was missing. He searched everywhere. Then, a hand offered the gold to him. "My dear grandson, you dropped your gold." Xing Dashin stiffly turned his head. He was met with Grandpa's deathly pale, skull-like face. Grandpa's withered, tree-like hand gripped Xing Dashin's neck. "Grandpa, I am sorry. I didn't hurt you. It was my parents, they did it. Go find them. Before he could finish pleading, Grandpa's hand moved slightly, and Xing Dashin's neck snapped. Grandpa heavily tossed the body aside. With the crow of a rooster, the sun slowly rose above the horizon. The scorching rays fell upon Grandpa's spectral form. My duty to guard your Xing family home for 100 years ends with me. I am willing to be scattered to the winds. I only hope our ancestors will show mercy and not bring misfortune upon my descendants. On a distant mountain, Wan and the others had already left with Tongtong's family. Aren't you going to save the village? I can save them for a moment, but not forever. The debt has been incurred, and they must repay it. I have given them a protective charm. It will help them escape this calamity. The worry in Tongtong's heart finally subsided. But how did Grandpa know that coffin was buried on the back mountain? Wan glanced at Ningji. Time for you to shine, third brother. Ningji, whose major was ancient writing, looked at the ancient script on the coffin. This was a general from ancient times. He was framed by treacherous officials and died due to the emperor's suspicion. Later, the general's name was cleared. The emperor felt guilty, but also feared the general's powerful spirit. So he specially crafted this golden coffin and had his descendants take him into seclusion, guarding the coffin for generations, to prevent the general's vengeful spirit from causing chaos and harming the nation. Tang covered her mouth in disbelief. So the Xing family are descendants of this general. Ningqi noted it. But this coffin, while appearing to be made of gold, is only coated with gold lacquer. Poor Grandpa. He was tortured to death by his own children just for guarding this broken coffin. The matter is settled. Later, my parents will bury Grandpa on the back mountain. Grandpa always said that when he died, he wanted to be buried in this mountain. This is his home. He doesn't want to go anywhere else. As they dug the grave, they suddenly unearthed something. Tongtong's aunt recognized the small cloth bag. It was something her mother had left for Grandpa. Opening the bag, she found several strands of hair inside. Each strand was labeled with a name. Her younger siblings, including herself, were all represented. Wan stared at the worn cloth bag for a long time before speaking. This is a burial ritual, a prayer for blessings. Legend says that if you bury hair in an ancestor's grave, the living will receive the ancestor's protection and live a safe and prosperous life. Tongtong's aunt's pupils constricted, so my dad snuck up the back mountain in the middle of the night to do this for us. Tears streamed down Tongtong's aunt's face. She had argued with Grandpa for so long because he wouldn't let her leave the mountain. If only she had come back more often, perhaps she could have prevented this tragedy. What's it like to have a little bunny you've cherished for 10 years snatched away by a big bad wolf? Ning Xian and Wan were venturing further and further down the path of becoming more than just brother and sister. At a Ning family gathering, Ning Yu and Chu Qi naturally sat together. Ning Xian and Wan also sat close together. Next to them were Ning Feng and Ning Ji. Looking at Ning Feng and Ning Ji, Grandpa felt like something was missing. After a moment, it dawned on him. These two were missing wives. Xiao Feng, Xiao Ji, you two aren't getting any younger. When are you going to bring a wife home? The two were in the middle of eating when Grandpa suddenly brought up this topic. The twins coughed several times. When not in a hurry, Grandpa raised his voice, saying we're almost 30. Not in a hurry. We're only 27 this year. We're not 30. Even older brother isn't married yet. Your older brother has a girlfriend. Do you? Grandpa's words made Ning Yu and Chu Chi's wife exchange awkward glances. Why did the conversation shift to them? Grandpa, why are you always focused on us? The person sitting next to fourth brother isn't his wife either. At this moment, Ning Xian happened to peel a shrimp and put it in Wan's mouth. Ning Feng's words successfully shifted the attention to Ning Xian. The more they looked, the more they felt something was off between Ning Xian and Wan. Ning Xian's gaze fell on Ning Feng, a cold smile playing on his lips. Second brother, didn't your company hire a new female secretary a few days ago? I heard she's quite close to you. Ning Feng froze upon hearing these words. Fourth brother, what are you talking about? I don't have a female secretary. Ning Ji couldn't help but shiver. Luckily, he hadn't said anything. Of all people to provoke, why fourth brother? A moment of silence for his older brother. I think I even saw you two coming out of a hotel together once. And weren't you two together on that last business trip? Grandpa glanced at Ning Feng. If you have someone you like, go after her. Don't play these coy games with me. Just bring me a granddaughter-in-law. And fourth brother, come to my study after dinner. Playing the diversion tactic with me, huh? You clearly have ulterior motives toward my precious granddaughter. Ning Xian knew that if Grandpa started thinking along these lines, he wouldn't be able to hide his feelings. In the study, Grandpa, just ask whatever you want to ask. Ning Chambua glared at Ning Xian. You brat, kneel down. Ning Tuan obedientiknet. I know what you want to say, so I'll be honest with you. All right, you brat, let's hear your sophistry. My feelings for Wan Ruan are indeed not those of a brother for his sister. Although he was mentally prepared, Ning Chambua still felt a stab in his heart when he heard these words. Wan Ruan, does she know how you feel? Ning Xian thought for a moment before nodding. And does she reciprocate? I'm not sure yet. I'll wait until the day Wan Ruan tells me clearly. And Grandpa, you're not losing out. Ning Chambua rolled his eyes. The little white rabbit he'd doted on for 10 years was just snatched away by a big bad wolf. A huge loss. Even without me, Wan Ruan would eventually get married when she grows up. You can't keep her with you forever. Grandpa sighed inwardly. This grandson of his was so rebellious. Might as well let him go. What's it like to have the little white rabbit you've doted on for 10 years snatched away by a big bad wolf? Ning Xian and Wan Ruan were straying further and further from the path of brother and sister. At this moment, Ning Xian was kneeling before his grandfather, Ning Chambua. Even without me, Wan Ruan would eventually get married when she grows up. You can't keep her with you forever. Before Ning Xian could finish, Ning Chambua perked up. That's right, you're my grandson. Even if Wan Ruan marries you, she'll still be my granddaughter-in-law. No different from a granddaughter. A glimmer of joy flashed in Ning Chambua's eyes. But when he saw Ning Xian, he feigned coldness again. Get up. Since you want to be with Wan Ruan, you must never hurt her. Otherwise, I'll never forgive you. Ning Xian smiled. Don't worry. Ning Tang posnorted. Before leaving the study, he specifically warned, if you let any other brat steal Wan Ruan away, I won't spare you. At the doorway, Wan Ruan saw Ning Xian come out and hurried forward to ask, what did Grandpa say to you? Nothing. It's late. Go back to your room and sleep. Wan Ruan rolled her eyes, displeased. Fine, don't tell me. I was worried for nothing. Later that night, Wan Ruan was lying in bed when a wisp of yellow smoke drifted in. Little Chu girl, wake up. Wan Ruan opened her eyes and saw the yellow weasel. The yellow weasel said with a chuckle, I'm here to ask you for a favor. I really don't want to be a weasel anymore. Wan Ruan's curiosity was piqued. Why do you suddenly want to become human? The yellow weasel stammered for a while before finally confessing. It turned out he had developed feelings for Sun Qingxia after taking care of her for so long. He was afraid his weasel identity would scare her. Wan Ruan looked at the yellow weasel. You've already cultivated for 1,000 years. In a little while, you might become a true yellow immortal. Are you sure you want to become immortal now? I've already thought it through. 1,000 years of solitary cultivation is not as good as a single journey in a mortal world. He then produced a willow branch from seemingly nowhere. This is a willow branch from Guanin's pavilion. 49 lashes with it will remove your demonic aura. Wan Ruan looked at the willow branch in her hand with surprise. Something from Guanin's pavilion. Where did you get this? My ancestors accumulated good karma. They once served before Guanin. I picked up this willow branch from there. Wan Ruan was a little worried. Can you withstand 49 lashes? No problem. If you agree, I'll give you all my cultivation. Your big black dog has wolf demon blood. With my 1,000 years of cultivation, he can definitely transform into his true form. Wan Ruan sighed softly. Your 1,000 years of cultivation wasn't easy to come by. Are you really willing to give it up so easily? The yellow weasel laughed heartily. Girl, don't try to persuade me. I've already decided to be with little Sunday. Nothing can stop me. Seeing the yellow weasel's determination, Wan Ruan could only agree. Perhaps this was something the yellow weasel had to go through before becoming a true immortal. Ning Xian brought Wan Ruan to the place they had agreed upon with the yellow weasel. The yellow weasel was already waiting there. He casually tossed his belt to Wan Ruan. Where's your big black dog? Why didn't you bring him? Wan Ruan looked at the belt in her hand. If you can't bear it, I'll give you your belt back. At least it can save your life. Seeing Wan Ruan's concern, the yellow weasel couldn't help but sigh with a smile. I didn't misjudge you, girl. Let's begin. Wan Ruan gathered her spiritual energy in her palm, channeling the purifying power within the willow branch. With a crack, the willow branch struck. The yellow weasel let out a muffled groan, his face paling slightly. Wan Ruan knew that the longer it dragged on, the more pain the yellow weasel would endure, so she quickened her pace. After the 49 lashes, the yellow weasel weakly asked, "Girl, did I succeed?" While using her spiritual energy to heal some of his internal injuries, Wan smiled and nodded. "You succeeded. You're a human now." The yellow weasel gave a satisfied smile and murmured, "I finally don't have to hide from him anymore." Then he fainted. "Hey everyone, it's Christmas today. Merry Christmas. Remember to eat an apple." The yellow weasel abandoned 1,000 years of cultivation and endured 49 lashes, just to become human and be with his beloved. Sun Qingxia, knowing what the yellow weasel had done for him, remained silent for a long time after entering the ward. Then, with a choked voice, he said, "Why did you go through all this trouble?" The yellow weasel quickly shook his head. "It wasn't any trouble at all. I'm happy now. From now on, my name is Huang Shuyang. Just call me Old Huang. I'm an ordinary person now." Seeing the yellow weasel's excitement, Sun Qingxia quickly wiped away his tears. "Old Huang, you've protected our family for so long. Now it's our turn to protect you." The yellow weasel was momentarily at a loss and looked to Wan for help. "Don't worry. He was a demon after all, so his physical condition is still good. As long as he rests for a while, he'll be able to live like a normal person. Once Old Huang recovers, I'll take him to register for a household registration. Then we'll get married. We'll invite you to the wedding then." Wan happily agreed. After returning home, Wan took out the yellow weasel's belt and handed it to Dahe. "Here you go. Can you absorb this?" Driven by his half-demon instincts, Dahe immediately wagged his tail excitedly and swallowed it in one gulp. Not long after, Dahe lay down and fell asleep. What's wrong with Dahe? 1,000 years of cultivation is too powerful for him. He needs to sleep to absorb it. Just let him sleep. Just then, her phone rang. "One of my fans needs my help. It's a long story. Let's talk in person." Wan quickly hung up and went with Ning Xian to the address Chu Chi had given her. It was a high-end residential complex. Ning Xian and Wan saw Chu Chi at the entrance. "Chu Chi, what's going on? Is there anything you can't handle?" A fan named Bao Mengxue sent a private message saying she's been experiencing a lot of strange things in the past few months. She's had several near-death experiences. I went to check on her and found the Yin energy in her body is even stronger than the residual Yin energy left by a ghost possession. Just then, the door opened. A young woman around 20 years old opened it. "Juki, Zuan Dun." "So the reinforcements Master Chu Chi mentioned were you." This was the girl who warned Wan about Gao Ziheo in class. Wan remembered her name was Bao Mengyi. Inside, Bao Mengxue was lying pale on the sofa. She tried to get up when they arrived, but struggled and couldn't manage it. Finally, Bao Mengyi helped her up. "Go get some tea for the guests." "No need." Wan found the heavy Yin energy in Bao Mengxue's body strange. Gathering Xiang Qi in her palm, she gently pressed it against Bao Mengxue's forehead. Wan lifted Bao Mengxue's chin and examined her face carefully. Her Yin Tang was dark, the black Qi pointing directly at her marriage palace, intertwined with a light pink relationship line. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Bao Mengxue was stunned by the question. "I did. We broke up a while ago. What you've encountered recently is related to your relationship. If you don't tell me, I won't know how to help you find a ghost." Bao Mengxue still hesitated and wouldn't answer. Bao Mengyi seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "Could it be that PUA scumbag Zhang Zizong? What are the consequences of having a scumbag boyfriend?" Bao Mengyi spilled everything. It turned out the scumbag was Bao Mengxue's ex-boyfriend, Zhang Zizong. Zhang Zizong and Bao Mengxue were high school classmates. His grades were poor. After graduation, he worked at a steel mill. After graduating from university, Bao Mengxue became a secretary at a company. During a class reunion, Zhang Zizong learned Bao Mengxue was a secretary at a top company with good pay. He lied and said he started a business and became a boss. Bao Mengxue didn't suspect anything. But after a year together, Zhang Zizong's true nature revealed itself. One day, a drunk Zhang Zizong developed inappropriate feelings for Bao Mengyi and almost assaulted her. Bao Mengxue finally woke up. Zhang Zizong was a complete beast, so she called the police. Zhang Zizong was arrested and imprisoned. But Zhang Zizong wasn't out of prison yet. Just then, the doorbell rang again. "Little Baozi, your boss is here to see you." "Ning Yuan, Ning Tuan Etchanget Glances." That loud voice had to be Ning Feng. Ning Feng swaggered in. He saw his older and younger brothers staring at him. An awkward silence filled the air. Ning Feng froze for 2 seconds, then turned to run, but Ning Xian, who had seen through everything, blocked the door. He said calmly, "If you run, I'll tell Grandpa you ruined a girl and then abandoned her." Ning Feng turned and looked sincerely at Ning Xian. "Xiao Si, you can't just say things like that. It's deadly. If there's nothing special going on, then come in and talk." Ning Feng sighed and awkwardly returned to the room. Wan and Chu Chi stared at him with curious eyes. "Second brother, what's your relationship with Bao Mengxue?" "I'm her boss. She's my secretary." Bao Mengxue interjected, "Not for much longer." Ning Feng looked at her unhappily. "I haven't mistreated you. Why are you leaving?" Bao Mengxue lowered her eyes slightly. "I'm not in a good state to continue working. The last project was lost because of my negligence." Before Bao Mengxue could finish, Ning Feng interrupted. "I didn't want to do that business anyway. Even without your negligence, that deal wouldn't have gone through. Since you're not well, I'll give you paid leave. Come back to work when you've recovered. Your salary will be paid, as usual." Ning Feng's domineering command made Bao Mengxue feel both touched and helpless. Wan figured it out. Her second brother, who usually emerged unscathed from romantic entanglements, had fallen for the beautiful Bao Mengxue. Ning Feng looked at Wan, puzzled. "She's just unwell. What does that have to do with ghosts? Yin energy entering the body harms a person's yang energy. It's no wonder she's unwell." Chu Chi waved his hand. "Let's go to the prison and inquire about Zhang Zizong." Wan quickly followed. Before leaving, she said to Ning Feng, "Take care of your little Baozi." Ning Feng coughed incessantly, irritated by her teasing tone. That girl's gone bad. What would become of a selfish, domineering, insecure, and yet unwilling to improve scumbag? Wan and the others arrived at the prison where the scumbag Zhang Zizong was held. He was sentenced to 8 years and had been in prison for several months, looking completely emaciated. Wan knew at a glance this was caused by a ghost draining his yang energy. She picked up the intercom. "Are you Zhang Zizong?" Zhang Zizong looked at them coldly. "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" "Never mind who we are. Just know that making deals with ghosts has no good ending." Zhang Zizong sneered. "Was it that bitch Bao Mengxue who sent you? You want to save her? Dream on. If I can't have a good life, neither can she." Zhang Zizong hung up. No matter what Wan said, he didn't respond. It seemed he was determined to kill Bao Mengxue. Now we can only find a breakthrough from Bao Mengxue. When they returned to Bao Mengxue's house, Ning Feng was still there. "This is indeed related to Zhang Zizong, but he's determined to harm you. We didn't find any clues from him. What should we do?" Wan handed a talisman to the sisters. "Hold this. It can temporarily ensure your safety." "Is holding this enough? I saw on TV that ghost catching involves rituals and chanting." "Juki Juka. Little sister, TV shows are just for entertainment. Don't take them seriously." Wan also agreed. "We visited Zhang Zizong today. The ghost shouldn't come again tonight. You should get a good night's sleep." Bao Mengxue was moved to tears by everyone's concern and expressed her sincere gratitude. Chu Chi put his arm around her. "As an idol, how can I disappoint my fans? We should go. We'll come back to you in a couple of days after we find some clues." He then gave Ning Feng a mischievous grin. "Big boss, it's almost dark. Aren't you leaving?" Ning Feng glared at him through gritted teeth. "Brat, if it weren't for my older brother, I'd beat you up 8 times a day." Just then, Bao Mengxue suddenly grabbed Ning Feng's hand. Her voice came like a gentle breeze. "Thank you, Ning Feng." This delighted Ning Feng. He found this form of address particularly pleasing. "My siblings are very capable. They can subdue any demon or ghost for you." Bao Mengxue nodded with a smile. After leaving Bao Mengxue's house, Ning Feng walked so fast he almost seemed to be flying, humming a tune and practically bubbling with happiness. Wan followed behind, puzzled. "What do you think second brother is so happy about?" "Probably because she called him by his name." "What's so special about being called by your name? If I called you Ning Xian, would you be like second brother?" Ning Feng's excited chatter continued. "She always used to call me boss and was always very respectful. Now, she actually called me by my name. This means that she's starting to accept me little by little." Ning Yu looked at Ning Feng with some alarm. "Are you still the same Ning Feng who was irresistible to women? Why are you acting like a lovesick puppy?" The secret relationship between the brother and sister was finally discovered by their oblivious mother. This upset Han Lixue. It was as if her most precious possession had been taken away. Wan, Ning Xian, come wash your hands and eat." Han Lixue's voice came from the kitchen. As they were eating, two pairs of chopsticks reached for the same rib. Wan quickly pulled back. How could this be? I reached for the same rib as brother Ning Xian. Ning Xian smiled and placed the rib onto Wan's plate. I was going to give it to you anyway. Why are you being shy? This made Wan blush. Han Lishua watched the two of them and finally realized something was going on. After dinner, Han Lishua sat on the bed, lost in thought and full of melancholy. My precious daughter, how did that Ning Xian boy snag her? Ning Yue hugged Han Lishua from behind and said softly, you just noticed. The way that boy looks at Wan is exactly the same way I looked at you back then. Oh well, as long as they're happy. The next moment, Han Lishua angrily grabbed Ning Yue's ear. So you knew about them all along and kept it from me. Are you itching for a beating? What they didn't know was that Ning Xian next door had his ear pressed against the wall, eavesdropping. As soon as Wan entered the room, she saw Ning Xian stuck to the wall like a gecko. Brother, what are you doing? Ning Xian coughed awkwardly and changed the subject. Have you figured out what to do about Bao Mengxue and Zhang Zizong? I've already asked my uncle and aunt to help check if there are ghosts in the prison where Zhang Zizong is being held. The next day at noon, Han Lingling and Zhuo Qi came to the house. We've investigated the matter you told us about last time. There are indeed ghosts in the prison. There are so many prisoners in the prison. Why would the ghost choose Zhang Zizong? Perhaps because they're birds of a feather. Li Hunan, male, 32 years old, was arrested for murdering his girlfriend. He committed suicide in prison less than a month later. The cell where he died is the one Zhang Zizong is currently in. We sent an undercover agent in who pretended to share a similar plight and chatted with him. Zhang Zizong said he saw this Li Hunan last night. He said that as long as he gave him his yang energy, he could help him get revenge. He's been dead for so long, and his soul is still in the prison. Even the guards didn't notice. This Li Hunan is quite capable. Arriving at the prison, Wan took out a paper blade to investigate. Suddenly, the paper blade flew off as if it had found something. Everyone immediately chased after it. The paper blade flew all the way to the prison's surveillance camera and stopped. A strange pattern was drawn on the wall. Wan looked at the familiar lines on the wall and was shocked. This is a soul-entering formation. An old monk who stole things was once imprisoned in this cell. The warden at the time was a Buddhist and treated him well. Later, when the old monk passed away, he left this formation on the wall. As a result, the formation couldn't be removed and remained. The old monk was an enlightened master. He set up this soul-entering formation to dispel the resentment in the prison and prevent evil spirits from breeding and harming people. Li Hunan harmed too many people during his lifetime and has become a vengeful ghost. The formation can't completely suppress him. It automatically formed a contract with Li Hunan, preventing him from leaving this prison. Just then, someone came to report that Zhang Zizong was dead. Wan was startled. Bao Mengxue is in danger. Hurry to Bao Mengxue's house. At Bao Mengxue's house, Bao Mengxue was sitting on the sofa resting. I really need to thank you this time for finding such a capable classmate. With this magical talisman, I can finally get a good night's sleep. Thank you for your praise, sister. I'm the breadwinner of my family. After all, I'll go make you something delicious. She then went into the kitchen. Bao Mengxue smiled with relief. At that moment, a pair of ghostly hands slowly appeared and grabbed Bao Mengxue's neck. The ghost was Li Hunan. Bao Mengxue wanted to call for help, but she couldn't make sound. She could only slowly take out the talisman Wan had given her. A golden light flashed, and Li Hunan was knocked back. He gritted his teeth, looking at the hand injured by the talisman. Damn ghost-subduing talisman. Just then, the door was kicked open. Ziabazi. It was Ning Feng's voice. Seeing someone barge in, Li Hunan was surprised at first. Then he lunged at Bao Mengxue again. At the critical moment, Chu Qi arrived. His 3 clarity brush, imbued with potent energy, tightly bound Li Hunan. Wan also arrived soon after. Holding the 3 clarity bell, she gently shook it. Li Hunan, who was struggling within the binding, gradually calmed down. Next, Wan took out the jade gourd. Sister Jean, swallow him. Jean grabbed Li Hunan's soul and swallowed it. The matter was finally resolved. Bao Mengyi, who was in the kitchen, finally broke down the door and rushed in. But the scene before her stunned her. After she came to her senses, she rushed into her sister Bao Mengxue's arms. With the matter resolved, Ning Feng, whose body had been tense, finally relaxed and collapsed onto the floor. Bao Mengxue quickly pushed her sister aside, her face full of worry, and rushed to Ning Feng. I'm fine. I just sprained my ankle rushing over here. Bao Mengxue blushed, not knowing what to say for a moment. This made the onlookers anxious. Ruan mischievously said, "Looks like I'll have a second sister-in-law soon." Even the aura of a domineering Xiao couldn't hide Ning Feng's goofy nature. In the room, Bao Mengxue cried as she applied medicine to Ning Feng's ankle. "It's all my fault you got hurt." Ning Feng couldn't stand seeing a woman cry. "I'm fine, don't cry. If you really feel bad, then agree to be my girlfriend." The next second, he was friend-zoned. "You're a good person, but I don't have that intention right now." Ning Feng frowned slightly. After a while, he sighed. "All right, I have plenty of time anyway. If you don't agree, I'll keep pursuing you until you do." Bao Mengxue lowered her eyes slightly, hiding the sadness within them. He was the young master of a wealthy family, and she was just an orphan without parents. She was afraid the gap between them was too wide. Soon, Bao Mengxue finished bandaging his ankle and even tied a bow on the wound. Bao Mengxue helped Ning Feng walk out. "Kulthi mistievously upbrotet Ning Feng. So, were you rejected?" Ning Feng rolled his eyes at Chu Chi. "Mind your own business." Chu Chi chuckled and then took out a pill and stuffed it into Ning Feng's mouth. "Since you got rejected, here's a candy for you. Try not to cry tonight." Ning Feng rolled his eyes. "What the heck kind of candy is this? It's so late." Bao Mengxue and Bao Mengi exchanged glances, then bowed to everyone. "Thank you. Don't mention it. We're practically family. Besides, my second brother is injured and needs you to take care of him." Ning Feng quickly interjected, "Yeah, no need to be so polite." Inwardly, he was thanking Ruan, best wingwoman. Bao Mengi quickly said, "The boss is still injured, so don't move around too much. You and I will share a room, and the boss can sleep in yours." Hearing this, Ning Feng immediately pretended to be in pain. Bao Mengxue had no choice but to agree. After everyone left, Bao Mengi quietly slipped over to Ning Feng and asked seriously, "Brother Ning Feng, do you really like my sister?" Ning Feng took it. "She's strong, brave, gentle, and considerate. She's been my secretary for 3 years. I've witnessed her growth from knowing nothing to being able to handle things independently. I've never relied on a woman so much." Bao Mengi frowned as she listened to Ning Feng. "Why do I feel like you're treating my sister like a nanny?" "That's not true at all." Before Ning Feng could say anything more, Bao Mengxue walked in after tidying up. "It's time to change your dressing. Chu's wife gave me a miracle cure. My foot injury will heal on its own." As he spoke, with lightning speed, he took off his shirt. His abdominal muscles and V-line were clearly defined. "Why did you just take your shirt off?" Ning Feng turned his head sideways, revealing his signature flirtatious smile. "I'm already in the room. Naturally, I can take my clothes off," he said, grabbing her hand. He held Bao Mengxue in his arms. "Just looking isn't much fun. You can touch a bit more." Bao Mengxue, watching Ning Feng's antics, could only awkwardly clear her throat and say, "Boss, you're being oily." Ning Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. Isn't this how overbearing CEOs act in novels? Why does Bao Mengxue look so horrified? Did he open her the wrong way? The King of Reincarnation and the Black-Robed Ghost General. This pair of rivals game of chase is finally about to reveal the truth. At this moment, Ruan was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in. She drowsily opened her eyes. She saw the black-robed ghost general sitting by the window. "Little girl, have a couple of drinks with me." Ruan stared at the black-robed ghost general, dumbfounded. "Are you playing that game of chase with the King of Reincarnation again? What's it to you, little kid? Drink with me," he said, shoving a bottle of alcohol towards Ruan's mouth. Ruan took the bottle and tipped her head back, taking a large gulp. "This alcohol is so strong and spicy. How can you drink it? I'm a ghost. I can't get drunk. Besides, this wine has no taste at all. It would be strange if I could get drunk." Ruan tossed the bottle aside in annoyance. "Since you can't get drunk, then don't drink it. Tell me what happened." The black-robed ghost general chuckled at Ruan and then took off his mask. Looking at the scar on the black-robed ghost general's face, Ruan was first shocked, then frowned. "It must have hurt a lot when you got that." The black-robed ghost general was slightly taken aback. When they first met, she had said the same thing, word for word. How could it not hurt? But it's been over 1,000 years. I'm a ghost now. I've long forgotten the pain of the flesh. All I can remember is the pain here. The black-robed ghost general pointed to his heart. "This wound has something to do with Uncle King of Reincarnation." The black-robed ghost general gave another bitter smile. "Yes, it has to do with him. Just a moment ago, he and the King of Reincarnation were playing their game of chase again. But this time, the black-robed ghost general didn't run. Aren't you tired of running for so long? Eat something." The king of reincarnation glared fiercely at him. Force doesn't work, so it's better to try a softer approach. The black-robed ghost general tossed the takoyaki in his hand to the king of reincarnation. However, this takoyaki had been specially doctored. The king of reincarnation took 2 pieces and stuffed them into the black-robed ghost general's mouth. 10 minutes later, the black-robed ghost general was leaning against a tree, fast asleep. "I've been chasing you for 10 years. I finally caught you." Looking at the horrifically scarred face beneath the mask, the king of reincarnation felt a strange sense of loss. Why didn't he want to capture him? A sudden wave of memory fragments flashed through the king of reincarnation's mind. Am I ugly like this? The king of reincarnation's expression returned, but the surprise in his eyes remained. What was it that just flashed through his mind? Just then, the black-robed ghost general woke up. Feeling the coolness on his face, his expression became panicked. The king of reincarnation looked coldly at the black-robed ghost general. "Tell me, what is going on? Why did you appear in my memories? What exactly was that memory? If you really want to know, go to the river of forgetfulness." The king of reincarnation didn't hesitate. He immediately opened the gate to the underworld. His face was paler than usual. "Shaoxin, I hope you won't regret learning the truth." The love-hate relationship between the king of reincarnation and the black-robed ghost general was finally revealed by the river of forgetfulness. With the arrival of the king of reincarnation, countless points of light rose from the river. Those points of light gradually drifted toward him. A voice, Meng Po's, came from the shore. "Turn back now. Perhaps there's a past you don't want to remember. I'm one of the 10 kings of hell. I fear no past." The king of reincarnation's calm voice was filled with dominance and majesty. He gently raised his hand, and the points of light steadily landed on it. The sealed memories awakened. The king of reincarnation, undergoing his earthly trial, was reborn as a young master named Shao Kahn. He was proficient in both literary and martial arts, but he didn't care for fame or fortune, preferring the path of immortality. However, while passing by a brothel, he was captivated by the mesmerizing sound of a zither, comparable to a Taoist tranquility charm emanating from the upper floor. But what Shao Kahn saw wasn't a delicate woman, but a man dressed in white. Shao Kahn was stunned. He was amazed that a man could be so pure and beautiful. As Shao Kahn was about to go upstairs, a middle-aged madam angrily blocked his way. "Did you pay to go to the upper floor? It's at least 1,000 taels of silver." Shao Kahn didn't speak, but Bai Mu spoke up. "He just wandered in by mistake. There's no need to be so aggressive. Bai Mu, you've already sold yourself to the Tianshan brothel. I decide who gets to see you. You have no right to speak." Shao Kahn immediately took out all the silver he had on him, intending to buy him. The madam looked at the few thousand taels in Shao Kahn's hand with disdain. "You think you can buy the top courtesan with this little bit of silver? It's at least 10,000 taels of gold. Give me 3 days. I'll bring 10,000 taels of gold." Don't let him entertain any guests during these 3 days. When Shao Kahn's father heard that he was going to spend 10,000 taels of gold to redeem a male courtesan, he became so angry that he fell ill. Shao Kahn couldn't bear to see his parents worry about him any longer, so he had to find a solution himself. He heard that the current emperor's youngest princess was suffering from mysterious illness that no medicine could cure. The emperor had decreed that anyone who could save the princess could name their reward. Shao Kahn deduced that the princess was afflicted by a vengeful spirit, which was the cause of her illness. So he rushed to the capital overnight and used his Taoist arts to exorcise the spirit. The princess recovered, and Shao Kahn received the 10,000 taels of gold as promised. He redeemed Bai Mu. Grateful for Shao Kahn's kindness, Bai Mu played the zither for him every day, helping him focus his mind and cultivate his Taoist arts. The good times didn't last. After the princess recovered, she asked the emperor to decree a marriage between her and Shao Kahn, trapped between a rock and a hard place. Shao Kahn could disregard his own life, but not the lives of his family. He had no choice but to marry the princess. But the princess was not a benevolent woman. After hearing about Shao Kahn and Bai Mu, she captured Bai Mu while Shao Kahn was away and tortured him day and night. By the time Shao Kahn received the news and rushed back, Bai Mu had been beaten black and blue. That exquisitely beautiful face was also marred by a deep, bone-deep wound. Shao Kahn, enraged, wanted to kill the princess, but Bai Mu stopped him. "For the sake of your family, send me away." Shao Kahn could only tearfully send Bai Mu away from the capital. Years later, war broke out. To protect the people, Shao Kahn led his troops into battle. Just when the situation was dire, Bai Mu played his zither to bolster the troops, and they were able to defeat the enemy army. After this incident, Shao Kahn no longer held back. His parents had passed away, and he had no more attachments. He only wanted to spend the rest of his life with Bai Mu. But a prince consort divorcing a princess for a man was a disgrace to the royal family. How could the emperor agree? However, both Shao Kahn and Bai Mu had made significant contributions to the country. He couldn't act openly, so he secretly sought out Bai Mu. Shao Kahn could have been second only to the emperor. Your face is ruined. Why are you holding him back? Bai Mu gently touched the scar on his face and quietly left. Just when the princess thought she could have Shao Kahn forever, he suddenly died at home. The soul of the king of reincarnation returned to the underworld. After a lifetime of reincarnation, he had also experienced the feeling of heartbreak. The king of reincarnation extracted his mortal memories and threw them into the river of forgetfulness, becoming a true king of hell. But at this very moment, Bai Mu, carrying deep affection and murderous intent, arrived in the underworld. King Yama, I'm looking for someone. Tell him I didn't leave intentionally. The King Yama's tone was icy. He is the king of hell. He shouldn't have feelings. It's best if you don't see each other. As soon as he finished speaking, the arriving king of reincarnation knocked him unconscious. The King Yama, using the excuse that he was too violent, sentenced Bai Mu to be burned by the underworld fire every night. Recalling this, the king of reincarnation's face was covered in tears. He turned and walked ashore, his eyes filled with coldness. Where is Yama? The 10 kings of hell must be complete. Remember to leave him alive. Oh no! Ningxian took Ruanawan's first kiss. Just now, the king of reincarnation regained his memories. He immediately turned to confront Yama. Grabbing Yama by the collar, he said, I should really make you taste the agony of that inferno. Yama didn't fight back, just looked at the king of reincarnation. You threw him in yourself. Shouldn't you experience it yourself? I should indeed. I should experience what it feels like to be burned by that hellfire. From now on, if you dare lay a hand on Bai Mu again, I will tear this underworld apart. After saying this, he turned and left. As dawn approached, a crack suddenly appeared in Ruanawan's room. The king of reincarnation stumbled out. He looked at the black-robed ghost general, his eyes full of guilt. When Bai Mu heard that name again, after 1,000 years, his body trembled violently. The king of reincarnation walked towards him step by step, his face filled with endless tenderness. Bai Mu looked at the hellfire burning on the king of reincarnation, his eyes trembling. Why put yourself through this? To suffer what you suffered? Willingly. The king of reincarnation embraced Bai Mu. The two poured out their hearts to each other. Ruan hadn't slept all night and was extremely tired, but she didn't want to disturb the two ghosts. So she could only hug her pillow and run to Ning Xian's room. Ning Xian was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he felt his door open, and then a cool, small thing crawled into his bed and hugged him tightly. Ning Xian clearly smelled alcohol. I just learned the story of the black-robed ghost general and the king of reincarnation. I don't want to miss out. Ning Xian, do you like me? Ruan clung to Ning Xian's neck, looking at him foolishly. I don't just like you. I love you very, very much. Hearing these words, Ruanawan's heart skipped a beat. Ning Xian directly used his mouth to stop the rest of her words. Looking at the sleeping Ruan in his arms, Ning Xian pressed his forehead against hers. Perhaps I love you very much too. But this night was destined to be restless. In a dream, Yawa ran to her senior brother in a panic. Can you release Bai Mu? Yama shouldn't have feelings. If he makes a mistake, he should be punished according to the rules. Where are the rules of the underworld then? If you want to hear stories, there are plenty of ghosts in the underworld who tell stories and sing operas. Yawa sighed helplessly, leaning against the peach tree at the ghost gate, lost in thought. At this moment, the emperor's voice came. Are you this upset just because of a ghost you just met? I'm just thinking, why can't Yama have feelings? If Yama could have feelings, perhaps Bai Mu wouldn't have to suffer the torment of the extinguishing fire. Such is the way of heaven. If everything in the world can be explained by the way of heaven, wouldn't the Lord God be blamed for many wrongdoings? The emperor sighed. Indeed, he pinched Yaowa's face helplessly. Don't be angry. I'll take you to the human world for a change of scenery. The girl was just a small peach blossom demon guarding the ghost gate. But the emperor of Fengdu spent all day doting on her. This day, he took her to the human world to relax. Just then, a little boy with budding horns bumped into Yaowa. Sister, save me. Yaohua looked at the group of Taoist priests behind him with displeasure. How dare you capture the Dragon Prince? Aren't you afraid of the Dragon King's wrath? Yaohua intended to teach these bad people a small lesson, but the emperor beside her was faster. In an instant, those who rushed forward were sent sprawling. The boy looked at Yaohua gratefully. Thank you, sister, for saving me. My name is Qi Longfei. Yaohua was puzzled. You're the son of the Dragon King. How can you be so weak? The boy lowered his head dejectedly. My mother's bloodline is weak, so I am neglected by my father. My older brothers and sisters always bully me. Yaohua looked at the boy seriously. If you don't want to be bullied, you must become strong yourself. Otherwise, you will be bullied wherever you go. Qi Longfei stared blankly at Yaohua. Can I really do it? Yaohua smiled and stroked his head. As long as you work hard, you definitely can. However, just after sending the little dragon back to the East Sea, Yaohua felt the underworld tremble, and Di Xiao's words shocked her even more. Something happened to the Ghost Gate. When the two returned to the entrance of Ghost Street, only the shattered Ghost Gate remained. Ming Yuan's icy voice came. Yaohua, as the guardian of the Ghost Gate, you left without permission, causing the Ghost Gate to shatter. You must rebuild it. And the culprit behind all this was Ming Yuan. He was jealous of Yaohua's name on the 3 live stone beside Di Xiao's. He was jealous that he couldn't gain the recognition of the 3 live stone. Moreover, Yaohua had secretly followed Di Xiao to the human world, to Fengdu. In that case, as long as Yaohua was forever fused with the Ghost Gate, she would never be able to leave him. Ming Yuan's eyes were filled with madness. Yaohua, it's all because of you that the Ghost Gate was broken. So you should transform into the Ghost Gate to quell this turmoil. This is your responsibility. He reached out to grab Yaohua, but in the next second, Di Xiao appeared in front of Ming Yuan with a flash. He kicked Ming Yuan fiercely. Who allowed you to touch Yaohua? Ming Yuan only became more frantic. You're afraid. Yaohua can only stay with me forever. Di Xiao struck him with a palm, making him cough up blood. Shut up, you madman. Ming Yuan laughed even more wildly. Yaohua, do you want lost souls to flood the human world and turn it into hell? Yaohua froze, then said word by word in a low voice, as you wish. As soon as she finished speaking, Yaohua's body transformed into peach blossom petals and scattered. Her expression seemed to be one of relief. She glanced at Di Xiao. I'm sorry, I can't go play in a human world with you anymore. Di Xiao's eyes reddened. Isn't it just my true form? I'll give it to you, he said, forming a seal with one hand. He focused his power on Yaohua's crown. Yaohua felt her soul suddenly being pulled out of her body. When her soul completely separated, Yaohua's memories fully returned. She wasn't a peach blossom demon guarding the Ghost Gate, but a princess of the divine realm. Because she had taken pity on Ming Yuan and saved him, she had become tainted with demonic energy. During her tribulation, she almost perished. It was Ming Yuan who had condensed a sliver of his divine soul and infused it into the peach blossom tree at the Ghost Gate, causing her to lose her original memories and become the underworld's peach blossom demon. Ming Yuan was still making a last-ditch effort. Yaohua's mine. You can't take her away. Before he could finish, a sword silenced him. Yaohua leaned weakly against Di Xiao. Send me to the human world. I want to be human again. I'll be with you wherever you want to go. Di Xiao gently pricked his finger, and a drop of blood landed behind Yaohua's ear, transforming into the shape of a peach blossom. This mark will follow you through every lifetime. I will find you through it. He's here. He's here. Ning Xian is finally proposing to Ruan. Peach blossoms scattered, and the dream slowly faded. Ruan gradually opened her eyes. She had now remembered all her memories. She turned to look at Ning Xian lying beside her. Di Xiao, I'm back. Ning Xian reached out and embraced her. I've found you in every lifetime for 1,000 years. You never left, so how can you talk about returning? I'll still call you brother. In this life, we are not Di Xiao and Yaohua, but Ning Xian and Chu Ruan. A few months later, at Chu Qi and Ning Yu's wedding, Ruan and Ning Xian attended in formal attire. Xiao Taozi couldn't contain her excitement. I didn't expect Sister Chu Qi and Brother Ning Yu to get married so soon. It was expected. With my brother's relentless pursuit, it's not surprising at all. Xiao Taozi covered her mouth with a mischievous smile. So, what about you and Brother Xian? We're together, of course. Tang Tang called out to Ruan from a distance, waving hello. Qi Longfei and Bao Mingyi were sitting together. Please welcome the bride and groom. As the officiant's voice rang out, the music began. Ningyu took Chu Qi's hand and slowly walked onto the stage. After the MC rattled off a bunch of opening remarks, they finally got to the main event. Do you take this person to be your lawfully wedded spouse? Ningyu looked at Chu Chi, and Chu Chi looked at Ningyu. Their eyes met, and they both firmly declared, I do. Please, the happy couple, place the rings on each other's ring fingers, the finger closest to the heart. From this day forward, your ring fingers will be bound to each other's lives. As soon as the MC finished each long-winded sentence, Ningyu lowered his head and kissed Chu Chi. They embraced tightly. The ceremony is complete. Next comes the tossing of the bouquet. Chu Chi, with your back to the guests, who will be the next lucky one? The bouquet was tossed high into the air by Chu Chi and landed directly in Ruanwan's arms. Ruanwan, holding the unexpected bouquet, was a little flustered. The next moment, Ningxian dropped to one knee and presented a ring he had already prepared. Ruanwan, will you marry me? Ruanwan had waited for this moment for so long. I do. The guests cheered and offered their blessings. Ningxian finally said those 3 words, I love you. From now on, come rain or shine, they would embrace each other tightly. The story has reached its conclusion. Our Ruanwan can no longer continue to accompany everyone. We wish you all happiness and joy.